You don't want to get mixed up with a guy like me. I'm a loner, Dottie. A rebel.
And I can't believe it. Get on up again. All right, everybody, here we go. It's the morning show, the Sky Jack Morgan morning show, the morning sky. Ha, 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 ha,
Sunrise on the horizon. Sky is blue,
no denying.
News with
Sky Jack Morgan. That's me.
Bright and early new dawn.
I'm a rebel, Dottie.
Headline every story. Get your morning
Some glory.
Stay informed, stay tuned as the day greets new blue.
Good morning.
Headlines with Sky Jack Morgan. Start your day just fine.
Information for you, darling. I'm pouring coffee. Hold on. I'm pouring coffee. Information.
Morning show you need to know.
All right.
Join us on this daily ride with your
morning side by side. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the show. Welcome. Hey, Pause It Track. How you doing? What's up, Ben from Berlin? What's up, Jen Batch? Oh, thank you for being here. You're the GOAT. Information. Burning the Constitution, baby. Let's go. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the show. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. My name is Sky Jack Morgan. Thank you. This is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. Thank you so much. It's the Morning Sky Show. Thanks. A busy weekend. It was the president's birthday. I'm sure you're all excited about that. He's 80. One less year. One less year. I thought that was going to be, what people were chanting. That's pretty good, right? I did this. I'm living in a house and I'm selling it. But because I'm selling, I'm getting rid of so much stuff, I'm like clearing out, decluttering. And man, I just love everything just feels more me. I just feel like I lost 105 pounds. I think she weighs 100. I think she weighs 105 pounds. I feel like I lost 105 pounds. Feeling good, getting out there. The sun's shining, beautiful. I'm almost sad to leave California right now because of how beautiful it is right now. One less year. That's it. Crack is whack, Jack. That's what they say. It's going to be fire, never under pressure. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? When they go low, we take it to hell. Cardi B. I like that vibe. Cardi B. I like Cardi B. Don't you like Cardi? I don't know if I like Cardi B. I don't know. I remember the first time I heard Cardi B. It's funny when I was working near the beach, we had this routine where I bring out like a champagne cart, and I would recite a poem by William Henry Dana. W.H. Dana. I think that's how I think it's R.H. Dana. Robert Henry Dana. I'd read a poem by him. I'd recite one. I have it memorized. And I would pop up at sunset, pop a bottle of champagne, and everyone would cheer, and it'd be a big howdy doody. But we needed a name for the cart. What's going to be the name of our cart? What's the name of our cart, man? We need a name for the cart. And we called it Cardi B. So every night around sunset, I'd go, hey, can you get Cardi B ready? And they would do the thing with the champagne, the ice, and fill up glasses all over it. It's really cool because I had so many glasses, hundreds of glasses. It was really fun. We called the cart Cardi B. and it was fun. It was good times. Good times. You know, I miss the industry sometimes. She is trash. I don't know any of her songs. I know that one line where she says, "Everything but the tits is real." I think that's a funny line. Everything but the tits is real. I think that's very funny. I don't know. Rappers got a good sense of humor, and I like that. All right. Well, I don't know if you've heard everything and everyone gets a ride. And we all get a ride. And that's how she got her name. Well, all right. Let's keep going. You know, May, it's too early for this. This show's just starting. It's only 6:00 in the morning where I'm at, May. Can you calm down a little bit? Geez, can you keep the weird Jew stuff to a minimum for at least the first couple hours of the show? It's a long show, May. Don't blow it all right. Like, slow it down. Slow it down, May. I know you probably blow your wad early. Little premature ejaculation over here. Everything but the tits is real. Skyjack Morgan. It's not me. That was Cardi B, right? I think that's who said it. I hope so. I hope they everything but the tits is real. I'm almost positive that Cardi B said that. I'm gonna put Cardi B line in there. Was it Cardi B? The shit is getting real. I don't know. Maybe I just made it up. I thought it was. I thought that was Cardi B, but I could be wrong. Maybe it was somebody else. Maybe it was Nicki Minaj or one of those other people who say stuff like that. Anyway, I hope you all have a great day and things are going well for you. It's going great for Donald Trump. It was his birthday this weekend. Have you noticed? Look at this. Remember that guy who told all those racist jokes at the roast? He was the host of the roast. Remember that roast that everyone was so happy about? The roast of, I forget who they were. Oh, Kevin Hart. They were roasting Kevin Hart. And this guy was the host, I guess they call them. The maestro, the MC.
Shane?
I swear I don't know.
Several VIP guests were spotted walking the streets of D.C. to get beyond these fences.
These are the VIP, okay? The VIP, Shane, whatever his name. I don't even know his last name. He's a VIP.
Into the South Lawn for the UFC fight tonight, including Kid Rock, the CEO of Kalshi, the co-founder of Reddit.
The CEO of Kalshi? The CEO of Kalshi is there. That's great because somebody's been placing bets on how many bombs we're going to drop on Iran and winning. So that's pretty exciting. I'm glad that the CEO of Kalshi is there. Kalshi, of course, is the futures betting app where you could bet on how many kids die in schools in Iran during the bombing, stuff like that. You could vote on whatever you want. You can vote on, are we going to bomb Iran tomorrow? Will the peace deal hold? Stuff like that. It's really fun. You could bet with people's lives on Kalshi. And the CEO is the, hold on.
To get beyond these fences into the South Lawn for the UFC fight
Let's
tonight,
see if I can pause it.
CEO
Kid
Kalshi,
Rock, there's the CEO of Kalshi.
co-founder of Reddit, who also happens to be
The founder of Reddit's there. These are just the top VIP. I'm so glad that they all got to have a party with Donald. That's really rad. I'm stoked about this. Good jobs, guys. That's, you made it. You made it.
Serena Williams' husband, several members of Congress.
Serena Williams, who was that? Was that? Oh, that was Jim Jordan, wasn't it? Isn't Jim Jordan a bad dude? Is Jim Jordan a sex offender? I'm just asking Google really fast. No, he's not a sex offender, says Google, but he has faced severe accusations from former wrestlers and teammates who allege that he knew about and ignored systemic sexual abuse by the late team doctor Richard Strauss when Jordan was an assistant coach at Ohio State University in the 1980s and 90s. So for 20 years, he watched this guy sexually abuse wrestlers. This guy, Richard Strauss. That's always fun. I'm glad that Jim Jordan's there. He's a VIP. And
other members of the administration were spotted to get to the South Lawn just across these gates. Other people spotted were NFL players,
Okay, NFL people, and everyone in the NFL is a VIP.
NFL Hall of Famer Michael Irvin. Another guest at this UFC fight was Sharon Simmons.
Oh my God. That's the lady she's the actor who played the DoorDash delivery driver that wanted to make sure. He's like, it's not so bad. You could drive DoorDash and you could afford to pay for your husband's cancer treatment. Remember that when she went to the White House and he said, "See, America's not so bad. You could be a DoorDash driver and pay for your husband's cancer treatment." And it was all scripted. It's a weird thing to say, especially since you know it was scripted.
For President Trump earlier this year.
There's some algae, but I mean, like,
So this, do you remember when they put this shit in? And I was like, guys, it's the algae that makes this thing green. You can paint it whatever fucking color you want. It doesn't matter what color you paint it. It's not a swimming pool. It's a giant. It's the size of a small lake. It's not a pond. It's massive, and it doesn't matter what color you paint it. It's gonna turn green because of algae. I have a fish tank, and I keep it natural. I don't filter the water. I suck out water. I suck out the water. I siphon out the water, and I put new water in. And I have algae eater fish that help keep the algae down. But invariably, the water does turn green. The water turns green because in certain times of year, the sun hits it, and this thing called photosynthesis happens. I know maggers don't know what photosynthesis is, but it's the way plants take sunlight and turn it into energy, and they turn green because of it. They photosynthesize. Algae is a plant, and it turns green when it photosynthesizes. It's the way the whole world works, really. No matter what color you paint the bottom of this goddamn pool, it's gonna turn green. And guess what? I guess I'm smarter than everyone at the goddamn White House.
I'm pretty sure the water was stagnant for a while.
Stagnant? There's a drainage system. It's not a fountain. It's a pool. It's not a fountain. You could put a fountain in the middle of it, and that might help. That might be a thing. It would definitely change the entire aesthetic. But you could put a fountain in it and have rushing water, and just have it cycling through a filter or something. That could happen. You'd have to replace the filters a lot. And supposedly this thing loses like millions of gallons of water a year. So, I mean, what do you want to do with it? Either leave it the way it is or stop fucking with it. Patch the damn thing. Make sure it's not leaking, and then your job is done. This guy spent $20-something million to fund this thing. How much did it cost? How much did Donald Trump spend renovating the reflection pool? Survey says $14.2 million after he said it would only cost $1.8 million. Damn it, Donald Trump lied. I thought, man, I don't know about this Melania coin thing. I'm hoping he didn't lie about that. He said that Melania coin was going to the moon. God damn it. I sold my house and bought Melania coin. What am I going to do? Pawns have scum. Pawns do have scum. That's how it is. Pawns have scum. TDS can be terminal FU loser censored sergeant. Yes, Trump derangement syndrome is when you're obsessed with him like you are, you fucking weirdo, going into people's chats and loving on the president. My favorite politician is Donald J. Trump. What a weird thing to... My favorite politician in the whole wide world is the president of the United States of America. It's like a third grader. It's like I haven't thought the president was a cool guy since like the third grade. Remember when you're in the third grade, they're like, who you going to pretend to vote for, third graders? And you do like the fake ballot thing or whatever grade you're in. You might not land on your third grade. Maybe it lands on your seventh grade or whatever. When you're little, you pretend to vote. Who's your favorite? And you're like, I think George H.W. Bush is the best. I remember I thought I thought Michael Dukakis was cooler because he was in the tank. He was in the tank going like this. But apparently people didn't think the tank thing was cool. They thought he looked really little. Anyway, Trump derangement syndrome is terminal. It's killing lots of Iranians.
Also, I think, obviously the people are trying to clean.
Look at that. Huh. God, if only they called me. I would have told them this thing's going to fucking turn green in a day. Anyone who owns a fish aquarium knows that this thing is going to turn green. Gary Hart, nice. Maybe I should write in Gary Hart.
Clean it up as quickly as I can before all the big events come, so it's really not that big a deal. I can definitely.
It's not that big of a deal.
It is a big.
It looks like the reflection pool looks like the river in Chicago during St. Patrick's Day. It looks like the Chicago River in St. Patrick's Day.
Big improvement when I first came here, so I think it's great.
I'd ask for my money back because
I'd ask for my money back. Yeah, I'm sorry. That $15 million, like and subscribe, is spent, mother effer. That's $15 million to a no-bid contract. Donald Trump's friends, I never knew him. You said that they were like your pool guys. Yeah, but I never met those guys. What? So you gave someone you never met $15 million with no bidding whatsoever? No one like said, hey, I could do it for cheaper. I know what I'm doing more. Nothing. No, $15 million you spent to turn. I wonder how much Chicago spends to turn their river green. How much does Chicago spend to turn their river green every year with that algae treatment? Because guess what they use to turn the river green in Chicago? They use algae. You would know because algae is green. What the hell? They spend they spend zero taxpayer dollars. Okay. The Chicago Journeymen Plumbers, Local Union 130, good union labor, boys, and other sponsors estimate the total cost, materials, and labor $6,000. Well, it looks like the Chicago Journeyman Plumbers Union, Local Union 130, could have turned your reflection pool green for $6,000, buddy. $6,000 is a lot better than $15 million of my dollars. You spent $15 million of my dollars. How'd that happen? Yeah, $5,000. It's five to $6,000. I always take the upper one, $6,000. Because it always does cost them. It always costs. They're like between 5 and 6,000. So 6,000. Fuck you. It's going to cost between. It's always like it's going to cost between $2 and $80 million. So $80 million is what it's going to cost me. Great, cool. Could have been 6,000. Guys, this is so funny. What is
it was supposed to look blue. It's pretty green right now. So I don't know. I'd ask for a refund or something. I feel bad for like I said, I feel bad for the poor guy over here with the broom who's trying to brush the entire.
He's brushing it with the broom, trying to vacuum out the algae. Maybe they should have just got some algae eaters like my fish tank. They should have just got some Chinese algae eaters. China. We thought about getting Chinese algae eaters, but they're from China. We don't like them from China. We don't import them. They're tariffed. All the Chinese algae eaters. They're called Chinese algae eaters. Have you ever seen them? They're beautiful fish. Chinese algae eater fish. They're beautiful. Look at this. Look at this. Look how pretty they are. Come on. Look how pretty they are. Look how pretty these fish are. They could have just put these fish in there. Mine are gold like this. I only have one left, and he's huge. Well, he's big for my little tank. They're not huge. If you put them in there as babies, they won't fight. But look at them. Aren't they sweet? Come on. They could have just done that. But instead you did this. And now we have just a green. Get this. $6,000. Well, $15 million to turn our pond green, but $6,000 to turn the Chicago River green. Placastomonas. Yes. Suckerfish. Yeah, suckerfish. Yeah, suckerfish. Except they ain't no sucker. Looks like we're the suckers. Looks like we're the suckerfish because we just spent $15 million to turn a pool of water blue and it's green, just like I said it was going to be. Does everybody remember when I said that motherfucker is going to be green the next day? Do you remember when I said that? The algae is what turns it green. If you want to stop it being green, you just got to keep the algae under control. There's ways to do that, like chlorine. You could chlorinate the shit out of it. Just put bleach in it. It'll make sure nothing lives in there. It'll kill all the wildlife, all the ducks and little foxes and stuff that go in there. Because believe it or not, one day, because it's right in front of the Abraham Lincoln Memorial. One day I came out at the Abraham Lincoln Memorial, and man, I saw a fox like running with a bird in his mouth. He had like a hawk, a big bird in his mouth. This fox just running by, just like not even in a rush. He's just like, it was early in the morning. The best time to go to this place is super early in the morning before all the tourists. You want to get there like early, like sunrise. It's gorgeous. It's solemn. You could be there with Mr. Lincoln, watch the sunrise, and it's like a holy place, you know, the marble walls, the Gettysburg Address on one side, and I don't know, his other speech on the other side. And you can sit there and read them almost in solitude. There's not many people, just morning joggers and foxes, wildlife running around. It's beautiful. You'd have to kill them. Anyone see the dumbass fight? I'm going to cancel my Paramount Plus subscription because of it. I got my Paramount Plus subscription when it was called chlorine. Yeah. Well, chlorine will kill all the animals. So you see a little ducks and shit in there. You can make it a pool of death, but you could also put salt. You could just do salt. That helps a lot. Just salt the shit out of it. It'll also keep a lot of animals from going into it, but it's not as poisonous, right? Like if an animal drinks it, they're not going to die from getting a little salt water. They'll be like, bleh! But they're not going to die. And same thing with like ducks and stuff. They can still swim in it, you know. Salt works great. That would be my first recommendation. But hey, that would only cost $5 a day, maybe for 365 days a year. How much? $5 of salt every day, something like that. Call it $1,000 of salt every day. It'll still be cheaper than $15 million. And however much money we spend to maintain the shit normally. Oh God, you refuse to watch everything? Well, you missed a lot. Yes. As if any of the fights were rigged. Were any of the fights rigged? Trump made the water the green. He brought the swamp. Yes. I'm not a libtard. I'm a libtarp. I'm a lib carp. Sweet Havoc, you know who the liberal is. I'm not a liberal, so that's okay. Don't call me one, please.
Higher, reflectable back to the same color. It's one guy, and it's a big pool. So I don't know. I mean, it needed some upkeep, but I don't know if it was worth what was it, $16 million or whatever. I don't know. I'm not seeing much of a difference.
God damn it. Okay, here we go. UFC Freedom 250. Are you guys ready for this? Look, it's a big black fist. Did they just appropriate the Black Panther fist? Did they just appropriate the anarchist fist, the solidarity fist? Did they just appropriate that? Because, I feel like they're appropriating that. I think they just appropriated a sign of rebellion.
Welcome. I am Johnny Gomez.
And I'm Nick Diamond.
And this is White House Deathmatch. Nick, we got a lot of great fights here tonight, but none.
They are dressed like the death match. Do you remember death match on what was that on MTV?
Bigger than a main event of the
claymation
evening. Donald Trump versus Sleep. What are we looking for in this fight?
Well, I think everyone is wondering the same thing. Can Donald Trump fend off Sleep? Now, we've seen him succumb to Sleep on numerous occasions recently. Isn't that right?
That's right. I mean, just this past week in Madison Square Garden, Game 3 of the NBA Finals. Donald Trump, he goes to the game, falls asleep in the box with owner James Dolan.
That's right. You can almost see Sleep sneaking up behind him and taking hold. Those are not long blinks, folks. We've heard that before. That is outright Sleep. Will Sleep win tonight?
Main event.
Justin Gaethje, first round knockout on the White House lawn. America.
It's a tough one. I do like Justin Gaethje because, America, but Ilya Saporia, come on. He's a different beast right now. His wife left him. He's got to do it for his son.
His wife left him?
Or the divorce, whatever it is.
What happened with that? Sounds dramatic.
She's from Miami. You can't trust a girl from Miami.
Jesus, what is immediately? Hey, how's the fight going on? Women, can't trust them. Fuck, goddamn, bro. Hey, man, I get that. You might be hurt out there. Guys, I get it. You're hurt. I get it. You can't blame all women. It's better to say, all the women I've dated have been rather prodigal. That doesn't mean that all women are prodigal. But all the women I've dated have been quite prodigal. And I find it to be frustrating. It must be me, because I know there are women out there that aren't spendthrifts, but here I am.
Now, who do you think's going to win this fight between Donald Trump and Sleep?
And who?
Sleep.
Well, it's a tough question because Sleep.
It's a tough question. At least Dana wore the nicest sneakers last night. He wore his nicest sneakers. That's nice. That's nice. Fucking women, right? Women, right? Hey, man, how's the fight going to go? Women, give me a chance. Give me a microphone. I'll talk some shit about women for some reason. It's weird. The whole crowd was dudes. Of course the crowd was dudes. Come on. It's a sausage fest. That's Donald Trump's jam, man. He loves a bunch of sweaty dudes hanging out with a bunch of dudes, bunch of teenage dudes, especially. He's thinking boner bump, boner bump, boner bump. Donald Trump loves boner bumps off of teenage boys. So this is his jam. This is what he wants.
It's something that we all need, but when it comes down to it, I think Donald Trump is going to lose against sleep because let's look at the history.
This is just a rando.
You know, what instances are you thinking about? We were just talking about Madison Square Garden falling
Oval
asleep.
Office, cabinet meeting. When I'm thinking sleep versus Donald Trump, I'm thinking of one thing. What you guys just said, the Knicks game.
Right.
He was sleeping. He was, dead asleep. He got his REM sleep, which is good for him. But what if someone else had that ticket?
Had the ticket to the Knicks game, and who would that person be?
Maybe me.
Maybe me. I want a ticket to the fuck. I want a ticket to the Knicks game. I tell you what, if I went to the Knicks game, I wouldn't have been sleeping, and I probably also would not appreciate it as much as basically any Knicks fan. Like, I am very passively interested in sports, but I've been to NBA games, and sometimes, like, I got to see Kobe Bryant play. I met Kobe Bryant several times, and I don't know. I'm privileged. I got to go to an NBA game. The Lakers, great seats. And I got to go see a Lakers game. I saw Kobe play. It was fucking amazing. It's like, oh, this is why. Like, it's not, when you see him on TV, it's not the same. Oh, this is why people are obsessed with Kobe Bryant. And then, years later, he died. But I met him. He used to come to my restaurant in Laguna Beach. And we renamed the Victor Hugo room the Kobe Bryant room. At least we did, who worked there. I don't know if the bosses did at the end, but I was the boss. I was one of the bosses, but I don't know if like the corporate bosses ever changed it.
The main event, that's the one everyone's wondering about. Who do you have?
Definitely Taporia. I mean,
oh no, that's a big match on the card. No one's denying that. But the main event, Donald Trump versus Sleep. Who do you think's going to win?
I don't know, probably Donald Trump. I mean, he seems like a fighter to me, Yeah.
I have to ask, did you see the NBA Finals this week? Donald Trump was facing off against Sleep. Sleep got the better of him there. Do you think we could see a repeat of that tonight? Do you think we're going to see a rejuvenated Trump with a UFC fight on his birthday on the White House lawn?
I think I don't really blame him for falling asleep. Watching the Knicks play, it's pretty easy to probably snooze a little bit. But
watching the Knicks, they just had one of the most exciting.
Oh yes, Kobe was a dirty hoe. Well, Kobe Bryant, he had lots of scandal, and I think he was guilty. But on the court, wow, that's all I'm saying. It's like Miles Davis beat his wives. Miles Davis beat his wives, guys. Thomas Jefferson raped his slaves. It's a broken world out there. That's why we got to fix each other. That's why we got to love each other. That's why we got to fix things. It's a broken world. That's why I think humanity has it in them to constantly want to fix shit. I think that's why human beings exist, is to observe the beauty of the world, see how broken it is, and try to fix it. I think that's us. I don't know. You tell me how you feel, but I don't know. The world's a broken place, man. R. Kelly.
Games, certainly in finals history, probably in NBA playoffs history. You think they're a pretty boring team?
Yeah, but a UFC event, that'll keep you awake for a while.
He has never defeated Sleep. Sleep is undefeated versus Donald Trump. Tonight, let's look at the elements. It's going to be night. Does that favor Donald Trump? He does those late night truths. He's always up at all hours posting weird shit online.
100%. Some of the weirdest stuff.
It's true. At night, the later. That's so funny, man. I thought that when they delayed the fight because it was supposed to be at 8, I think was when the fighting was supposed to start, and they delayed it to 9 because of thunderstorms. And you guys called it. You said there was going to be thunderstorms. There were thunderstorms, and then the thunderstorms. I'm like, man, Donald Trump's definitely going to fall asleep. It's 9 p.m. Old people go to bed early. But then they're totally right. I forgot that he's a sundowner, man. He like gets manic and crazy late at night, like a delayed reaction to all the Diet Coke. He's like, Wah! He just wakes up like Frankenstein. He's like, tweet, 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 tweet. Truth, 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 truth. Calls it truth. The fact that he calls his thing truth is just, it's never going to be wasted on me. He called his social media company Truth Social. Good Christ.
That you'll ever see will come out of Donald Trump in the middle of the night, sometimes between 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. But the problem I think you're going to see here from Donald Trump is that this is the exact wrong part of the night.
Whoa,
right?
Okay.
He's had his cheeseburger. He's had his Diet Coke. Those things start to wear off. And what happens? Sleep takes over. There are a lot of amazing fights on the card here. But I think a lot of people are excited about the biggest fight of the night. Yeah. That's Donald Trump versus Sleep. Now, who do you think will win?
I think the guy, what's his name?
What does this guy say? You could jump on the Carmelo band. What is there a Carmelo bandwagon? I mean, the guy was convicted. What bandwagon is there? What bandwagon is there? But those of us that don't buy the black bullshit are listening. It doesn't sound like you've listened to anything. I don't think you've listened to anything except for like Tristan Tate's podcast. I think that's all you've listened to. People like Andrew Tate.
Justin? His name is Justin?
Oh, you're talking about one of the other fights. I'm talking about the biggest fight of the night. Donald Trump, President of the United States, against Sleep.
Against Sleep, like, I'll be honest, I have no idea about that point. But if you talk about the fight, I can...
But you know about Sleep, right?
Yeah.
When you said Sleep, you called
Yeah,
it.
and also, like, about the other fights, which means the fight for tonight, I can give you my opinion.
Well, yeah, but I'm asking about the main event, Donald Trump versus Sleep. Will he fall asleep at the event?
Oh man, what's he gonna say
tomorrow?
I don't think so. You know, I don't think so. He's gonna fall asleep because he's good.
Yeah, but he fell asleep at the NBA Finals. He falls asleep in cabinet meetings.
I don't think so because he's gonna be.
He looks like he looks like a Dutch comic. It's called a Dutch comic, like Groucho Marx. Oh, he looks like this guy. They should have put glasses on him. He looks like Groucho, right? Except he has the mustache painted on too. The grease mustache.
A lot of fights. I don't think so. You're gonna be Sleep.
And then of course we got the main event: Donald Trump versus Sleep. Who you guys got?
I got Trump. He's a dog. Put him in the White House.
Sleep's a tough. You know, we've all struggled against Sleep before, but he has shown that if you persevere through it, you can definitely beat Sleep.
We've seen our last president struggle with a lot of sleepy issues, but our first president now, the 47th, he'll be all good. I haven't seen him sleeping yet. So
On Monday night, Madison Square Garden, NBA Finals, Game 3. Donald Trump is falling asleep in the box with James Dolan.
yeah, I don't think he was falling asleep. I think he was just taking a second. I mean, it's probably tough being 80-something years old.
Okay, so we win.
It's probably tough being 87 years old, 80-something years old. This is his 80th birthday. He's not 80 yet. Well, now he is. Today he's 80. Yesterday he was not 80. Today he's 80 years old. One less year to endure of Donald Trump. We've had to deal with him for 80 whole years. It's been a wild ride. 80 years. We've almost had a century of Donald Trump. Wow.
Madison Square Garden, obviously an epic fight. Sleep, of course, came out the victor.
Right.
Now, let's take it back to the Oval Office. What's happening here at the Oval Office? He's got a lot of people in there. You'd think he wouldn't fall asleep when you're the president.
This is a high-pressure situation. You're the president. You're in the Oval Office. You are surrounded by people who are hanging on your every word. Important things are happening. But guess what? That's when Sleep strikes.
So let's take a look at this video here. You can see his eyes are, obviously, those are long blinks. Anyone can see that. But you could think he could fight out of that if he just tries to pay attention to what's happening. I mean, people might be saying something very important right here.
Right. You think he could just kind of
snap out and say, hey, I'm the president of the United States. It's a bad look to fall asleep in the Oval Office. And it would look kind of pathetic to do.
Right. I mean, I've been in boring meetings, and here's my trick. I just clench my butt. I clench my butt. I go, I'm not gonna fall asleep. I clench my butt. Plus, it gives me a great ass. I just clench my butt because I'm tired. You ever been in a boring meeting? Clench your butt. That's what I do. Just clench it. Just pull those cheeks together. I know Donald Trump's used to pulling his cheeks apart. Maybe his butt doesn't work. Maybe his butt, give the guy a break. His butt probably does not work after it being pounded as much as he has been. But I feel like, I don't know. I've never taken it that way, but I feel like I could just clench my butt and stay awake. I could do that. I might not be able to pay attention to what their person is saying because I'm concentrating on the butt clenching. On account of my butt clenches, I might not be able to really know what the meeting's about, but I'll pretend and be awake. I can do it. I've gone to lots. Butt clenching makes me horny. Chili cut meeting short. Wolf brand chili to cut meeting short. That's a good idea. Or you could just eat a hot spicy pepper, drink some hot coffee. It'll wake you up. You're like, woo! Yeah! But Donald Trump doesn't drink coffee. He drinks Diet Coke. He's addicted. I don't know what to tell you, Donnie. If your butt doesn't work and you don't drink coffee, I don't know. I've been really hungover in some pretty high pressure meetings or just like 2 hours of sleep. I remember one time, when I worked in Vegas, they made us work all night long for like these Mayweather fights and stuff like that. And then they would schedule a meeting at like 7 o'clock the next morning. It's like, I got off at 4 a.m. I haven't slept. I got off of work at 4 a.m. and you're calling a meeting at 7 a.m. And so I'd be like this. My butt is totally clenched. I have no idea what this meeting is about. I do not care. My butt is clenched, though. Huh? What?
Right, for all the obvious reasons that I think the whole world knows, you would like not to lose.
What's your favorite way to stay awake in a meeting when you're just falling asleep, everybody? Everyone else has been there, right? I'm not the only one, right? Right? Everyone else has been there. What's your favorite way where's your favorite way? We had pandemic response team stationed in China that would have contained the outbreak in Wuhan, but Trump disbanded them. Yeah, I know. Donald Trump basically caused the pandemic in America. He didn't cause it everywhere else in the world, but he could have contained it and not brought it here, but he fucked us. And the gas prices in 21 and 22, totally his fault. Supply chain issues, his fault.
To sleep at that moment, but sleep does not give up, and that's the thing I think we can expect.
Like boner bumps, like Donald Trump. Oh, that's what Donald Trump needs. He just needs a quick boner bump. He likes doing bumps. He doesn't like doing cocaine unless it's off of the erection of a young man. But yeah, you stand up and pace a bit. I've been in some motorcycle. Oh, stand up and pace. Yeah, that's it. You're like, oh, I got to get up because my motorcycle injury makes me feel a little. I got to get up and move a little bit. That makes sense. That's good. That's good.
The adversary for the president. So you think you've got sleep? You've got Trump.
I got Trump all the way. Give me Trump for a third term too.
I think if you put Sleep and Trump in the ring together, it's a toss-up. It can go unanimous. It can go split. It depends on who.
Give him a third term. I like to watch him sleep.
You want to put your money on who Vegas has? Really?
Yeah, I think Vegas has sleep right now. Obviously, you look at it. Sleep's undefeated against Trump at this point. What's your first name?
Scott.
Okay, so we're here with Scott. Scott, how long have you been watching UFC?
Crypto.com.
See.
Oh, man, dude. Since I was like, 21, 35 now, so a long time.
Okay, so you've got 14 years experience. What do you think the most devastating finishing move is?
I'll say a head kick.
Head kick?
I think it's pretty brutal, yeah, for sure.
What about a variation of a sleeper hold?
I'd say darts are pretty nasty. Yeah, I train myself, but I'd say darts are pretty gruesome. Yeah, for sure.
And it's the main event of the evening. Donald Trump versus sleep. Do you think he's gonna fall asleep? Do you think he's gonna stay awake the whole night?
I'm going to stay awake on that one. Yeah, for sure.
Have you bet money on this? Would you tell people to wager on this?
I would. Yeah.
The wager that he's gonna stay awake.
Yeah,
now, some people would have bet that he was gonna stay awake during the NBA Finals, though, and that didn't turn out so well.
Yeah. He stays awake. Everybody get a free chest bump.
Did you see? So in New York,
chest bump. Oh, you guys were talking about chest bumps. I thought you were talking about a boner bump. I would thought you were talking about a totally different type of bump. This guy says he wants the chest bump if Donald Trump stays awake for the whole fight.
For the NBA Finals, I don't know if you saw this. Donald Trump, he came to New York. The whole city was shut down. It affected 2 million people. Streets were shut down, so he could attend the NBA Finals. He sat with James Dolan in a box. In that box, you could kind of see for a while, his eyes were starting to droop. He looked a little tired, and then it looked like he fell asleep for a little bit. You wouldn't expect that. You wouldn't expect that at an NBA playoffs. No. What's going to make this difference? How can he stay awake at a UFC fight and not at an NBA Finals game?
It's fighting, man. It's the best sport of all time, man. If you don't get excited and fall asleep or something like this, man, you're in the wrong area. If you don't watch a fight and get excited for it.
You were saying the sleeper hold, a really powerful move. Does anybody do the sleeper hold better than sleep?
I think Sleep's undefeated on that one. Yeah.
The main event of the evening: Donald Trump versus Sleep. Who do you think is going to win?
I don't know Sleep. Who is Sleep?
So it's like when you close your eyes at night and you go into a dreamland.
I mean, it's a close game right now. We don't know. It's a close fight.
Well, you have to pick one. Gun to your head. Who do you pick?
How about a tie? Can we hit a tie?
There can't be a tie because if you're awake, you're not asleep, and Sleep doesn't win.
That's a the Schrodinger Sleep. Mike Tyson's uppercut. I'm a twink. Wow, that is actually kind of a compliment because I'm 6'5", I weigh 245 pounds, and you're calling me a twink. That's actually I've always wanted to be smaller. I've always wished I was smaller. So thank you. I love being called a twink.
I mean, I guess. Well, I mean,
no one's ever called me a twink before. I really like that.
I couldn't tell you.
But you just have to pick one. It doesn't matter if you're wrong. We're just doing a fucking bit.
Tie.
I can't say
tie. You can't say tie. Anyone, it's just a bit, dude. You're not gonna lose any money.
It's the one thing
the only thing you can't say is tie.
Yeah. Well, I have to say tie.
Just say Trump or Sleep. There's no tie. You can't, because if he's awake, he wins.
Have you ever been asleep and awake?
I feel okay. So I watched this movie last week called Obsession in the movie theater. It's about a guy who makes a wish that a girl will like him or love him. And of course, it's a horror movie. And of course, like she's standing over his bed. He wakes up and she's just staring at him. What are you doing? I'm watching you sleep. You're so handsome when you sleep, or something like that. I feel like that's like the level of obsession that people have for Donald Trump. They just want to watch him sleep. I just want to watch him sleep. I just love watching him sleep. I think that's why all these guys like Chris Jensen, you just like to watch Donald. I just want to watch him sleep for 4 more years. I just love watching him sleep. I just love him. He just looks so cute when he sleeps. I just love watching him sleep. That's what it is, right? You want to get him in the ballroom and watch him sleep? Yeah, I get it. Yeah, it was scary. It's a scary movie. It's rare that a movie will like make the hairs on my neck go up, and there was a part in that movie that totally freaked me out. And then I saw it again, like someone clipped it on YouTube, and I was like, God damn, it's scary. It's such an easy trick. I don't want to spoil it, but there's like an easy trick that makes you like, oh God damn, it's creepy as fuck. Man, I don't know. Sleep forever. Donald Trump. Sleep is eventually going to win the final sleep. It will finally, he's 80. So eventually he'll fall asleep and that'll be it. It'll be his birthday. He's 80 years old now. Happy birthday, Donald Trump. You know how the if you think about it, the birthday song sounds a lot like a funeral march. It doesn't sound very happy to me. It's always like I mean, it sounds so much like and well, Donald Trump's about to hear that second one because he's so old.
Well, yeah, half dreaming, you know.
So you think he'll be half dreaming? Is that what the tie means?
He's daydreaming.
Wow. All right.
Is that what it means? The tie. That when you say tie, does it mean he's like, his eyes are open but he's sleeping? He's like sleepwalking.
Yes.
How about like, yeah, we'll do the sleep paralysis. He's on the sleep
This
paralysis.
guy, no one can say anything bad about Donald Trump because he doesn't want to get his head chopped off. Don't get your head chopped off, kid. Whatever you do. Under Trump, our entire government is run by morons. Yes, it's very much like the worst. If he has a qualified cabinet, you could sleep all day long. Maybe that's what happened last time, but he kept firing people. Remember he fired Secretary of State Rex Tillerson on Twitter? I thought that was going to be the craziest thing that ever happened. When that happened, I was like, that's it, man. That is the craziest shit I'm going to hear for a while. I really thought so. I really thought that is the craziest shit in politics. Rex Tillerson just got fired. Former president of fucking Exxon, the CEO of Exxon, became Secretary of State and got fired by a reality TV show guy on Twitter. And now that seems like, what are you talking about? When I mention it, people like Sky, we forgot about that shit. I didn't even remember that.
Left activists are holding more No Kings protests today, this time to counter-program President Trump's birthday celebration.
The White House is the people's house. The White House is the people's house. Whose streets? Our streets. Whose streets? Our streets.
They're not, though, because all the streets are closed. They put a giant ellipsis in front of the White House so that people can watch TVs.
Whose streets? Our streets. Whose streets? Our streets. Whose streets? Our streets.
Yeah, it looks about right. These No Kings protests have been popular on the left for months, and tonight the protest moves from the streets to the stage.
On the left, they say no kings. I've got lots of criticism of no kings, but of course, I like protests. Go out there, make your voice heard. Go out there, scream and yell, because if you're not happy with the way things are going and you're going to be a little bitch about it, like all these Trumpsters, man, all these Trump losers, they just let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon.
Hot young star Jane Fonda is headlining a star-studded rise.
That is really messed up that a woman would say that about another woman. Man, there's no honor with women on Fox, right? Like this bitch, this is Tomi Lahren, right? I think that's Tomi Lahren. She changed her hair and I can't recognize her anymore. But Tomi Lahren is saying hot young celebrity Jane Fonda. If without Jane Fonda, you wouldn't even be possible. Like your job you'd be at home making babies and doing dishes if it weren't for people like Jane Fonda. God damn it. Someone should slap her in the mouth. Jane Fonda should slap her in the mouth.
Up Sing Out concert in New York City. The lineup includes hot young star Bette Midler, Patti Smith, Joy Reid, and other prominent Trump haters. Joining us now for tonight's big close-up is Fox News Digital Senior Editor of Investigations. We love her, Azra Nomani. It's great to see you. I'm sorry you have to be in the middle of that. You know, we always ask you, Azra, when we do these segments, who's funding it, and is it the same people who seem to fund everything?
Yeah, so
the same people fund everything. You mean Rupert Murdoch? Liberals are useless as fuck. Well, they're not useless. The MAGA needs liberals. I mean, conservatives are liberals, right? They're all liberals. They're all liberals. It's always so fun if you'll throw this word liberal around. I don't know what people think that means. What do you think that means when liberals? What do you think that word means? Huh? That everyone should be heard and that capitalism is great. I mean, that's basically a liberal. There's a lot more to it than that, but that's basically a liberal. It's basically all of the conservatives until you get over to MAGA, until you get to the Nazis. Like once you get to Naziville, that's the problem. Liberals make Nazis possible. MAGA is not possible without the liberals, without the Republican liberals and Democratic liberals. They're liberals. I know people think that liberal is left, but it really isn't. Liberal is just, we live in a liberal democracy. That's what we have. We live in a liberal democratic republic. That's what we call it. Go back to civics, man.
Right behind me, you can see the White House, and then behind that is the beautiful Washington Monument. Well, now in the foreground is an organization called Refuse Fascism. It is one of 400 groups that are protesting today with collective annual revenues of $3 billion. And this group in particular is the fiscally sponsored project of an organization called Alliance for Global Justice. It sounds great, right, Tommy? But the Treasury Department, House and Ways means they're investigating this group for anti-Semitism and possible allegations of violations of tax law. So it's an alphabet soup.
Tax law. Oh no. So they're throwing the IRS and they're saying they're anti-Semitic. That old chestnut, huh? That old chestnut. We don't like Israel. You're anti-Semitic. We disagree. In fact, you know what's fucked up is that, like, my whole life I thought, you know what, Israel has a right to exist. They exist. Like, what's the, like, they're not going anywhere. And then they just keep on having these wars, and now it's a genocide. It just gets worse and worse. And it's like, man, if you can just say, hey, you know, I disagree with what Israel's doing for sure. Anti-Semite. That's crazy, man. You're an anti-Semite because you disagree with Israel. I'm not even saying that Israel needs to be destroyed or anything. I'm not saying anything like that. But Benjamin Netanyahu is a bad dude, a really, really bad dude. And he shouldn't have any power at all. And the people who follow him are Nazis. They're fascists. We need to stop that. Stop the fascists.
Of organizations, but the funders are many of the same names that we have heard through the last decade almost. George Soros, Neville Roy Singham, the Tides Foundation, and so many others that are part of the far left machine that puts people out on the streets like stormtroopers.
How many people are there? Does it feel like a massive crowd, or does it feel like a bunch of nerds that just showed up with their signs?
Nerds.
What is the kind of feeling around it?
It'll feel like a bunch of nerds. Oh, you don't like nerds now? You better call up Elon Musk. Tell him.
Yeah, so today is really interesting, Joey. So the No Kings folks, like you mentioned.
It's just a matter of time, man. Now all these fuckers on Fox News are saying nerds. Like, nerds, being nerds are bad. I thought you guys liked nerds now. What's the deal?
Have decided to organize around Jane Fonda and her little sing out thing at a theater in New York City. Yeah, with Bette Midler. But what's really important, Joey, is those are about 50 to 100 people. It's small, but it's really important that people don't overlook this, because you know this, Joey, on insurgencies, for example, which you know very well. What you do is embed in the streets, right? Yeah. And Joey, this organization that sponsors the Refuse Fascism, they have a budget of $8.8 million, Joey. So this is a machine, and that's what I hope everybody will really.
That's less than it costs to paint the pool blue.
Understand when they see
it's like half as much as it costs to paint that pool blue.
Pockets of vignettes all across the country. It's a coordinated.
They gotta make that. They gotta make that shit last all year. They gotta make that shit last all year. And you want to talk about insurgency? Oh my god, yeah. I don't know if this little group of 30 people is gonna do much of insurgency.
That is to undermine the United States of America on its birthday.
On its birthday. This is not America's birthday, you fucking idiot. America's birthday is July 4th. It actually really isn't, but we call it America's birthday. July 4th, the Declaration of Independence was signed. And so that's what we call America's birthday. It really wasn't. America was born much later when we signed the Declaration of Independence. I'm sorry, the Constitution. When we finally signed the Constitution, we got everyone to ratify it. It was way later. Like 20 years later. But you know what? Sure. July 4th, 1776. Let's call it that. That's fine. July 4th, 1776. That's our birthday. Not June 14th. That's Donald Trump's birthday. Yeah, 1783. Yes. And it's crazy. UFC was my 4th of July epic. How was that your 4th of July? How was UFC 250 your 4th of July?
So, Azra, you've been mentioning this concert with Jane Fonda and that lineup of stars.
I love how, like, Tommy Laren's just like, Jane Fonda. Dude, Jane Fonda. Well, you guys still got a problem with Jane Fonda?
Tommy, I think, described in the open. Are they aware that Jane Fonda, for example, famously went to a foreign country during a war and fraternized with the actual enemy during?
Fraternized? She was trying to show everybody that the people in North Vietnam were just like us. Their soldiers looked just like ours. They were just young boys sent to die. That's what she was trying to do. And of course, they spun it saying, "Oh, you love the enemy, Hanoi, Jane. You own the you want to be with the North Vietnamese. You're not American enough." Of course, they did. How do you guys feel about Vietnam? Are you aware that we fought a war in Vietnam, killing around 60,000 American soldiers, and almost half of which were drafted, and we killed about 3 million people in Vietnam alone. In Laos, we killed even more. Cambodia, we just killed, and then we lost. I think Jane Fonda, I think she wins on this one.
That war in Vietnam, posing with the Viet Cong soldiers who were actively killing our young men. Is that something that they're aware of? Is that a feature, not a bug for them? Seems like an interesting choice for a front person.
She's an anti-war advocate, always has been.
Yeah, it's a great question that you're asking, and a very poignant one. Because after we published my article today saying that Jane Fonda was going to headline this concert, I got so many emails from Vietnam War vets who were so hurt and still angry, about Jane Fonda's alleged betrayal and traitorism, they call it. Well, that...
Do you remember when Donald Trump didn't go to Vietnam? At least she went to Vietnam. At least Jane Fonda went to Vietnam. Donald Trump didn't. Donald Trump said he had bone spurs. Remember when he lied and said he had bone spurs and he couldn't go to Vietnam?
Cast of characters who are with her are very well familiar with Jane Fonda's history. And that's what I think is so important for people to recognize. Is this?
At least she had the fucking courage. At least Jane Fonda had the fucking courage to go and say something. Donald Trump was a coward. He couldn't even make a statement. He just lied and said he had bone spurs, something that has never come up on all of these amazing. I aced all of my physicals. I aced them all. He's 80 years old, but he said back when he was soldier age that he had bone spurs. But now that he's been poked and prodded by all these doctors, no bone spurs. How did he heal his bone spurs? As far as I know, there's no cure for bone spurs unless you get cut open and they shave them off. How do you cure your bone spurs? Because he never says anything about it, and his doctors never say anything about it. His bone spurs in his brain. Maybe he's got bone cancer. Maybe his brain is bone. At least Monica Lewinsky was a consenting adult. She knows wives with children. Well, man, don't even get me started. Ali isn't and never was commander in chief. That's true. Why are you guys talking about Muhammad Ali? Muhammad Ali, at least, he didn't just dodge the draft. He made a statement. He made a statement saying, "I'm not going." So, I mean, dodging the draft is stuff like Donald Trump saying he had bone spurs. You could call him a draft dodger if you want, but being a conscientious objector is very different than just saying, "I'm too afraid to go." I don't think Muhammad Ali was afraid to go. He was against the war. It's very different. Hey, Fox and Friends. Here we go. Petition banning hunting. Oh my God, Oregon, they're going to ban hunting. What do you guys think?
Petition for a total ban on hunting and fishing now gaining momentum in Oregon.
Don't forget, he had to sacrifice his whole career. He couldn't fight in America, Muhammad Ali. No one ever brings it up. It's in the fucking movie about him. What do you mean no one brings it up? Everyone brings it up when they talk about Muhammad Ali. No one ever brings up Muhammad Ali dodge of the draft. Yes, they do. It's part of his history. It's part of his story. Everyone knows. He was against the war. He changed his name from Cassius Clay to Muhammad Ali. He fought down in Rumble in the Jungle. He had to go all the way down into Africa to fight. He had to go fight George Foreman outside of the United States because he wasn't allowed to fight inside of the United States because of the Vietnam War. We all know that story. Fucking Will Smith played him in the goddamn movie, directed by Michael Mann, and they talk about it. No one ever talks about it. Yes, they do. Shut the fuck up.
Again, if passed, the so-called Peace Act would make it illegal to hunt animals for purposes including hunting and fishing and even research. Joining us now, Big Weekend Show co-host
even research, hunting and fish. You can't kill animals for hunting, fishing, or even research. What do you mean? I can't chop off little mice heads and then cut open their brains? Man, I watched this movie called If I Had Legs, I Would Kick You. And Conan O'Brien's in it. And he plays this shrink. And he does this monologue where he says, when I was a psychiatrist and I was going to school, I had to study animals. I had to do we studied the brains of animals, and we had all these rats, and the rats would like fight you. So they gave you this chainmail glove, and you had to shake them off. And then you had this little guillotine. You chop their heads off, and under a microscope, you looked at their brains, and they would fight and they'd bite you. And so you had to be violent with them, but you were so afraid of ever hurting them because you didn't want to hurt their little heads. But then you had to chop their heads off. You didn't want to cause them any pain. So you're trying to be gentle. And all of the times we chopped their heads off, no matter all their brains were fine. All their brains looked identical. We never what we were giving them didn't do anything. We killed all those rats for nothing. That should be legal, right?
And even better friend, Joey Jones. So, I mean, if there's anybody who gets this story, it's you.
The inmates are trying to run the asylum.
Yeah.
It really is. We talk about suicidal empathy when we talk about some of our policies. This is even worse than that. This is getting completely detached from what it means to be a human being.
Suicidal empathy. Did the Nazis ever talk about suicidal empathy? Yes, they called it weaponizing empathy. It was very much the core of the Nazi ideology, specifically in the form of euthanasia propaganda, empathy as a tool for violence, rather than completely lacking sympathy or being devoid of emotion. Nazi doctors and propagandists frequently evoked a distorted form of quote-unquote mercy and fellow feeling to justify their atrocities. Most of the murders in the Aktien T4 program, all of that mass murder of disabled and mentally ill individuals was marketed not as cruelty, but as empathetic relief from suffering. Weaponized empathy.
An animal as well, a part of the ecosystem that created us. I think they have like 125,000 signatures, which is about 10% of their voting block. Only about 1.2 million people vote in Oregon. But even like the Democrat governor's against this, because it's not just hunting and fishing. That's one thing. This goes against husbandry. This goes against ranchers,
which is livestock.
Anything to do with livestock. These people are so stupid they don't understand. Without the cow rancher, there is no cow.
Right.
Is that stupid? I think they get that. Without the cow rancher, there is no cow. Yeah, that's not, I think they understand that part. This is so funny how people don't. They're like, these people are so stupid. They don't understand. Without the cow rancher, there is no cow. I think that's the point.
Without the guy that raises horses, there are no horses anymore. And so much of these.
What do you mean? There's wild horses, and there's also wild cows. We have wild horses and wild cows in America still today. Like literally feral. Go out, you can go see them. They're called Mustangs. We actually have, they do so well, in fact, that we have to round them up every 10 years, or I think it's every 5 years, and we have to kill a bunch of them because they start competing with livestock. They start competing with corporate-owned animals. That's how well horses do in the wild. Horses do way okay. You go see them. I've been there. I've been to the one in Wyoming. You can go look at because they round them up and they try to adopt them out. They try to do something with them before they kill them all. And so they put them in these giant pens, and they're quite sad looking. And then they feed all these wild horses. But sometimes you see them out there on the prairie too. You see them. Without the guy who rapes horses, there's no horses.
Animals' existence depend on humans now. Now we've had an impact on animals. You talk about ground birds like quail and things that we hunt. In the state of Georgia, if hunters didn't hunt quail, there would be no quail in Georgia.
Well, that's the thing that kind of blows my mind.
Why would there be no quail in Georgia if we didn't hunt Georgia quail? Maybe we should just stop doing whatever it was that made them extinct, I guess. Would that make sense? Don't forget to like and subscribe. My name is Skyjack Morgan, independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. Thank you so much for joining. This is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. Yeah, this morning Sky Show. Don't forget to hit the button, double tap the screen, jump into the chat, drop an emoji. Helps the algorithm, brings more people to the yard. Your emojis bring all the boys to the yard. And they're like it's better than yours or something.
Certainly, I think this is true everywhere, but especially on the East Coast, deer, turkey, wild turkey, bear. The reason those populations in Georgia and in Virginia, where I live, are thriving today is because of hunting.
And that's the thing is,
I love this argument. They keep saying it. It's because of hunting. Just say it with more enthusiasm. We'll all believe you. It's because of hunting that we have deer We have deer in captivity, man. We're raising deer for all sorts of random shit. Believe it or not, we're for the velvet in their antlers. We kill deer all the time. We raise them to kill them. We also hunt them. Well, they wouldn't exist if it weren't for the hunters. Huh? I thought they had an overpopulation problem. What do you mean?
Isn't let's go find something that looks cool, kill it, skin it, put it on our wall. If that's all hunting was, it wouldn't be around anymore. Most states have rules even against that, like earn a buck states, where you got to go kill a doe, process it in order to go kill a buck. Not most states, but many states. The problem that people don't understand about hunting is
I don't think this guy, yeah, that's him smiling after. That's this guy smiling, killing these giant animals. Really, this animal that you killed, this massive creature, how come they're cutting out their bloody faces? How come you're not showing their bloody faces?
In order to go kill a buck.
Oh, there's one. There, look at that. You killed a mule. You killed what do you call it? A moose. You killed a moose. You killed that moose not for fun, huh? Why did you kill that moose? With a silencer too? Wow. And a scope? How far away from that moose were you when you killed him?
Most states, but many states. The problem that people don't understand about hunting is it connects you to the world God created.
It connects you to the world God created with this high-powered rifle I got right here. Look at this massive rifle he has as he holds this poor dead animal's head up. Yes. You guys are really into it, huh? This brings you close to God's country. It brings you closer to God. Killing God's creation, defiling his creation. I'm pretty sure that the Bible said don't defile God's creation. Pretty sure he said that. Someone said that in the Bible, right?
Like, it's not just sport. Nobody says it better than Ted Nugent. He says it's sport. It's no.
Oh shit! Tell me that he wasn't just
the world God created. Like, it's not just sport. Nobody says it better than Ted Nugent.
Ted Nugent. Look at this. Look at this guy's carrying a moose head on his back. So what happened to the moose body? Do you think? What happened to the body? Oh, we just left it there. We wanted to be created. They wanted the trophy. That's why he's carrying the head. You think he's going to eat the head? Why do you think he's carrying that head of that moose? Who are these people?
It says it's sport. It's nourishment.
Oh, they showed the dog, though. They're. Look at me. I'm just out here with dog. It's sport. It's nourishment.
It's ethical. It's all those things in one.
It's ethical because you said so. Why is it ethical? Why? How is it ethical? It's close to God.
Because killing your dinner is a hell of a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And
there he is with his pals behind a wall with a bunch of guns waiting for some unsuspecting animal to walk by. Killing your dinner is a hell of a lot of fun.
And he says it because it's true. You enjoy it because it is so challenging. And nobody knows more or cares more about the animal they hunt than hunters.
That's right. And wants to see them thrive. And for young people, once your freezer is full, every single processor where I live and across the country, when your freezer is full, you can donate the rest of it.
That's right.
To feed the hungry.
Some states are stupid.
To feed the hungry. They're feeding the hungry, guys. This is how you do it. This is how you feed the hungry. Don't you understand that? We care about charity now. On Fox and Friends, where we repeatedly tout the idea of just killing all the homeless people. Well, if we just let farmers do it, why don't we just let hunters hunt homeless people? You get the best. It's, hey, rather than feed poor people, you could just hunt poor people. That would solve two problems, right? You could have a lot of fun doing it. We could solve homelessness. It's a lot of fun doing it. It's fun. It's just fun.
Places like, I think Virginia's on the precipice if it's not there, where they won't let you do it. But states that have any common sense, that's exactly right.
Joey Jones, always great to see you, man.
Thanks, brother.
They're so stupid.
Watch the big weekend show tonight.
They're so stupid. Oh my God. Oh my God, they're so stupid. I'm closer to Jesus Christ when I kill so many. I defile all the creatures that God made, and I am a goddamn close to God as I can get. I love killing animals. It's a hell of a lot of fun killing your dinner. Why are they always doing that? They're always like cleaning out their teeth. They're always sucking on their teeth. Why are they doing that? Can someone tell me why they're always sucking on their teeth? Why are rednecks always sucking on their teeth? Please put it in the chat. I'd love to know why. I think they got like beef jerky stuck between their teeth. Man, I shouldn't have had that Slim Jim over at Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's, man, I shouldn't have got that Slim Jim and got sucked in my ding dong teeth. Ding dong do.
We're following breaking news out of the Middle East. The U.S. and Iran reached an agreement, officially a memorandum of understanding. A signing ceremony is scheduled to take place Friday.
Memorandum of understanding, everybody. Woo! America number one. America's number one. God told you to sacrifice animals until Jesus came around. Oh, they're thinking about dick. Got it. You don't suck on your teeth? Are you sure? You don't suck your teeth? Yeah, hunters care more about animals they eat than you rich city folk building bridges that go straight through the forest. Yeah, hunters care a lot. Yeah, hunters care because you said so. Hunters care. Look, man, I live in America. I've met thousands of hunters, and bullshit. I call bullshit. They do not care. Are you fucking kidding me? Every hunter always wants to be like, I'm closer to God. Yeah. Really? You just ate at McDonald's. Well, I do kill animals though. Okay, for fun though. It's your hobby. Well, I can't always do it. Yeah, but you always tell me that if you kill one deer, it'll feed a family of 4 for a whole week or some shit. They always tell you some crazy. You can kill one deer, feed 4 people all month. Okay, great. Then why are you in line at Chick-fil-A? Well, it's always the same. So it's just all bullshit, man. It's even like the American Indians do the same thing. They're like, oh, it's part of our religion. We have to kill animals. You got a McDonald's on your reservation. Don't fucking tell me. I see you guys what you eat. I see what you eat. I've been to the reservations. I've been out there. I've seen what y'all are eating at the gas stations. You're eating the same processed bullshit everyone else is eating. You're modern Americans. Everyone's getting fat, eating stupid shit. Well, yeah, but it's part of our religion to kill an animal and eat that animal. It's part of our culture. It's part of our culture, too. It doesn't make it right. Jesus. The plants have reproduction process tried to be. It's true. Especially fruits. Yes. You are literally an idiot. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Incel Dog. Thank you, Incel Dog.
In Switzerland.
And this agreement comes just as President Donald Trump heads to France for the G7 summit, where he will meet with several world leaders. Jen Sullivan has more.
President Donald Trump announcing an agreement with Iran Sunday evening.
That's literally what they do. That's literally, look, I've interviewed hunters, and they always say that shit. Like, one moose will fill my whole family. My whole family put it in the freezer. My whole freezer's filled with deer heads and deer antlers and deer gonads. I got all the deer. And you're like, okay, cool. But I literally just saw you eat Taco Bell. What are you talking about? What if you kill him? What if you kill him? It's always that.
Trump posting on Truth Social saying, quote, the deal with the Islamic Republic is now complete. Few details have been released about the terms of the
deal's complete, but it's not. We have a memorandum of understanding that came in just in time for his birthday, coincidentally. So do you believe it? Do you think it's real? I don't think it's real. And then it gives them 60 days to hammer out the details. So is it complete? If I say, hey, let's make a deal. Okay, let's make a deal. All right, cool. Now let's talk about it for 60 more days. Do you think that's a complete deal? That ain't a complete deal. But hey, whatever brings these gas prices down, as far as I'm concerned, I don't give a shit. I mean, hey, so what if the deal is worse than what we started with the one that Barack Obama made? Donald Trump got the one with Barack Obama, and he ripped it up and he threw it in the air like a child. So, like a child trying to get rid of his bad report card. And then now he's doing the same thing all over again.
Which is officially called a memorandum of understanding. One of the major sticking points the U.S. has said all along is Iran must destroy its enriched uranium stockpile, which can be used to make nuclear weapons.
There's no deal. Of course there's no deal. It was delivered. Who delivered the deal? The Prime Minister of Pakistan? Wait, isn't he the guy that was hiding Osama bin Laden? This is all too weird. You mean the people that were hiding Osama bin Laden are the ones who delivered the deal? Is that who we've been negotiating with everybody this whole time? Was Pakistan? Is Pakistan in charge? Is Pakistan in charge of Iran now that Iran has no leadership since we murdered all of them? We assassinated their entire leadership.
The highly enriched uranium has to go.
It has to go. Just highly enriched. It has to go. Well, they didn't have it until you ripped up the deal that Obama made with them with the anytime, everywhere, anytime, anywhere inspections. Then they started back up again, started enriching.
their enrichment capabilities. They have to walk away from. Their support for terrorist proxies has to end.
Few details have been released about the terms of the possible agreement, which is officially called a
we let the oil flow because it was always about oil. It's not about nuclear weapons. They'll keep saying it's got to keep that enrichment down. It's all about the enrichment. No, the Strait of Hormuz supposedly is open right now.
memorandum of understanding. If signed, it would trigger a 60-day ceasefire period to hammer out the details of a deal. But some hardliners in Iran have told state media they are unhappy with the current plan, which could delay any signing. It's been more than 100 days since U.S. and Israeli forces launched strikes on Iran.
Show the one with the school full of children. That's the best one. When they show the school full of children exploding, that's the one we should be showing on TV, right? Not like a random truck in the desert, right? We like the ones with the or whatever that was, a bunker of some kind. We want to see the school children die.
At time, gas prices have surged roughly 37% due to Iran essentially halting maritime traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. The good news is gas prices have been falling in recent weeks. As of Sunday, the national average for a regular gallon of gas was $4.07. That's 46 cents cheaper than a month ago, according to AAA.
If there's a deal, we should be.
I mean, only one country has used nuclear weapons. Only one can't be trusted. Only one country cannot be trusted with nuclear weapons. Only one has ever used it. Pakistan has nukes. They've never used them. And they're Muslims. They're part of that death cult. The Muslims. Oh my God. Oh my God. Don't tell anybody. But I think that Pakistan is a Muslim country and they have a nuclear weapon. Be scared. Be very scared. They're Muslim. Oh my God. And Israel has them too, and they're Jewish, and they've never used them. And I heard the Jews are really scary. The Jews are really scary. They've never used it. Only one country has ever used a nuclear weapon.
Hopeful that oil can flow, and we'll see it.
But don't expect price relief overnight. Rapidan Energy President Bob McNally said oil and gas prices could remain elevated until September. Jen Sullivan, Fox Carolina News.
Hey.
All right, just bringing you this update from Philadelphia, but we want to switch to the
I like the idea of the gas price going down, though. I got a big move, man. New Mexico's far away. I've got to pay for a truck. I got to pay for my car. We got to pay a lot of gas. That's a big trip, 14-hour drive, man. 14-hour drive, son. I'm going to try doing it in one go. I'm trying to drive 14 hours. See how crazy that would be? 14 hours. The longest drive I ever did was 22 hours, man. I drove like 18 of those hours. God damn. But I had another car that was like in contact with it. It was like Smokey and the Bandit, with the CB radios, except we didn't have CB radios.
It's a live look right now. President Trump getting ready to enter the UFC Freedom 250 event. This is a live look at his arrival right now. Let's listen in.
Okay. Look, Dana White in here walking. Oh, they're so cute. Oh, damn it. What happened?
So we briefly saw President Trump just there walking with Dana White, and we also have some more live looks right now at this event.
Oh, nice. Look how pretty that is. Look how regal. This is America. This is, you know what? This is America. This is what we did. This is they didn't even try to make it like neoclassical to try to go with the White House vibe. They just did this crap. Man. For leftists. Who's for leftists? Oh, lobotomies. Man, I would be happy to have a lobotomy. I swear to God. I wish we did. If you gave leftists lobotomies, then they would be just like MAGA. That would be cool. We should give people like me lobotomies, like alt leftists, the people that are like, hey, can't we get along and, like not have bosses? Can we get along and, not have leaders and rulers and let the government tell us what to do every day? Can we do that? That'd be so cool. I deserve a lobotomy. Yes, please. I'd love a lobotomy. I'm sure I'd be way happier. I'm sure I'd be just like MAGA. I'd be like, ding, ding, do. Donald Trump he could be Elvis in a fight. He could be Elvis in a fight, and he never fall asleep. And Melania Coin going to the moon. It's going to the moon. I bought that Trump perfume. I would love a lobotomy. Holy shit, man. Give me a lobotomy. I'd love to know why you guys are obsessed with this weird, fat, 80-year-old dementia patient. I would love this diaper-filled dementia patient. I fucking would love to know. Give me the lobotomy. Make everything clear. I'd love to see it. I want to see the world through your eyes. Please. My God.
It's the UFC Freedom 250 event. They did announce that they are a bit delayed due to the weather. The first fight's going to.
This is the most beautiful thing it's America's birthday. This is not America's birthday. This is Donald Trump's birthday, assholes. This is Donald Trump's birthday. America's birthday is in like 3 weeks, 4 weeks. We're like almost a month out. This is America's birthday, and I love Donald Trump. I love just watching him sleep. He's so pretty when he sleeps. I love just standing there watching him sleep. I hope we can elect him again. We can watch him sleep for 4 more years. Ding dang do, ding dang do.
Kickoff now at 9 p.m. Eastern time. A live look right now at that setup and that huge crowd gathering. We just saw again President Trump.
How do you call Trump? Are you fucking serious? How do you call Biden a dementia patient if you don't see that Donald Trump is one? That's what's so fucking crazy. I did call Biden a dementia patient. I did say he was too old before he was elected, you Johnny-come-lately losers who only say, oh, Biden was Sleepy Joe. You only say that because Donald Trump says it, you fucking simps, you bootlicking zombies. I've hated Joe Biden since I was 9 years old. Younger, I've hated Joe Biden. I've hated Joe Biden my whole life. I've hated Joe Biden. And he was far too old. He should never. In fact, he promised he wouldn't run for fucking president. And then we all thought he was retired after he got to be vice president. And then he came back and you idiots voted for him. And then when he said he wasn't going to run again, you idiots voted for another 80-year-old man. You stupid suckers. You guys got these daddy issues. You got to fucking work out with your therapist. God damn it. Oh, but Biden, though, Biden was bad. Yeah, fucking this guy's worse. It just gets worse. You don't understand? It's getting worse. America's getting worse. It's getting worse. The American century, Pax Americana's over in 20 years. What do you think it's going to look like when the ruling country starts to fall? What do you think it'll look like when the federal government starts to crumble? What do you think it'll look like when the supply chains start falling apart? Because our leadership is getting worse and worse. And idiots like you are like, what about Joe Biden? Yeah, Joe Biden sucked. This guy's worse. And the next guy's probably going to be worse. And it's going to get worse and worse and worse and worse unless we do something incredibly drastic.
That way with Dana White. We saw that live. And let's show you another angle of this event as we have it. This is another look right now.
Why isn't there a standardized psych? You know why? Because no one could have predicted anyone would elect someone like a reality TV show star. And we're supposed to have checks and balances. But unfortunately, every president since since a long fucking time ago, they've been clawing more and more power for the executive branch, and it's gotten worse, especially since Reagan. He took everything and he turned it. Like, Reagan didn't do anything unique. He took everything and he cranked that fucker up. That's what Reagan did. Like, the Republicans were always trying to deinstitutionalize and do things like shrink the federal government and then get more control for people, but take the government out of corporations and shrink the regulatory functions of the government. They were always trying to do that. And then Reagan just cranked that fucker up. He eliminated services to people and started making services for corporations. That was Reagan. And Clinton kept it going in a real major way. So did H.W. and then George Bush and then Barack Obama. And then Trump, and then Biden, and then Trump. It's just gotten worse. No one ever thought there would be why would we need a standard psych evaluation when we have democracy? But it turns out, when you have the right to vote, why would we need a standard psych evaluation? Why would you need that? Why would you need that if you have Congress actually doing their job, fighting for their own power in an adversarial footing against the president, which is how they're supposed to be, and people actually voting in their own interest? Why would you ever need a psych evaluation?
Crowds gathered there for the UFC's Freedom 250 event. A slight delay now because of the weather there, but it is getting ready to get started as we watch live right now. It looks like the ceremonies are getting underway, and we could be seeing President Trump.
Did you just miss everything I just fucking said, Alfred McLendon? Why did Obama start propaganda? Here's the thing: the system is broken. You understand? It doesn't matter if it's Barack Obama or Joe Biden or Donald Trump. It's just gotten worse. Barack Obama also extrajudiciously killed Osama bin Laden, and everyone cheered when he should have gotten a trial. He extrajudiciously killed an American citizen overseas because he was suspected Al-Qaeda without a trial, and everyone cheered. He used drone strikes to kill Muslims over there because they were suspected Al-Qaeda without any approval from anyone, and everyone cheered. Everyone cheered. Both sides. Republicans love that shit. And we're supposed to be surprised that Donald Trump is doing the same thing. That Donald Trump, we're all supposed to be surprised that he wants to spy on American citizens. That Kashyap Patel is buying our information from Zuckerberg. We're supposed to be surprised about that. The Patriot Act. George W. Bush signed the Patriot Act. It came in. It was supposed to sunset after a lot of fighting, and then Barack Obama kept it going. He liked that idea, spying on the American people, so he kept it going. But Barack Obama, he likes to say things like he thought about them. And the concentration camps, we're going to put the good people, they can go. Only bad people, the worst of the worst, are going into concentration camps. Nah. Sounds familiar? Barack Obama said the same shit that Donald Trump said. The worst of the worst are going to go in the concentration camps. We need more money for concentration camps. But he had this thing called DACA that made people think like, oh man, but yeah, well, if you came here as a kid, you get a little get out of jail free card, sort of. So everyone's like, Barack Obama deported more people than any president in the history of the United States. Deporter in chief. But hey, Barack Obama, he let those kids go. DACA, the Dreamers. Remember the Dreamers? Just in time, he made a list of all of them. He made a list of all the Dreamers. And now Donald Trump is going through that list and fucking them. It's almost like this was planned all the time, this whole time. It's almost as if the presidency is corrupt. It's almost like presidents can't be trusted and they have to be kept on the shortest leash possible. And they should roll up their sleeves and wear a pair of jeans and get to fucking work rather than, I don't know, throw big parties for themselves on the lawn.
Trump as well. We see a camera getting set up here. So let's take a look, see if maybe we see President Trump possibly making some remarks here as the UFC's Freedom 250 event is just now getting underway at the White House. Let's listen in.
Welcome to UFC Freedom 250. Here is the President of the United States of America.
Like, how do you look at this and not see Mussolini? Watch. These two bald fucks. Look at these two bald fucks. Stand tall, stand really tall. Stand as tall as you can, okay? Good job, Donald. Don't slouch, Donald. Don't slouch. Look at these cuties. Oh, it's like Lord Farquaad.
Here to honor America by singing the national anthem. Please welcome three-time Webby.
Don't you want to hear the song, Donald? He says, fuck this, I'm going against that. Look at his face. Donald, they're going to sing the fucking song. What are you doing? Did you just see that? He leaves. Oh, it's the national anthem, asshole. That was kind of funny, actually. Zach Brown, I used to kind of like his music, but his voice is not made for this song. But hey, anybody sings the song, hey, it's a great song. Oh, say, can you see? Oh no, the wind's blowing his hair. How does he keep it glued down so well? Oh no! Oh no, look at his hair! It reminds me of that boxer who had the. Did you see the boxer with the toupee? It reminds me. Boxer with the gets the toupee knocked off his head. Oh man, Gerald Big Baby Miller, yes. Oh, bro, poor guy, poor guy. Oh man, here we go, here we go, here we go.
Wow, that is going to make the rounds on social media. That's like a cartoon.
Oh, look at his hair. Oh no!
Oh my goodness gracious! It is a toupee, and he just took it up and threw it into the.
That's what I think it looks like when Donald Trump gets his head. Oh, you guys are seeing it too small. How do I make this thing bigger? God damn it! How do I make this thing bigger? Oh, heavyweight. Fucking YouTube. Why did Google have to change everything all the time? Here we go.
What a frustrating situation it would be to go to your barber and say, at his barber to get his toupee glued onto his head and proceed to go out and have it punched.
That's what I think Donald Trump looks like when he's doing this. His hair is like, that's definitely not part of your head, dude. I don't know where his hair is actually growing from, but it's not from here, right? It's from back here someplace. No, it's like down here, and then he's got to like push it all the way up so he can like. I don't know. I'm not sure how the physics of his hair works. Of his hair work. How the physics work of his hair works. I'm not sure how the physics work. Okay, rad. Oh, then they just come down right away. This 80-year-old
President Trump
man.
walking there with Dana White, the president and CEO of UFC, as the Freedom 250.
Don't forget, this guy owns stock in UFC and Paramount Plus.
The event is just getting underway. We just heard the
Donald Trump does.
Spangled Banner, and President Trump now seems to be walking there towards the event. We also saw some more of
This is at 1.5 speed, just so you know. Like, they're walking slow as
the
fuck.
ceremonies. Let's listen and possibly see if President Trump does make any remarks to get this event started here after a slight delay because of the weather. Let's listen and see what we can hear.
Well, they're singing AC/DC, right? That's AC/DC, right? Okay.
We just saw President Trump walking into the UFC Freedom 250 event along with Dana White as this gets started here just outside of the White House. A highly
So everyone, so you could stand here and watch it if you want, but there's a big black fist that says freedom, but it says freedom, but you're not allowed to. That's just blocking the stage. You're not allowed to look at the stage. You can only look at these video things happening, right?
anticipated event. President Trump also celebrating his birthday as we see him walking through the crowd there. A lot of excited people gathering, not just to see the fight, but also to get a glimpse of President Trump attending right now as we're watching live here on Live Now from Fox. And we're also getting a live look at the First Lady, Melania Trump, also arriving the back. You see the back of her walking into the event right now. We saw J.D. Vance arriving a little bit earlier in his motorcade.
By Melania Coin.
Again, this is right outside of the White House. So a short walk there for the First Lady and the President at the Freedom 250 UFC event just getting underway.
That's so nice. I love to see it. I love to see old men get the big birthday bash they deserve. Everyone who's 80 should get a big birthday present like that, right? Freedom fight. Yeah, it's a freedom fight. This is what it is. It's freedom. It's the same color as the gloves the fighters wear. Oh, they wear black gloves usually. I guess they wear like those gloves that they're like lightweight gloves, right? To protect their knuckles. Yeah. Supremacists. Swaggy is a thank you. Jack, do you know how much all that security personnel cost us? No, but I know like the Freedom 250 thing cost the whole party cost the taxpayers a lot. How much did security for the UFC fight last night cost? I mean, the exact standalone isn't really for sure. Hasn't been publicly released, but it's estimated between 10 and 12 million dollars. Oh my God. But the broader event cost $60 million. Does that include the $14 million they spent on that green pond? Holy shit. What is that all about? That's wild to me. $60 million, bro. Come on. 60 million. Hold on. You almost look normal. It's a shame you are leftist. You could pass as sane. I don't think it's sane to take your orders from some guy that lives in Washington, D.C. So you think that's sane to do everything some dude says you never met? Some dude you never met? You can do whatever he says. You're going to pray to him. He's like your new Jesus. That's fucking crazy. You're the one who's insane. I feel like I'm the only sane one in this goddamn party anymore. Like, I mean, by party, I mean America, the unitard party. I don't know, man. It's crazy. I can't believe that Americans, this country born of revolution and rebellion, bunch of simps who just want to do what an 80-year-old man tells them to do. That's crazy to me. 60 million paid for by the UFC, not taxpayers. No, it isn't. Not by the UFC. How much did it cost a taxpayer to put on that UFC fight last night? $60 million. The UFC and its parent company funded the event. Production taxpayers were still on the hook for supplemental security and law enforcement operations, which were estimated to add millions in government expenses. Thank you very much. By the way, Donald Trump owns a piece of the UFC, and he owns a piece of Paramount. What? He owns a piece of Paramount, and Paramount Plus was a streaming service that streamed the event. So wild. So he makes money either way. He makes money off of the taxpayer again. So he's taking money from the taxpayer and he's putting it into his pocket. That's cool. You know, I love it when they do that. It's so rad.
Right now in DC, another live look from a different angle.
Now to a new proposed rule for the U.S. Postal Service. It would allow post offices to refuse
Meanwhile, where everyone's watching circuses and eating bread.
Delivery of mail-in ballots to states that don't turn over their voter rolls to the federal government. As the New York Times reports, the proposal is vaguely written and still under review, but stems from Donald Trump's March executive order calling for a citizens database. Even though non-citizen voting is exceedingly rare and already illegal, Homeland Security Secretary Markwayne Mullins said this morning the goal is to make sure it never happens.
So even though it's rare and it's already illegal, they want to make sure it never happens. And they're going to do that by making the post office not deliver ballots. So you're going to vote and the post office is just not going to deliver it. Freedom, democracy. Unless, of course, you give us a list of all your citizens. Huh? You want us to give you a list of all our citizens? Why are you asking the states to give you a list of all of our citizens? Why are you guys so interested in making lists of us all? Why is that? Why do you want lists and lists and lists and lists? Why is that? That's not the America I know.
Me now, Dave Ehrenberg, former state attorney for Palm Beach County, Florida. Dave, so there are 23 Democratic-led states in D.C. challenging this order on mail-in ballots, but a judge ruled last month that it was too soon to intervene. What happens next? And is there a danger?
Yeah, of course. I mean, you'd argue sexism was way more of a deciding factor for Kamala. Yeah, I think that's why Donald Trump has won twice, is because America is a misogynistic country. Women live as second-class citizens in America. The first female president is going to be a vice president, and homeboy's going to die or resign. That's what's going to happen. Like Gerald Ford said the same thing. Gerald Ford said the same thing. We're going to have a female president, but she's going to be elected as a vice president, and then the man is going to die, or the president will die or be ejected. Something will happen, and then she'll be president. That'll be the first female president. I think Gerald Ford was right, and Gerald Ford wasn't right about much. I mean, he's the one who pardoned Nixon. You know what I mean? Fucker. So I totally agree. Alabama anarchist. Of course it was. Welcome to the show, by the way. I don't recognize the name Alabama anarchist. I love your name. I love that raccoon. Little trash panda right there. Do you know what they call raccoons in German? They call them Waschbär. Isn't that a cuter name? Because they're like little bears that wash their food. Waschbär. Waschbär. I love the name in German. Anyway, yes, sexism. America is more misogynistic than fucking Taliban-controlled Afghanistan. Just because they make their women wear little shit that covers them up, when we let our women run around in bikinis, doesn't mean that women are free or that women have all the rights that men do. This country hates women. Listen, like, we just watched the thing. They were joking around. They said, like, who's gonna what was it, like, what about the fight? They were talking about the UFC fight, and the people they were asking, 3 boys, they're like, yeah, but fucking women, you know, they suck, you know, like, immediately. And they're like, that had nothing to do with it. The guys will just bring that shit up, how much they hate women. And it's acceptable these days because we have a president who, you know, has a bad track record with ladies.
That this could get really close to the midterms.
Laura, I think that is a concern that the states are saying that we don't have the time to be able to print new ballots or to have all these new rules in place before the election, which is approaching. And
nobody wanted Hillary. Nobody wanted another dynasty. Hillary never had a chance. I don't know why people keep always bring up Hillary. Hillary, you had a chance with Hillary. No one had a fucking chance. Hillary, why? So we can elect Bush, Clinton, Bush? What the hell? Bush, Clinton, Bush, Obama, Clinton. Oh, Jesus. What are we, England? Just keep the people the same name. We're going to have Trump after this, and Trump the third and Trump the fourth. Is that what we want to do?
the administration has delayed in this, and I'll get to the reason why, but this is all part of a strategy to try to fix the game. You know, they see a blue wave coming and they want to do something about it. They tried the gerrymandering. That didn't succeed as well as they would like, and now they're trying this. So what we're seeing here is this is the latest in this overall attempt to do something via executive order that you'd have to do through Congress. And they're trying to turn the United States Postal Service, which is supposed to be an independent agency, into an elections department designed to help Republicans keep the majority. And
this is something that, man, this post office thing, I swear to God, in 2020, I went to get my real ID and my passport because Donald Trump was fucking with the post office. Does anybody remember 2020? He was fucking with the post offices. He wanted to close them all because he hated Amazon all of a sudden. He had all these things in his mind, these snakes and scorpions in his brain. And he wanted to close the post offices. And I was like, well, how are we going to get our passports? How are we going to get real IDs? They closed the DM. There's not a DMV near me. The closest passport office is like, I mean, not terribly far, but it's kind of, a little jog. And if he started closing passport offices, how are you going to leave this country if shit gets really bad? How are you going to run? Where are you going to go? How are you going to travel?
so I think that the courts will likely block it. I think that this is an overreach by the executive branch, and it's just now a question of when the states can actually get before a judge and get a ruling.
Right. So it sounds like this could get a little hairy as it gets close to.
I always love this shit. Like UFC's paid for, like Mexico. Yeah, Mexico paid for the wall, and also his billionaire friends paid for the ballroom. It's funny. Why doesn't he need $1 billion for a ballroom now? $1 billion? $1 billion. Billion. Walter, you almost killed your own daughter, Holly, in a post-abortion while Skylar cried in the street. What are you talking about? That's weird. What is that?
The midterms. But Dave, I also want to ask you about the UFC fight this evening, because Paramount CEO Dave Ellison will be at the White House, and Paramount Plus is exclusively streaming the fight a day after the DOJ approved Paramount's takeover of Warner Brothers. There are a lot of concerns and red flags over Ellison's court.
So I'm talking about. This is this is the merger that's about to happen. They're going to own it all. And Donald Trump owns a piece of this company. And they just streamed the fight.
To get that deal done. Do you expect any challenge from state attorneys to this in court?
Well, okay, so we have the UFC fight and we have this takeover of Warner Brothers by Paramount. So the administration clearly listens to those who support them. And you have the UFC, which Trump has been involved in, who's giving this big spectacle on the White House lawn where a private company benefits from it. And that's going on and has a whole Kim Jong-un vibe to it.
Majorly Kim Jong-un vibes, 100%. This guy throws a big birthday party for himself. I'm supposed to be stoked.
But it's going to go on. And I don't turn my nose.
Like, no, it's not his birthday. It's for the America's birthday. That's in 3 weeks. The fuck are you talking about? Like, imagine this. If my birthday were in 3 weeks and you told me happy birthday today, I'd be like, it's in 3 weeks. But this asshole is trying to say on his birthday, he wanted this big stupid party, $60 million more. It's not just $60 million. It's millions and millions and millions of dollars that this whole fucking thing costs. Shit, he spent almost $14 million painting the pond blue for this thing. He wanted this all done for his birthday. And then he has the nerve to say, no, it's America's birthday. You are not America, Kim Jong-un. Like, Kim Jong-un is Korea. You know what I mean? Donald Trump is not America.
Up at UFC stuff because I watch some of the stuff myself, but it's not the right look. It's actually more for the president's birthday than for the country's birthday. And as far as the takeover here, yes, the DOJ has approved this deal, and the states are now going to be left to try to challenge it. I would.
The communist Democrat. Can you name me one communist Democrat? Anybody? Can anyone name me one communist Democrat? Shit, the best you get might be a social democrat, but that's the best you're going to get. A communist. Someone who's working for stateless, classless society with no money. I don't think the anti-capitalist Democrat. I don't think one exists. Tell me which one. I'd love to know which one you're talking about.
They'll caution those who think that this is going to dramatically change the media landscape. In that we haven't seen it yet. When the same people, David Ellison, took over CBS.
Graham Plattner's communist. The oyster farmer, who talks all the time about how capitalism works and how it's just not working for certain people and that we need to fix it. We're going to use capitalistic tools to give poor people a better shake. That guy up in Maine, he's communist? News to me.
Yes, I know there's a lot of hand-wringing about it, but you haven't seen the editorial focus shift as much as people think. It's not Fox News. And so I'm not going to jump to the fact that
got a lot of social democrats these days, but hey, social democrats were always the enemy of the Nazi. Don't forget that after World War II, the United States turned on USSR and joined with the Nazi party. We imported all the Nazis here, gave them jobs, and then we set to work fighting social democrats. That's what the Nazis did, and that's what the Americans did. We had plenty of fascists right here at home. Our brand of fascism is your favorite brand of fascism. United States has been flirting with fascism since the day it started. We invented fascism. Some people say, with the KKK, that we invented fascism right here at home. But corporatism, all of that. Corporatism is fascism. We just didn't really have all the names back then. We didn't have all the words for it. We didn't know exactly what fascism was or what corporatism was. We didn't even know what capitalism was until like the 1800s or some shit, or 1800s. Like, capitalism existed. We just didn't really have a name for it. Even in Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations, he doesn't call it capitalism, That became a whole thing. But yeah, Omar, she's a democratic socialist, a social democrat, whatever you want to call it, democratic socialist, social democrat. The enemy of the Nazis. They hate those fuckers.
this is going to just destroy the media landscape. Another reason why it won't, people get their news from so many different outlets now that one thing like this is not going to dramatically change it, as opposed to
I love when people say this. I have a video called The 14 Points of Fascism. and how MAGA checks all the boxes, please watch it. If you don't think I know what fascism is, you can go fuck yourself. Or, find a bridge, jump off of it. Not the Golden Gate Bridge. The Golden Gate Bridge has these new like suicide prevention things where they have these nets that come out. But if you want to say that I don't know what fascism is, please find any bridge, not the Golden Gate, and jump off of it. Jump off of it. But before you do, watch my video. I made a video about fascism for you because there's too many people. It's not every day that I do like a whole edited. I edited, I researched, I did little titles, the whole thing. I don't do that all the time because I make more money doing live streaming and I have more fun. It's easier. I like doing it. I can prep and be more topical. Doesn't take as long. I love editing and stuff, but it's so hard. It takes so long. By the time I'm done doing something, it's not topical anymore. So I try to do these ones that are evergreen, but so many people are like, what's fascism? What's fascism? What's fascism? What's fascism? So I made a whole video for you about fascism.
Pass when you had 3 news outlets and 1 out of 3 would have made a big deal.
Dave Ehrenberg, we're going to have to leave it there, but thank you for joining us.
For the Attorney General, Colonel Howes, we're able to ask a couple of...
Oh man, I love this. Like, hold on, what do they ask this guy? This guy freaks the fuck out. I don't even know why this guy freaks out. But anytime I see, if you could freak out a cop like this, that cop's hiding something. What is this cop hiding?
For the Attorney General, Colonel Howes, we're able to ask a couple on-topic questions, specifically about the wrongful arrest of Lindsay Isaacs in Volusia County. I understand that she and her criminal attorney met with your office, Mr. Uppmeyer, just a couple days ago. How'd that meeting go? And do you think that Lindsay Isaacs deserves an apology? And what's the status of those 2 decade troopers that are named in civil?
Okay, so there was a false arrest of Lindsay Isaacs. Okay, let's find out what the fuck. Who's Lindsay Isaac? What's the brief version of the false arrest of Lindsay Isaacs? Oh, it's only 2 minutes. Okay. There's a 2-minute video. The wrongful arrest of Lindsay Isaacs. Damn it. I just want to watch it on YouTube. Is there a YouTube? Oh yeah, okay. There's a YouTube video, but it's 35 minutes long. I'm not going to watch a 35 minutes long. God damn it. I just want the AI mode to tell me what the hell. I don't want to hold the false arrest of Lindsay Isaacs. She was wrongfully arrested and spent 13 days in jail after the Florida Highway Patrol mistakenly accused her of a hit and run on Interstate 4 that killed 3 people. On October 4th, a driver speeding in a Dodge Durango caused a multi-vehicle chain reaction on I-4 in Florida. Collision killed a motorcyclist as well as a Flagler County deputy administrator and his wife. Ooh, a deputy administrator and his wife died. Okay, there was a hit and run, they left. Investigators relied on a witness who thought the fleeing vehicle was a black and flock license plate readers placed Isaac's black Dodge Durango in the general area at the time. Ooh, flock. So this is a surveillance state problem. The surveillance state said it was her. Ignored evidence. Hold on. This is crazy. So then fabricated damage. FHP troopers swore under oath that Isaac's vehicle had scuffs and crash damage despite her SUV being completely spotless. FHP investigators ignored a 911 caller who specifically reported a maroon Dodge Durango and provided a partial license plate number that did not match Isaac's vehicle. They didn't give a shit about that. They arrested her 6 months after the crash. She was 23 years old on 8 felony counts, including vehicular homicide, leaving her facing a potential life sentence. She was held in Volusia County Jail for nearly 2 weeks enduring horrific conditions, including solitary confinement and maggot-infested food. Okay, so great. Let's see. So then that sounds like something you should ask the police about over and over again until we find out what the fuck. Okay, great. So they arrested this lady, and he just asked about it. That's all.
All right, so you just pissed me off.
You just pissed me off.
Now, I'll let him decide if he's going to answer your question. But all this, you want to ask him about some other case? We're talking.
Yeah, because you're a fucking tyrant, you son of a bitch. You just don't piss me off. I'm going to let him decide if he's going to answer your question. What do you mean you're going to fucking... You work for us, asshole. How dare you? You work for us. You fuck. This is the problem. This is exactly where America's going. This is the beginning of the end, everybody. This is how you know America's in the toilet. Donald Trump, sure, he's like the big king shit. Everyone hates that guy, whatever. Everyone with half a brain hates him. But this has been cooking for a long time. These sons of bitches, this is going to keep happening. This is going to get worse. This shit. How dare you have that attitude with a reporter? Are you Donald Trump? You're a fucking sheriff. You're a nobody. You're like a state trooper or something, douchebag. How dare you? No, the state trooper's behind him. The state trooper's in brown, I think. The guy with the cowboy hat is the sheriff, I think. Doesn't matter. Yeah, he's a sheriff. How dare you? You don't piss me off, ask me questions. Yeah, well, that's my job, and your job is to fucking answer them. You work for us. You work for us. MAGA dudes are, oh man, I don't like that word, but I agree. MAGA dudes, simps, man. 50% of MAGAs think that Donald Trump could kick their ass. Like, the guy's 80.
About children. Now, if you're getting that from one of your people that typically is behind the phones that y'all have, wants you to ask that question, tell them to have the gonads to come here and ask me that question. That is what you need to be.
That's a second gonads of the day. People saying gonads. Are we bringing gonads back?
Focused on.
To be fair, we did ask about that.
It doesn't make a difference. I'm not here to talk about what FHP did. I'm here to talk about what they did. Nothing else. Let's get that abundantly clear because it happens. It happens to this poor man all the time.
Oh, this poor man right here has to answer questions when he does things that are against the law. Yeah, you broke the law. FHP broke the law. They fabricated evidence, ignored a 911 call, and tried to pin it on somebody, and then threw her in jail where she had to eat maggots and was in solitary confinement. I think that's worth asking about. I think we should get to the bottom of this shit.
You want to go off on a tangent. This press conference is solely for those pieces of that are right there. Are we clear?
Who the fuck are you? I wish someone would say, who the fuck are you? Are we clear? You work for us, asshole. I wish somebody would stand up. Wait a second. You work for us. Are we clear? Are we clear, Sheriff? How fucking dare you? You don't like answering questions, Sheriff? You shouldn't be Sheriff. That's your fucking job. God damn it. Nobody stands up. No one says anything.
Now, Colonel, I'll still leave it up to you if you even want to address his question. You can do it afterwards. You can do it in front of the camera.
I'll say this. Mistakes shouldn't happen. They do sometimes. This was not a good case. We've had private meetings. We'll have something that we can announce soon. If you want to direct a question for more specifics to the office, please do so.
Oh, yeah, nice guy. Email me.
He's a good cop. Next.
He's the good cop. He's a good cop. Next. Big tough guy. I'm sure he feels real tough. Piece of shit. What a coward. Just fucking guys without a badge and a gun. What do you got? A sucker in a uniform waiting to get shot.
James Westervelt kid, the juvenile. So, I'm sorry.
What, you can't answer a question about the shit you asked? Hold on a second. You want us to ask about these fucking kids, right? Okay, what about these kids? Oh, ding dong do. I can't answer any of those questions.
My blood's flowing right now, pretty fast.
Yeah, maybe you should stop being so triggered, little bitch. You fucking snowflake little cunt. Look at this little guy. This little crybaby. Big magger. Big tough guy. These maggers always chimping out. Always chimping out, man. You'd be pulled over leaving the parking lot, Jack. I get pulled over in all the time anyway. Fuck them. Fuck them. They're going to pull me over. Fuck them. Pull me over. I'd love for that to happen. And then you get a lawyer and you have to deal with that shit. How dare you? You were for us. Don't be afraid of that. They don't. They're used to beating up on people that can't fight back. If you push, the reason why he's able to do shit like that, now there you go, piss me off. I'm sure his kids love him. You gonna piss me off? You guys a good game, are we clear? The reason why he's able to do that is because no one pushes back. Nobody pushes back because they're afraid. But when you push a bully in the face, you just boop him in the nose like Dorothy and the Cowardly Lion. Just a boop. That's all you need. And then they cry. Look at this guy. He's crying because someone asked him a question. And he throws a little tantrum. But if somebody stood up and said, hey, what the fuck? You work for us. Your job is to answer questions. That's it. What, that other case doesn't matter now or what?
Okay, it's a serious crime and I get it. How about off camera? That's not what the press conference is about. Okay, thank you.
Oh. Hold on a second.
He was arrested for the child that even killed.
Unrelated. Okay, it's a serious crime and I get it. How about off camera? That's not what the press conference is about. Okay, thank you. Next.
How come? Well, she asked about an unrelated case and he didn't throw a tantrum. Why? Is it because FHP didn't falsely arrest somebody and put them in solitary confinement for 13 days and feed them maggot-infested food, even though she didn't do anything wrong? Ding dang do. I'm the best. You're the best. You're the best. Thank you so much. This is a call-in show, by the way. It's a call-in show, everybody. I forgot to mention, everybody, it's a call-in show. Did I mention it's a call-in show? I forgot to mention it's a call-in show, everybody. It's a call-in show, everybody. I hope you're having a great day. Should I pin it? People say I should pin it in the chat. I should pin it. Pinning it apparently is the thing that all the kids are doing. You got to pin them. You got to pin that shit. What if Epstein's alive, man? And he's out there thinking about this shit. He's like, man, I'm just gonna my day. One of these days, I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna show the world that I know Donald Trump. We're best friends. He's still alive. He's just waiting to come back. He's just waiting for the right time. There it is. I'm gonna pin it. Pin it. I'm pinning it. Okay. Tucker Carlson revealing Bongino panicked when the FBI covered up the evidence shooting in Butler, Pennsylvania. We all know that was, come on, Donald Trump himself said the Butler, Pennsylvania shooting was fake. You know, he stopped the investigation. There you go. There's a poll for you.
I know you're still with us. I'd love for you to react to what the vice president just said.
Look, what the vice president said is what we've been hearing from President Trump and the administration since day one of Operation Epic Fury. The reason that the region is here is to ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon or a path to a program that would eventually allow them to create one or purchase one on the black market, for example. And this deal, according to the vice president,
the black market, they're afraid of the nukes going to the Iranians on the black market. That's what we're afraid of now. The black market. We're afraid of the black market now. Look out for the black market.
he says does that. And so
I mean, it's black. You know how those black markets get. They're born violent, those black markets.
the two key objectives that the Trump administration wanted to reach, the vice president says they've been reached: opening the Strait of Hormuz and ensuring that the Iranians are not going to have a path to a nuclear weapon. Again, when we step back here and we look at the damage caused.
How do you spin this? The Strait of Hormuz was already open before he started this bullshit. They're acting like we went to war to open the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz was open before his idiotic war started.
To the Iranian regime. This is also significant because Iran's ballistic missile program threatened U.S. forces and allies across the Middle East. We saw that during the 40 days of Operation Epic Fury. And the fact that the United States and Israel took out many of the production lines belonging to the Iranians that created these ballistic missiles and these drones that were threatening allies and U.S. forces in the region, it makes the regime weaker. And it also gives the United States and Israel still the over-the-horizon capability.
Does Iran seem weaker to you?
If something were to change in the future, to not only monitor the situation, but maintain a military posture in the Middle East. This is not what the Iranians wanted. Remember what the Iranians wanted when they first entered into negotiations. They wanted to keep their highly enriched uranium. They wanted U.S. forces to leave all bases across the Middle East. And ultimately, they wanted control of the Strait of Hormuz.
They still control the Strait of Hormuz. As is evidence, they're the ones who are going to open it.
So the Iranians did not get what they want out of this deal, but ultimately they got enough that they were willing to sign. And it's an indication.
What did they get? What did they get?
That the Trump administration was able to create an agreement that the Iranians could stomach. And so the region now, again, is breathing a sigh of relief for the first time in more than 100 days.
What did they get? No one's saying, what did the Iranians get, do you think? Money. And lifting of their embargoes. I guarantee you. The embargo against Iranian oil is lifted. And we have lots of money going to Iran because we froze all their assets that they kept in American banks, right? And that was a lot. So all that money's been frozen, and now we can give it back to them. They want their money, and they want their oil to be able to be sold on the open market, which is all they've ever wanted. That's all they ever wanted. So Iran got exactly what they wanted. Sell their oil on the open market. Maybe this will be the end of OPEC, and Iran, a founding member, can just say, fuck it, we're going to sell our oil to whomever, and we'll be a rich country like all the other oil states. But we're not going to play ball with America.
After there was significant damage caused in the Middle East. And again, the hope here, as the vice president noted, is that this is going to usher in a new chapter for the Middle East. And we heard from President Trump about 2 weeks ago, and he called.
Exactly. They never cared about oil. Look, here's what's really going on. The Iranians never cared about controlling the Strait of Hormuz because they know that they already control the Strait of Hormuz. If shit goes pear-shaped, the Iranians can just put mines in the Strait of Hormuz like they've always said they would. If you start fucking with us, fuck around, find out. That's what we're going to do. All they've ever wanted, and they don't care about nukes either. The nukes was just to keep America from fucking with them. Just to keep you guys out of me. Just stay out. That's it. They're only afraid of one country, and that's the United States, and Israel. But Israel's basically, we're the same country now. I mean, our military operations are about to be the same too. So forget about it. We're going to make a new NATO that's just two countries, Israel and United States. But the only reason they want nuclear weapons is to defend themselves against us. Nuclear powers, Israel and the United States. The only thing they ever wanted was to be able to sell their oil to whomever they please. And the United States has always said, no, you can't sell oil to our friends because we want to control your oil. We want to make sure that you sell our oil, your oil, which is our oil. We want to make sure that you sell oil at the prices that we dictate, not OPEC. That's always been the thing. So we said, no, we're going to embargo you. None of our friends are going to buy your shit. The One, do you want to come on? The one and only, The One. How the heck are you?
Good, how are you?
Man, I'm feeling fantastic. It's Donald Trump's birthday. He's 80 years old, and I feel like, it's so great. The next day, knowing that he's lived a whole extra year, I feel great.
It's a wonderful thing. I can't wait till next year.
It's the miracle of life, and I think that it's beautiful that we can see. They say that we don't take care of our old people in America, but clearly that's not true.
Yeah, I can't wait till the golden statues and are erected for him. Yeah.
Yes, I can't wait. It's going to be beautiful. And you know what? We need more golden statues. We need more banners with his face on it. I mean, other countries do it. Why don't we?
Yeah. All right. I watched your show yesterday about borders.
Yeah.
And I disagree with you. And
Okay.
I want to talk to you about that. That's what work?
Yeah, I'm always up to talk about the
All right.
borders.
So you have a secular country who's quite stabilized, and then you have a destabilized, extremely religious country where the cultural values are lean towards misogyny and other things like that. And they are having issues because they're not making good decisions.
Yeah.
So they're immigrating towards your country because your country is successful. Why would you want to willy-nilly bring those people in and have them bring their culture with them that they're not going to change? They're not going to assimilate to your culture because they're in a religion,
So that's okay. So the last is a huge assumption that someone's not going to assimilate. Now, I don't know what assimilate means in your mind. It doesn't mean become like us, or does that mean join the team? What does assimilate mean?
Well, I mean, they're going to bring their misogyny with them because that's what they were raised as. I mean, it might, it might change over decades or generations, but
Have you ever met a person who moved to this country? Like an immigrant, like someone who moved here and they've been here for, I don't know, 5 years?
yeah, I've met people.
And do you think that they've assimilated, sufficiently in your eyes, by your standards? Have they assimilated sufficiently?
I mean, I'm not part of their life, but you know.
But do you think? But I guess the question is, do you think that they've brought their baggage here, and they've not, and they said no, I gotta hate women, or do you think they came here and they started adopting pieces of our culture and they started keeping little pieces of theirs, and they basically became an American? I mean, isn't that? We're talking about hypotheticals here,
I
and
think
again,
the other thing too that's happening in Europe is people are going right wing because they have all these, you know, Muslim immigrants coming in, and they're like, well, if we just let them come in and bring their baggage with them and start changing things that we're not comfortable with, then, you know, and, you know, the liberal governments aren't doing anything about it. We got to vote somebody in who's going to do something about it.
okay, so it's UK is an interesting one because like the UK literally made it their business for 150 years, going to other people's culture and saying your culture is no good. We're going to make you do what our culture is. So it's a little rich for them to be annoyed at all for anyone coming to their country and saying, hey, we want to live here and we want to bring our culture with us. So it's a little funny, but it's kind of hilarious, actually. It's almost karma. But honestly, what you're talking about is just racism and xenophobia. People are afraid of new things. The people who are going to the UK are trying to get away from wherever they're going. They want to come to the UK to experience their lives in a different way and enjoy the freedoms that the UK and the economic possibilities, all the stuff that UK actually offers, right? They don't want to destroy it. They don't want to change it to a point where it's, how are they going to change it? What are they going to change? They don't have the representation. I mean, the UK can't change overnight.
I mean,
like
Americans haven't changed. I mean, the reason we have Trump is because people still have misogyny and they still have hate and they still want to step on other people. So if you're bringing people like that into your country,
yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't want a million MAGAs coming into my state, immigrating into my state.
They're already here. I mean, that's a thing. I don't know. I can't.
I know, but what I'm saying is, if the whole, you know, I'm saying if we should have not open borders. What I'm saying, I think we should vet the people who are coming in, and if they are willing to be nice people and agree with our values, or at least, you know, I'm not saying, you know, it's a hard.
But you're literally just describing what we already have, right? We have.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I don't think we should.
So you like it the way it is. You like closed borders where we have a backlog of court appointments. People come in here and they got to wait for 5 years for a court appearance to plead their case of asylum. We have very few legal ways, paths to citizenship, very few legal ways to actually work here and get on a path to just legal.
No, I'm not saying it should be. It's as difficult. I'm saying I'm against 100% openness because
okay.
And like I said, if
because you're afraid.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want people coming in who don't have the same values as I have. 100%.
What values are those?
Well, I'm for equality,
okay.
and
would you say that's an American? Is that American value?
Well, it depends what type of America you think America is.
Okay, let's just say with equality then. So do you
I'm
think...
not saying America. I'm saying a, you know, generic secular equality society.
Okay.
With a
cool
misogynistic religious society, and they want to come in. I'm saying we have to vet them basically. I'm not saying I'm not stamping the whole thing and saying none of these people can come in because they're bad people and I'm against all these people because I don't know any of these people as individuals.
Yeah.
I'm saying on an individual basis, we can look at who they are and we can see the answers they give, and we can see, you know, I don't see any problem with vetting. If I was going to bring someone in my house and I didn't know who they were, I would ask some questions first. You know?
Okay. So first of all, what you're describing is what we already have, right? It's just that we don't put the money towards it to actually make it work, so that we have this huge backlog of vetting, as you're saying, right? We have vetting. That's what we have. You're just describing closed borders because we're afraid of the people on the other side. Even though you say that we're for equality, you're really not, because it stops at that border, right? You're not for equality if you live on the other side of the border.
I'm for anybody coming in my house, but I'm not just going to let anybody in my house. Yes, I'm afraid. I think it's okay to be cautious.
Well, your house is not a country, and that analogy falls apart immediately. I hear it all the time. It just doesn't work. Your house is not a country. Your house is not a great wilderness where anybody can live anywhere they want. Your house doesn't require labor. Your house doesn't require consumers. Your house doesn't require any of the macroeconomic ideas that are why immigration is so important. So if we just if you really want to get down to it, we need labor, we need consumers, we need the movement of goods and services and economic and just money moving around. That's what we need in order to have a healthy economy. In order to have a healthy nation, we have to have the free exchange of ideas.
I just don't see why
you're
we
saying
can't
I don't want new ideas. I want you to
No.
make sure. I want you to make sure. Hold on, I let you talk. I want to make sure that you have my ideas already in your head before I let you in. Well, that's not freedom. That's not equality.
I think it's when you say open borders, I see they can come and stay, and as long as they want, right?
Open border means free movement, first and foremost, right? And the movement of labor, most of all. Now, of course, when you come to labor, even in an egalitarian, anarchist community, you're still going to have some kind of vetting, some kind of job interview. You don't just let everybody pick up a plow if they don't know how to use it. You want to at least make sure they can use the tools and shit like that, right? Now, in historical, we looked this up yesterday. I don't know if you saw that part, but in historical anarchist groups, they needed to keep people out with really bad ideas, worse than misogyny, fascism, because inside of the fascist country of Spain, they had anarchistic, in a time of war, they had anarchist communes, and they needed to keep the fascists out, and the spies out, people who came in to destroy them. And what they did, they had basically they did have a vetting process if they wanted to actually get anything out. So everyone's free to come in, but if you want to take something, you've got to prove your worthiness to take. It's just like the most people say. I think Kropotkin said that to each contributes what they can, each takes what they need. But if you're not contributing, you're not taking, unless you're disabled or something. So yeah, there's a kind of a de facto vetting going on anyway, because you don't get money if you don't work. And in America, what are we worried about? We don't have a welfare state. We don't. You can't.
I think America is a bad example. I think when I'm comparing, I'm just thinking of the philosophy of open borders.
Okay, then let's compare
it to America. America is giant, and they can have open borders for the most part.
Yeah,
it's not like we have issues with resources or policing. Like, there's not a big deal. But if you have a small country, like I said, it's secular. They have all their services set up so they can take care of their people. They got
to be a little careful. You're saying they got to be a little careful.
Yeah, that we can't just have. You can't have a country 10 times as big, immigrating all these people in and screwing up the whole system, because it's just a numbers thing too. I mean, you can't have just open borders, because they're going to come through like cattle and just stomp everything,
Well, that's what the Nazis said about the Jews, right? They're going to come in like rats. They're crawling over our borders. They're all coming in like rats. And I understand that, like, xenophobia, but that's, if you want to talk about,
it could be anything. Let's just say it's a secular, good processing country next to a secular, good processing country. They share the same values.
Yeah.
If there's still a flood of people who come in for any sort of reason, there's going to be issues, and I don't see any problem with vetting to keep the stickier people at bay longer.
So you're right when it comes to mass migration, when you're talking about like a disaster, like you're talking about two communities. One, I don't know, their power grid goes down and they don't know how to fix it, so they got to, or Godzilla attacks and all of them run, and now they're all in our
It's happening
houses,
with
right?
Ukraine right now. All the Ukrainians are going to other countries.
They're going to other countries, right? Refugees, right? And they're going to all these different countries. But as you just mentioned, all these refugees are going all over, right? They're kind of spreading out. They don't just all come into one. They kind of move around. What generally happens with these communities, like in an anarchist world, is that they would start voting on things. And if they can't agree, they would just split. They would just have if 40% doesn't like it because the tyranny of the majority, then you could split. You could start a sister commune. You could start a sister city, which is how cities actually started in America, right? We would have people separate. Oh, we don't like the way you're doing it. We're going to do it over here. Indian tribes did this a lot. I've been studying the last couple of days Indian tribes that died because we had big centralized governments that like the Mississippians, and they built these huge cities, and by the time Europeans got here, they were gone. All the people were gone, and no one knew what had happened. And the people who were still around were like, we have no idea where all this shit came from. It was 300, 400 years ago when this society collapsed. And we kind of know why they collapsed now. And I've been looking at that because it looks like most societies collapse at about 500 years. And that's about how old we are right now, about 500 years old. If you think about like the way like Jamestown. Since Jamestown, it's been about 500 years of American society. Like, we're up for a collapse. What's going to make us collapse? Well, building walls is usually a pretty strong indicator of collapse. It seems like all these societies built walls around the elite in order to keep the scary ones out.
I think my biggest problem is that, if you say you're for open borders, you're easy to dismiss because you're just like, no, everything's cool. Like, I don't care what happens. I want my borders open. And, if you have
what do you mean? What? I don't care what happens. Consider what you're saying.
What I'm saying is, if you just had better border policy, the borders were closed, but you had lots of people, like there was basically free movement. There's just a slight check on vetting. Like, that's why I think when you just say open borders, then people just turn you off. They're like, no, we're not going to do that. That doesn't make any sense. I think you have to be more nuanced with your answer. You can't just say open borders. You got to say, I want mostly open borders, or
No, because first of all, the border is a piece of technology to restrict the movement of people and to restrict the speed of movement, especially. It's the greatest inefficiency of government because we chase people around the desert and shit. It doesn't really work. And all we're doing is restricting people who just all they want to do is provide labor. The movement of labor around the world is, if there were free movement, we would double GDP. Global GDP would double because people who want to work can't get jobs. They're in Sri Lanka and shit, and we've got jobs for them here, but they don't have jobs there. That's stupid. We don't move people properly, and they would come by themselves.
I think my problem with this is that you see it from an economic standpoint.
No, I make the economic argument. I make the economic argument, but dude, tell me if you don't want the economic argument, then we have to stick to the philosophical one, which is the state is not to be trusted. You're saying that, well, I only want them to vet them a little bit. As soon as you have
that is a problem. I agree.
As soon as you have the technology to hinder me, you're going to use it. Consider, if you will, for a moment, just hypothetically, back in America, have you driven across state lines very often?
Yeah, all the time.
Cool. And when you drive across straight lines, you almost are never stopped, but there's always a guy in a box there, isn't there? There's like a little fortification that shows you on the interstate highway that we're here and we could close this shit down if we wanna. You know what I'm talking about? You drive through them most of the time. Sometimes they stop you, but it's pretty rare.
I don't have that around here. It's just open borders here. So
you don't have I bet you, pay attention. Maybe you'll see a little guy in a box. Like, because even in I forget what state you're in. You told me before. What state are you in again?
Virginia.
Oh, you're in Virginia. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry. When I get calls, I forget the names. Don't because you're not called the one in the chat. You know
who I am, I think.
Yeah, I think I do, but I don't want to make any assumptions. Anyway, in Virginia, when you go into North Carolina, there's usually just a sign that says you're in Virginia, right? Or
Yeah,
you're
it's
in
just a
North
welcome
Carolina.
sign.
Yeah, it's a welcome sign. But there's also a welcome center there. There's like little fortifications that show you that you're going from one to the other.
Sure, there's a welcome center. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that there is even a little like an overpass thing. I can't really remember. I think there's like a little thing that goes over it. It doesn't really matter because you're right. It seems pretty open, but at any moment they could close it pretty fucking easily. Imagine. Then the reason why they have that is because they can. They don't, but they could. The technology is already there to do it. The infrastructure is already there to do it if they want to. And so all we're waiting for is for the whims of our dictator to change. That's my problem. So when you say, so the reason why I think that your argument is the crazy one, close the borders but not too much, is like, well, you're putting all your trust in the states who do not have a good track record with this shit.
Yeah, I don't necessarily mean a physical border. I don't have a problem with people walking to and from. But if you're going to become part of our society, like that's the border I'm talking about. Like,
okay, great, awesome. Then we're on the same page because if then you basically agree with me. I think. Let me paint it for you. This is what I'm looking at.
But that's not an open border because you're still, if you want to get a job, I don't think you can just get a job. I would say you would have to pass some standards or something like that. Like,
well, right now, so the way it works is that you could come into this country. If you want, you could get a job washing dishes without having any kind of vetting process. What do we care? You're just washing dishes. You want to get a job sweeping floors at the factory? You go ahead. I mean, that's not a problem, is it? It's when you start getting into management and shit, you got to prove that you have to have a CV, a good resume. We already do this. We have a vetting process already. Even if you're not working for corporate America, you're just working for mom and pops or even a co-op. You have to provide, the higher you go, you have to have more vetting, right? When you're at the bottom and you're bagging groceries at the local co-op, no one's going to ask you for a resume. You fill out a paperwork. You don't even have to have a social security number. No one gives a shit. But when you go and become manager of the store, well, you're going to have to vet because we want to make sure you're not taking our money. We want to make sure XYZ. We want to talk to your parents. We want to talk to your former employers, We already do that, man. What do you want the government involved for?
So you think, like I said, I'll just bring it back to my original thing. So you have a nice, small, secular society where equality is everywhere. You wouldn't be stressed that you're not worried about the cultural shift of having the countries around you who don't have the same values as you. You're not worried about that. It's just not something you're concerned about.
The concern is obviously there, especially because I think that if you have a society and you've written down like what you believe in and how ethically you want to govern yourselves, you run the risk when like 20 of them come in or 100 of them come in, that gets a little hairy, right? I think we can agree when there's an ecological disaster and we have a refugee situation, we got to figure that out. But there are already mechanisms kind of established historically, but also theoretically, that can be put in place in order to prevent that from happening. So I wouldn't say I'm not worried about it, man, but I don't think it's something to be that afraid of because we have shunning, we have shame, we have I mean, those are very useful tools. It's perfectly okay to not hire a pedophile, for example, right? If you found out that your community, forget about the outsider, if you have someone in your community that does something horrible like rape, murder, pedophilia, you have to decide what to do. They have operated against your values. It's usually not the interloper. It's not usually the invader. That's the scary one. It's the one who's within. And we have ways to handle that. We have ways that work, ways that don't, but we have ways that are established, theoretical ways that we could do something about it. So I'm not that worried about it. I think it's something to be concerned with completely, which is why we got to write all this shit down when we start societies. Like, this is why you write stuff down when you even if you started a fucking a gardening club tomorrow, you would write down your code of conduct if you wanted to be successful. You would write down a code of conduct and how you're going to conduct meetings and how you're going to vote for whatever, even if you did a basic, just a gardening club, if you want to be successful, you would do all those things. So, so that the other gardening club doesn't come in and take you over, so that the so that the city doesn't come and shut you down, right? You gotta make sure all that shit's kosher. So no, I'm not that worried. But I understand the concern, dude. I totally do. But I don't think that's a sticking point.
So you think we should have open borders, and if at any point people start getting in positions of power, you think the community will vet them at that point? Is that what you're saying? It will just...
I wouldn't say power. I would say when they become consumers. So for example, if you take even just like a small group, if your hypothetical secular community, right? And somebody comes in from XYZ community. We don't know where they fucking come from. We don't even know their values. We know nothing about them. They just stumble in one day and they're like, this looks like a great place to live. Well, the way they vet them is that you say, come on in. Everyone's allowed in. And by the way, you could even eat, go to our bookstores. Everything's free, but you can only do it for like 4 weeks. And here's how it's going to work. You're going to work. You're going to find something to do. You're going to contribute, or you're not going to be allowed to continue to consume. You can't keep taking if you're not contributing. You see? And that's how anarchist societies work. And if you're not a great worker, but
what if they're disabled? What if they're disabled?
Well, there's always going to be a small population of people you just have to care for.
Or what if they don't speak the language? What if they're just like, a lot of people from other countries that immigrate to your country can't speak the language, so they have trouble finding jobs.
But what do they do? What do they do? I know a lot of people have come to this country didn't speak the language. What do they usually do?
They usually get government assistance, and they clan together. They all.
They don't get too much. Come on, man. Government assistance. I know a lot of people who came over.
Where I live, they get a good bit of government assistance.
These days, everyone's on the government teat. But like, everyone's taking something from the government these days. It's disgusting. But like, comes with the state worship. But we had all sorts of Vietnamese refugees who came over and they didn't speak any English. And so what did they do? They gave them access to libraries. They gave them access to learning, but most of them got jobs making. They scraped together. They opened donut shops. They opened laundry mats. They did whatever they could. They worked. They got jobs at slaughterhouses. They got jobs at farms. That's what they do. We got a lot of people who come to this country. They can't do shit. They can't speak a fucking word of English, and they still work. They work their asses off. Yeah. And if you're working, you get a piece.
I mean, you're swaying me a bit. I will say. I mean, I think even if I took it back to my house, I would probably let a stranger in if they needed some help, and then I would only kick them out or something if they started like not
fucking around and not cleaning up after themselves.
Not following the rules that I kind of laid down when they came in, or something like that. So
and I mean, consider, it's so interesting you say that, and I don't think I'm swaying you. I think I'm just clarifying it for you, because I think you were already there, man. I don't think I'm convincing you of anything, because the way you described it, it sounded like open borders to me. I think we're close. I think we were closer when we started than you think, but
probably. I think we started at different spots.
Yeah, right. But I think we started pretty close already. But I guess like so I'm reading this book. It's great. It's called by Frederick S. Durbin, and it's a horror novel about the 1800s. It's after the Civil War, and it's kind of like a cowboy horror novel. I'm really enjoying it. I'm almost done. I'll finish it today. And in it he's traveling, and he goes to people's ranches and people that he knew in the war, and they put him up. And he's like, all right, well, I guess it's time for me to keep going. They're like, no, please stay. We love having the help. You're helping on the ranch. Stay as long as you want. We'll keep feeding you. You keep working. We'll keep feeding you. Stay on the ranch as long as you want. You need a warm bed after all, and your horse can eat. And as long as you're working, you could stay. And it's like, is it that anarchism? Is it that, is it that open border? Like, go wherever you want, and people will put you up, and will put you up. And as long as you're not pissing on the toilet, you're putting the toilet seat down, and you're doing the dishes after you're done, and you're cleaning up after yourself, you could probably stay for a really long time.
Yeah.
Right. But I guess it goes back to the house when you, because people always use the house analogy. I mean, I guess kind of the house analogy sort of works there.
Yeah, I guess another thing I was kind of afraid was, not necessarily even changing the culture. It was the taking of resources. And like I said, people need to kind of get America out of their heads, because I'm not talking about America. And I know it's easy for us Americans to think like that. I'm talking about, like, if we'll take it back to the house again.
Yeah.
If you have if you invite a stranger in and they're taking more than they're given, that can be stressful, and it's a thing to be fearful of, so
it's something to think about, I guess. Like, to be fearful of it, I think.
Well, I mean, fearful in that it's something of a concern. That's what I meant. Not that I'm scared.
Okay, but how do we not turn concern into fear? Okay, so there's two things here. So
fear is just the base emotion, right?
Right, but how do we eliminate it? And to me, I think we eliminate it through preparation, which is what I've always said. We know people are coming to this country. Rather than chase them around in the desert and keep them from coming, when we actually need people to come here, let them in and have a system that is actually prepared to give them English lessons, to give them, encourage library cards, give them all library cards, get them in here, stock up on stuff that they're going to need. Like, get ready. Then you won't be afraid. The other thing, when we talk about America, because it's impossible not. America is the biggest country, with the richest country. It's impossible not to think about them. It's not just Americans thinking about America, it's the whole world does. And one of the reasons America is crazy about its borders right now is because one of the things that fascists always do is they create this idea of artificial scarcity. This world is abundant, and this world has enough for everybody. It's really hard to control people if everyone sees that. If everyone sees that, hey, the world shit's just growing out of the ground. We don't need the government. I can collect water I can collect rainwater and water my garden and have my own vegetables with very little effort. That's crazy. The government doesn't want you doing that shit. The state doesn't want you doing that.
Yeah, but you have to think of the trillionaires.
Yeah, yeah. We have to now we have to think of the trillionaires. But think about the trillionaires, right? Think how easy it was for them to take billions of dollars from the American taxpayer and do all of the American taxpayer took all the risk on SpaceX. It turned NASA, instead of us owning NASA and putting the money into it, NASA turned into a customer of SpaceX. And instead of putting billions of dollars into NASA, we put it into SpaceX. Those were tax dollars. And now that all that money paid off on our risk, someone else is cashing in that $1 trillion.
Yeah.
Could they have done that? Could they have committed such a crime against us if we knew about the world is abundant, we don't need the government at all? Could they have done that? Keep stealing from us? I don't think so.
I think it has more to do with just the knowledge of abundancy, but anyway,
they make sure that it seems. I mean, if you're in Virginia, you drive by those farms and you see all that land, mostly like cattle and corn out there. But man, when you're out there and you go west and you get into places like Iowa and you get into places like Nebraska and you just see, as far as the eye can see, all this land growing crops. There's no. How do you not realize that this is an abundant planet? We've got plenty for everybody.
Yeah. I want to share something. I was watching another show like yours yesterday. It's pretty good. I forget the name of the guy, but
an anarchist.
I'll share it with you later because it was a pretty interesting show.
Please share it in the community tab. I'd love for everybody to see what you're talking about.
Yeah, there were two guys, and they're like two skies basically. So
I wish Two Skies. I wish that I could get a co-host to show up every day. That's impossible, man.
Yeah.
Is it a daily show? They do a daily show?
This is the first time I just stumbled upon it, so I can't tell you a lot of. I was just listening to it for about an hour or so. So
cool.
But anyway, they said, if you take dollars and you change them into seconds, and I'm just going based on their math and my memory of it.
Yeah.
If you have 10,000 seconds, that equals $10,000. That's about a day and a half worth of time. If you have 1,000,000 seconds or $1 million, that's about 11 and a half days. If you have 1 billion seconds, that's 32 years.
Yeah.
And if you have 1 trillion seconds, that's 32,000 years.
Yeah.
So it just shows you the difference. The difference between a billionaire and a trillionaire is about $1 trillion. And the difference between a millionaire and a billionaire is about $1 billion. So the fact that we allow these people to have so much money without
wait a second.
getting
Hold on.
taxed basically on it.
Yeah, but think
insane.
about it like this. Think about it like this. Think about it like this. We don't allow them to it. That's our fucking money. They are taking it from us. That's our money.
I mean, we allow them to take it.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Through
It's like
bribery and all this other stuff. Yeah.
And through government subsidies, contracts, investments, government loans. That's our money. If I gave you a loan of $50,000 in order to start a business, don't you think I'd ask for something in return?
Oh, 100%.
I'd ask for a piece of that action, right? If you do all the work, you need $50,000 and I don't want to work. I got $50,000, but you want to do all the work? Great. Here's $50,000. I'm going to want 50% of that company. Not 5%. If I give you all the capital to start it.
Yeah, I mean, have you ever seen Shark Tank?
Yes.
If they give you half,
and those are companies that already exist.
Yeah, and the thing is, they always ask for more money than or more ownership for the minuscule amount of money they're giving. They're like, oh, I want 60% for $100,000. It's like,
yeah.
what the?
Yeah, exactly. They're trying to give 49% because they still want control of their companies. But for us, the American taxpayer, we don't own any of SpaceX. Nothing. Okay. We started it. When they were going bankrupt in 2008, I think we gave them, hold on a second. Let me look up the exact number. How much money did the government give to SpaceX in 2008 when they were about to go bankrupt? In 2008, $1.6 billion.
Yeah.
A financial salvation came in the form of a $1.6 billion NASA contract awarded in December 2008 for 12 cargo resupply flights to the International Space Station.
You hear that? Do you hear that, MAGA, in the chat? We have socialism for the rich, and we have capitalism for the poor.
Yeah, it's public risk and privatized profits. So all the risk is ours. That $1.6 billion was a gift, and they turned it into a good company. But that $1.6 billion was a risk.
Yeah, we could have lost it all too. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we could have done it ourselves. We could have just put up resupply ships. We have the technology to send our own resupplies.
Sure. Yeah.
But no, and do you think we got a piece of any of that Starlink? All those Starlink satellites that went up because of our $1.6 billion input? No. That's a private company. You don't get any of that. But we paid for it.
I know, it's ridiculous. I think it's ridiculous. I mean, if we're gonna say America's capitalist and we always give farmers these huge subsidies and bailouts, I mean, we better change our tone. I mean, we're talking out two sides of our mouth all the time as an American government. It's insane.
Well, we aren't capitalists. It's just that most Americans like to think of themselves as capitalists because what was that? Someone once said that we were that America is a country of temporarily inconvenienced billionaires.
Yeah, but it's a capitalist system, is what I mean. But we have socialism. This, like I said, socialism for the rich. So
yeah. What do you call that? What do you call socialism for the rich? We like to say, we don't like to say the word, but that's fascism. It's corporatism. That's what Mussolini said. Let me get the right quote from Mussolini.
I mean, I guess you're 100% right. It is fascism, because we're just
fascism.
If you're giving the money to the corporations and not to the people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me just look up this quote very quickly, because Mussolini said it great. What was the Mussolini quote about corporatism and fascism? How he wished the name was corporatism.
Yeah. I remember you saying that.
Yeah, the famous quote: "Fascism should more properly be called corporatism because it is the merger of state and corporate power."
Right.
Mussolini. Fascism should more properly be called corporatism because it is merger of state and corporate power. That's the guy who invented the word fascism. He regretted calling it fascism. It's a horrible name because no one knows what it means. Corporatism. But no one's afraid of corporatism. Everyone's afraid of fascism, even though it's the same thing.
Yeah. I mean,
I mean, maybe that should be, maybe we just call it corporatism. Stop calling it fascist, because everyone's so afraid of the word, and it makes the MAGAs cry.
Yeah, I think the thing with fascism is, I think there has to be, I think people, I know myself at least, when I hear fascism, I think more state violence.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't have to have, I mean, I know poverty is violence, but you don't have to have like physical violence for corporatism to exist. In my mind, you just have to have, financial violence, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why, I wouldn't think corporatism sounds as bad as fascism myself.
Yeah, I mean, corporatism doesn't sound as bad because people don't associate it with the Nazis. Chris Jensen says Skyjack Mussolini's began as a socialist. He was called the Italian Lenin. He was called a lot of things, but a lot of people in the beginning were trying to figure things out. But at the end of the day, Mussolini was concerned with power, just like Donald Trump was a Democrat. You can say, and that's what historians will say about Donald Trump, is that he started as a Democrat and then he became, same thing they'll say about Elon Musk. He used to be a Democrat and then he became, they go wherever they can. In 2008, Elon Musk was a Democrat because that's who gave him $1.6 billion, $1.8 billion, whatever, almost $2 billion. Let's call it $2 billion. Gave him almost $2 billion in order to keep his business afloat. So he was a Democrat. But as soon as the Republicans got in power, he became a Republican because these things don't matter. You see, calling him a communist doesn't matter. He was the Italian Lenin. Obviously, he wasn't, because he didn't believe in a classless and stateless society. He believed in ruling with an iron fist. I mean, and in the beginning, a lot of people were stoked about Mussolini. They were all getting jobs. You can wear a brown shirt. You can wear a brown shirt. If you can't afford a shirt, you can wear a brown shirt. The trains were running on time. I mean, I wish that there were, like I always say this, every time every other country gets a dictator, they at least get bullet trains and shit. We get nothing. What do we get with this dictator? High gas prices? Fuck me. Melania coin? What do we get? We got nothing. We got red hats. We didn't even get the good shit. Yeah, Viktor Orban was a communist in the beginning. He was more of a labor unionist, but sure. Yeah,
I gotta go, Sky, but it was good talking to you. Thanks.
Likewise.
I have changed my opinion a little bit because of you. I think I was frustrated yesterday because I don't know. I think you needed a second person. I missed Chip. I think you need a second person to kind of disagree with you so you could better explain.
Yeah, it's always easier when you have someone like trying to poke holes. And
Right.
I was asking the chat to do it, and I even, it was a Sunday show. I was just trying to, it was more of like a lecture anyway. But I was trying to do a lecture and also steelman arguments, but no one was. I tried to have those arguments. They were I tried to go through each one, but
yeah, I was on and off just because I was busy doing stuff. But
yeah, I get that. I mean, it was a live stream, but I'm glad that you called in and we were able to talk. See, a dialectic. This is a true dialectic. Two people come together and they both walk away better people. Ain't that something?
yeah, appreciate your time. Thanks for chatting. I really liked it. Thank you.
Likewise, see ya. All right, everybody, thank you so much. That was the one, like North Korea. Let's do the North Korea thing, right? Never use socialist roads. Oh yeah, we're talking about socialism again. So yeah, the virtues of you don't like socialism, or you do like socialism? I don't know. I don't know how people, they say they don't like socialism, and then they love what just happened with Elon Musk and his crazy you know what I'm talking about, that crazy shit that just happened with the IPO. You don't like socialism, huh? But you like it. You like giving people a lot of money for some reason. Weird.
On regional countries in the Gulf that were working alongside the
Rich
United
people
States
money.
to work with Israel and normalize ties, the Abraham Accords, to join and ultimately do what the Emiratis have done, those in Bahrain, in Morocco, and create a situation where there is economic prosperity and opportunity and a focus on the future, not on the past that has often engulfed this region in death and destruction.
Yeah, he gave Iran money. Exactly. Gave Iran money, and also I think will lift the embargoes on Iran. So we'll be able to, they're going to get their money, and then we're going to allow them to trade their oil wherever they wanted, which is all they wanted. That's all they ever wanted. Ain't that a bitch?
And so again, this is a new chapter for the region. When you look at a deal, signing a deal and implementing a deal are two very different things. But in terms of what the vice president had to say, it appears that the United States got everything they wanted at the negotiating table, and they are looking forward to what comes next in the region.
You know, Trey, we just heard there from the vice president. He laid out the three big points in his mind that are so significant here. Number one was the immediate reopening of the strait, plus the lifting of the U.S. naval blockade. Number three was emphasizing a point you had just been discussing about the contingent nature of the sanctions relief. The administration is calling this performance-based. That second one, though, to me, is the...
Listen, man, socialism requires a centralized government. Well, the idea of socialism, like the way you're talking about it anyway. Socialism as just an idea that we collect resources and then we use it to benefit all of us. I don't think anyone disagrees with that, except for idiots who don't know what socialism is. But I get what you mean. You don't mind socialism as long as it doesn't degenerate into dictatorship. The thing is, unless you have someone at the top who actually cares about things like a constitution and the rules, they are always going to degenerate into all roads lead to authoritarianism, which is why I'm against the state. You see, you need to have smaller groups. I think that before our lives are over, we will see a breakup of the United States. I don't think it's going to happen tomorrow, but I don't think it's going to last. It'll be like Swiss cheese, a bunch of holes where there's going to be pockets that just the police are not going to come. They're not paying income tax. There's going to be pockets all over America where they're going to govern themselves. Kind of like how Detroit has just cut off whole neighborhoods. Detroit's like, we don't send cops there anymore. They're off the electric grid. We do not service them anymore. And there's still people living there. Like, I think that's the way we've seen it happen in the past, where societies fall. We've seen societies collapse before, and they collapse around the 500-year mark, and we're just about there. I just hope we don't have a war with China. What's that thing? What is that thing? What's that thing called where a powerful country is destined to go to war with a country that is rising to power? What's that trap called? I'm thinking of the Thucydides trap. The Thucydides trap. You guys are familiar with the Thucydides trap? I don't know if you're familiar with this idea, but the Thucydides trap is a term that describes the structural stress that occurs when a rising power threatens to displace an established ruling power, making the true prone to go to war. That's America and China, right? Harvard professor Graham Allison popularized the metaphor, which gets its name from the ancient Greek historian Thucydides, who observed that Sparta's fear of a rising Athens was the root cause of the Peloponnesian War. Since Sparta was in power and Athens was rising, they were getting closer and closer to war. The Thucydides trap. What do you think of that? Do you think that we are going towards the Thucydides trap? If we don't fall into that trap, then maybe we can actually just decline peacefully. But the elites will build walls, and you'll have, they call them bright areas and gray areas, where the bright areas, you'll have places that have centralized governments and there are big walls around them and no one's allowed in, and you'll have gray areas where the self-governed people will be, and they'll have fewer services and they'll live relatively free, but they're not going to be allowed in to these walled cities that the elite have. That's the future. I've been reading a lot about this because I'm thinking, man, when I move to New Mexico, I want to just build solar. I want to get off the grid as much as possible and still live in a city. But I mean, if I buy a house in a city that can be self-sustaining as much as possible, like grow my own vegetables, have my own power, collect in the cistern. You can't drink cistern water, but you could treat it if you were like, if things go really bad, you could treat it. But you'll have it for your garden. You can grow vegetables and stuff. So I don't know. I've been thinking a lot about this because I was reading about the Mississippian. I don't know if you could tell, but I was reading about the Mississippian Chokias. I don't know. Sometimes the Indian names, those, especially the ancient ones, I don't know. But the Algonquins kind of took over after they. But anyway, the Chokians, I think they're called. I don't know. The Piasa bird, all that. You know, do you know what I'm talking about? North of St. Louis on the Mississippi River.
The key one, which is Iran's nuclear program, and not just assurances from them that they won't seek a nuclear program in the future, but an actual verification regime within.
Yeah, because the Aztecs were also an experiment in centralized government. They always go crazy. Centralized governments always go crazy. I can't believe we're doing it. Federalism and all that, you know, like, why are we doing it? Why? We've seen it. We've seen how it goes in the past.
This deal that's embedded into it. When you think about interested parties in the region in particular, whether it's in Israel or some of the Gulf states, what are they going to be looking for in terms of concrete elements when it comes to verification? Because to me, that is a critical.
Are you living in one of those places where it's against the law?
Well,
are you living in one of those places it's against the law? Is it against the law in Indiana to collect rainwater? It's so crazy. In Albuquerque, you actually get a tax credit. You get a tax credit. They'll pay you essentially for every gallon that you collect. So if you build a 2,000 gallon cistern system to collect your rainwater, they'll pay for it. That's pretty sick. I think that's sick. And then I can have a little greenhouse and grow my own vegetables. I'm kind of excited about the idea. I love it. It's bullshit. It's
the
crazy.
Kennedy Center removes Trump from its facade. Trump is trying to erase something else, his impeachment record. The Wall Street Journal reports, according to people familiar with the matter, the president and his allies are now working on a plan to erase his 2 impeachments from history, moving to expunge them.
This is so insane. What do you mean you want to erase your impeachments from history? Are you fucking insane?
From the record altogether. Trump told the Journal over the phone this week, quote, "It should be done because I did nothing wrong. It was a rigged deal. It was a whole rigged situation." James Sample is back with us. And I'm not even really sure I need to ask you a question because this sounds like
What does that mean?
rigged situation over here, over there, everything is rigged.
There is no mechanism to unring an impeachment, just as you cannot unring a bell. In that particular Wall Street Journal piece, my friend, professor at University of North Carolina School of Law, Mike Gerhardt, called it absurd. And I think that's actually generous. That's a euphemism for what this is. It's a thing that happened in history. And
Maybe he could also undo January 6th while he's at it if he's going to undo his impeachment.
Right. Well, and there he's had some success in erasing, conviction,
rewriting the
narrative, rewriting. So it's all part and part.
Are you going to get fined, Smoking Blondie, if you collect that rainwater? How do they know? How do they know if you actually collected it? I just have barrels on my. I just have barrels. What do you mean?
Hospital. And look, it is actually consistent with the report you just came off of from Kevin Fry there, right? In a sense, just looking at that tarp, right? The tarp is opaque. You know what's interesting about that opaque tarp is it is so transparently there to hide what's really happening so that we don't get that visual of the actual letters being physically removed.
Yeah, because he definitely didn't have a problem when the letters were going up. And he doesn't have a problem when the name is going up somewhere, but he certainly has a problem when the name is being taken down. But on the impeachment issue for a second, I wonder how much of this is, again, Donald Trump not just trying to recast and rewrite history in the narrative, but prepare for something in the future. And I think the one outstanding question that I think I wonder if, folks like you are even contemplating as to whether or not Donald Trump tries to pardon himself before he leaves office, right? And I think there's no doubt he's going to do it to his family, I suspect. When you see this IRS deal that he cut where he is trying to kind of immunize himself from being audited in the future, his family, his businesses, why not take it a step further and try to pardon himself and his family?
I'd be surprised if he doesn't try that, but I think that you're absolutely spot on in pointing to the.
Yeah, I've heard about the underground rivers. I'm moving to New Mexico, I'm looking really forward to buying a house out there and trying to make it off grid as much as possible. You're never going to be completely off grid until there's no more grid. But I mean, I would love to have no electricity bill. Fuck. Because fuck them. I've heard that you could even pump electricity back into the grid and they write you a check. I'd like that. I want to get a check from them. That's what I want. Would you help Ukraine? You want to do that? You want to do a how do we do on the last 92% say that Butler, Pennsylvania was a faked deal. Wow. 92%. Holy shit. All right, let's do another one. Let's start another poll. We'll say would you help Ukraine? Let's do it. Thank you so much for the donation. Can I get some jubilations for the real McGoy, please? All right. New poll.
IRS immunity deal. I think I understand, and I don't think it's a mistake by any stretch, why so much attention has been paid to the slush fund, right, to the anti-weaponization fund. Let's be clear. The real prize from his perspective was that audit immunity deal, and it is, at least on a relative level, flying under the radar. If you could give yourself something that no one has ever had, right, literally unprecedented, and it was worth $100 million, and you could give it to yourself as settlement for a case that is not actually an adversarial case, and which Judge Kathleen Williams, I mean, briefs were submitted as recently as last night in Florida, is considering the question of whether or not there was even a case to settle. That would be a pretty significant gift. We don't have precedent on point as to whether self-pardons are a legitimate mechanism. I suspect the Supreme Court would say it's a political question and they wouldn't touch it.
Well, and why would he even need a self-pardon if he has presidential immunity? Would he need it?
He has changed the law in numerous ways, including in 2024 in Trump v. United States, when the Supreme Court gave the president an immunity that was never before recognized. You're absolutely right, Elise.
So as we, this whole weekend sort of kicks off the America 250 theme and the celebrations leading up to July 4th, the nation's birthday. You're a constitutional law expert. What do you think our founders would think, if they were to be dropped down and be able to visit Washington, D.C. and get caught up in what's...
It's so funny that people like, you're a Constitution. And it was like, that's everyone's response to the Constitution now. That's what Donald Trump really has done. Every time you bring up the Constitution, everyone's like... That's how people respond to the Constitution. The thing our soldiers take an oath to. Constitutional.
It's been going on in the country right now on his 250th birthday. What do you imagine would be going through their minds?
Well, the founders were flawed. Sometimes I think we make the mistake of romanticizing them as perfect people. They were flawed just as we all are. But I think that my assessment of where we are at age 250 is that there are real reasons for concern, but that the situation is not hopeless. And
Dude, what the fuck, Sweet Havoc? Man, are you out of your goddamn mind? You think that's capitalism, buying your own well and benefiting from your purchase? That's not what capitalism is, you goddamn stupid asshole. My God. I thought you had half a brain for a second. I thought you had a couple brain cells firing, man. Thought you had a couple in there. I thought you had a couple, but no. Nope. That's not capitalism, idiot. Capitalism would be you tapping the well and then making sure that no one else gets any wells and killing anyone who tries to build a well and then selling them the water. That's capitalism. Get it? Socialism would be digging a well and say, I have enough for myself. I think I'll share with my neighbor. You stupid, dumb. You just, God damn it. Oh, it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. You think that that's what capitalism is. Holy shit, man. Maybe you should learn. Read The Wealth of Nations or something, man. Just basic shit. Go back to high school.
Examples that I would point to for hope are the kinds of things we've seen, even in just the last year and a half. The people freezing in the cold in Minnesota who didn't complain for an instant about being out there. That's the kind of America that we can be. And I think that's the kind of America that, frankly, we need to be if we're going to make it another 250. I think they would be concerned about the devolution of separation of powers. I think they would be stunned at the power of the president and the impotence of Congress, whether by choice.
That's it.
Or by force.
So Trump.
By choice or by force. The impotence of Congress and the power of the president. I mean, this is really what's going on, right? Over the years, every president has clawed more power for the executive branch and has made the Congress more and more impotent. And then the people who are represented by Congress, they say, oh, it's Congress is to blame. I wish they would do their jobs, but they've been rendered impotent by the president. by several presidents. And now the people, therefore, are impotent. The people have no power. They've been disenfranchised. And what do you call a country where the people have no power? You call it a dictatorship, an authoritarianism. You don't. It's an authoritarian state. If Congress has no power to control the president and they're impotent, they can't even declare war anymore. They can't pass a law. They can't do anything. Well, that's authoritarianism. That's an illiberal democracy. We don't actually have we'll have elections that don't mean anything.
Has continued his trend of appointing personal lawyers into plum positions within his government. James McDonald has been selected to lead the New York Federal Prosecutor's Office. What do you make of that appointment?
Well, I mean, I think the president has the right to appoint, to nominate the people that he wants to nominate. I think that it is up to the Senate under our system to take Senate-confirmed positions and subject them to the scrutiny of a confirmation process that is meaningful. If that happens, and if the Senate takes that role seriously, then that's the system of government that we have. Then that's elections running their course. Is it concerning that that loyalty is the ultimate credential? Absolutely.
Yeah, and you're seeing that more and more in all these positions, not just Todd Blanche, but whether it's Todd Blanche or Jay Clayton or James McDonald, it just seems like it's never ending with this guy.
Well, and the question of will the Senate confirmation be a real rigorous? I mean, that's a real question. I mean, it has started to feel in recent years like those things have become theater, where you kind of know the deal's already done and you're just watching a show.
It's probably one of the examples that you were alluding to, if the founding fathers were to come back, to see the Senate completely abdicate its role in oversight and in the confirmation process, because now it's all about hurting the Republicans into rubber stamping whatever nominee Donald Trump
going viral on Twitter.
Yeah.
Maybe there's some fault lines now.
I mean, the constitutional language is advice and consent of the Senate. And we're getting judges confirmed on a daily basis almost who refuse to say who won the 2020 election.
So what concerns you when you kind of look at the 250 mark? You said there's hope, there's cause for hope, but also cause for concern, and not all is hopeless.
Well, we have a powerful executive branch right now. And the thing about an executive branch that is as powerful as it has become, and this is really a message to the mega crowd. It's a message to the people who support Donald Trump despite the reasons not to support Donald Trump. What goes around comes around, and that is problematic when it comes to a powerful executive. A benevolent.
They always say this. The Democrats always say that shit. Oh, what goes around comes around. You're not going to like it when the Democrats get power, and then the Democrats get power, and they're like, blah, 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 playing with their little dicks. Blah, blah, blah. That's what the Democrats do when they get in power. You're not going to like it when the Democrats get in power. You're not going to like it. You guys are going to find out how it's going to happen. And then they get in power and they do nothing. Every year, they always say that shit. You're not going to like it. When we get a black president, he's going to change the world. Everything's going to change. Nothing changes. Nothing happens. No bankers go to jail. Call me when they put a banker in jail.
Dictator is one that you happen to agree with.
Yeah, well, dictators. You like the dictator when the one you agree with the one. But when you get one you don't like.
James Sample, thank you for
Yeah. This guy's right, but he's stupid. This guy's a historian, right? He's smart about the past. He's dumb about the future. You're not going to like it when you get someone who's, going to use all the power Trump has, and he's not like Trump, and he wants to give everyone more rights.
We face a key.
Because that's what happens. The fucking liberals, they get, God damn it. This is what happens every time the liberals get into power, and they're like, okay, let's have more freedom of speech, everybody. And everyone's like, yay, freedom of speech. We love freedom of speech. We love it. Great. What about these Nazis over here? Are we going to give them freedom of speech? Well, it's freedom of speech, guys. You know what? Everyone's here. As long as you're a capitalist, everyone gets a say. The marketplace of ideas, people. But that's how we got into this mess. Yeah, well, we can't not let them. They always say this shit. You're not going to like it when another president comes in and says that you can't have your TV shows when they're going to come in and cancel Greg Gutfeld. Is that going to happen? Do you think the Democrats have it in their fucking guts? Do you think they have the nerve to get elected and then create a crazy system where they're going to sue, where their new president, the new Democrats, just going to sue the shit out of Fox News and force them to fire Greg Gutfeld? Do you see that happening? Like they did to Stephen Colbert. They're going to fire Greg Gutfeld. Does anybody think that's going to happen? You're not going to like it. All right, cool. I'm not going to like it. The MAGers know that you're a bunch of pussies, Democrats. They know. The Nazis knew that anyone who was pro Weimar Republic were a bunch of pussies. That's why they hate Antifa, by the way. Because Antifa's like, we're going to cut your heads off.
Decision point today that has
I like this kind of old-fashioned modern coat she's got on. Looks cool. I'm a sucker for the shoulder pads, though.
implications for the global economy and potentially could stop nearly 4 months of conflict with Iran. As we come on the air, a preliminary memorandum of understanding between Washington and Tehran has yet to be signed. But if and when the agreement takes effect, it would extend the ceasefire, reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and kick off 60 days of negotiations to resolve the other big issues. Yet, even as both sides signal a deal is within reach, hostilities in the region continue.
Oh, wait. What do you mean? I thought there was a ceasefire. Wait a second. You guys told me there was a ceasefire.
This morning, the Israeli Defense Force conducted strikes in Lebanon on Beirut's southern
What? I thought that they weren't going to bomb Lebanon anymore. That's what Donald Trump said yesterday.
suburbs to target the Iranian-backed Hezbollah leadership. The IDF called it retaliation for strikes on Israel. CBS has learned the potential U.S.-Iran truce includes a vague reference to ending the fighting in Lebanon, which may not be enough for Iran's leaders. And Iran's failure to cut off support for its proxy force Hezbollah may not be enough for America's partner, Israel.
Huh. Interesting. So we're still bombing. So nothing has changed?
For the latest, we begin this morning with Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, who joins us from Tennessee. Mr. Secretary, welcome to Face the Nation.
Good morning, Margaret. Thank you.
So did the Hezbollah-Israel strikes disrupt any of the plans to have this memorandum signed today? Are we on track for a Sunday signing?
Don't forget to like and subscribe, everybody. If you haven't dropped a super chat, you've been thinking about doing it, please do. If you want to support independent media, please think about it today. Become a Sky City Rebel. I do this every day. If you find any value in my daily streams, please pony up. It's how we do it. It's how we make this thing happen. Thank you so much for everyone who does. Thank you, Sky City Rebels. Thank you to our moderators. Thank you to everyone working so hard to make this dream a reality. I really, really freaking appreciate you more than I can really tell you. Thank you so much. And please consider, if you haven't made a contribution, I really would appreciate it if you did. This doesn't happen for free. All these things cost money. All this shit costs money. Yeah. Thank you.
From all I know, we are on track. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. There's logistics involved into how these things happen.
I guess I should mention, there's also a Cash App and Venmo, and they're both Skyjack Morgan. Just Skyjack Morgan, all one word. Cash App and Venmo if you'd like to contribute that way. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Ultimately, obviously, we're
Or you could just buy Melania coin.
tuned to what's happening with Hezbollah firing rockets into northern Israel, which they need to stop doing, and Iran needs to encourage them to stop doing that in very adamant ways. And Israel was very measured in its response, understanding that a deal we're on the verge of a deal. So I don't expect that to disrupt. I also expect more robust talks there. The negotiations business is not really mine, but I think those talks will continue. And if Iran wants this to hold, they need to pull back Hezbollah, no doubt.
But then how will you be the Secretary of War if there's no war?
So this memorandum would be an extension of the ceasefire, as you said, with a promise to keep talking.
Thank you, Steffelson. Thank you so much, Steffelson. You're a scholar and a gentleman.
Given how clear President Trump has been that he wants to end combat, will
Some jubilations in the chat for our pal Steffelson, please.
the U.S. troops come back home? Will those 2 aircraft carriers be pulled back?
Well, Margaret, what I would say the president's been most clear about is that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. Never. Full stop. And this deal, as we talk about aspects of the deal, some of which have come up publicly are totally wrong, it's performance-based. No money released to Iran until they perform. There's no trust in
performance-based. Are they on the payroll? What the fuck are you talking
verify.
about?
There's no trust here, and we're going to verify everything. Nuclear material will be destroyed and removed.
No trust and will verify. That's like Reagan. He said, trust but verify, folks. Folks, we're going to trust but verify.
The nuclear program will be dismantled. The straits will be open. No tolling. This is not the JCPOA was a path to a bomb. What this deal will be a wall to a bomb. And that was the objective from the beginning, very clear from the beginning. So as far as our military posture, we'll maintain what we need to. The blockade has been a devastating success for us and impact on the Iranians. So think of this chain of events.
Devastating success for us, guys. Don't you feel successful?
militarily, just for a second. You had 45 days of overwhelming combat, which Iran could not manage, and their Navy's gone, Air Force gone, air defenses. Then it led to a blockade, which was impenetrable now for a couple of months. And then you had the underground Project Freedom, which allowed now 125 million barrels of oil to transit the straits, showing that we control the straits. And then we did 2 more days of bombing because they weren't really coming to the table. So it's been military pressure and strength from President Trump that's compelled Iran to this deal, which will be performance-based when it's signed shortly.
Right, but we're not at that deal yet. We're not even at the memorandum. That's what we're waiting on being signed today. The U.S. and Israeli militaries, no doubt, did devastate the conventional military, as you are arguing there. But the IRGC terrorist-controlled regime, they control this country. They would be pocketing the financial benefits of being able to sell the oil.
Why is it a terrorist regime again? Is it just because they give money to other countries that have terrorists that we just call them terrorists? Why is it okay for everyone to call the Iranians a terrorist regime? The term terrorist regime is frequently applied to the government of Iran, international bodies for its extensive sponsorship of militant group, utilization of state-sanctioned violence, and systematic regional destabilization. Isn't that what we do when assessing why this label is widely used? State sponsorship of regional proxies, we do that. Okay. Official legal and international designations. Officially designate United States to officially designate Iran as a state sponsor of terrorism in 1984. This kind of sounds everything you've described with the Iran sounds a lot like what the United States does. Is the United States a terrorist regime? Let's see if I can get Google to say we're a terrorist regime. Ooh, arguments formed by critics. Sponsorship of violent groups? Yes. Overthrowing democratic governments, the CIA actively engineered coups against democratically elected leaders, yes. Civilian casualties and drone warfare, Pakistan, Yemen, Somalia, 9/11 post 9/11 strike programs, yes. Unilateral invasions, 2003 invasion of Iraq, yes. I mean, yeah. So it sounds like we are a state terror. State terror. The legal definition of terrorism under international law. I think that we definitely have a double standard here, huh? Yeah, I mean, we don't like Iran for, have they invaded anybody? We've invaded a bunch of people.
Oil, if the blockade ends, as you just indicated. They didn't capitulate. They're negotiating. So how do you...
I mean, we're kind of a fascist theocracy. I know we don't like to call ourselves a fascist theocracy or a theocracy at all, but we are a corporatist theocracy. I'm going to start saying corporatist because fascism makes people very upset. We are a corporatist theocracy. We've got a bunch of people. Every time I go to a state function, I got to pray. I got to sit while everyone's praying. I got to say one nation under God. I have to see in God we trust on the money. That's a theocracy. That's a theocracy. I know we're kind of like a little bit chill about our theocracy, but we're a theocracy. We're a little chill. But every president has been a Christian or claims to be a Christian. Every president in the history of the United States of America has claimed to be a Christian. Wraps themselves with the flag, holds the Bible. Every single one. That's not a theocracy? Every single one has a religious advisor. That's not a theocracy? Sounds kind of like a theocracy to me. We're not a theocracy? We have a bunch of people in America saying that, like, that it's okay for people to say they hate Muslims and Jews now. I mean, like, and it's always been pretty much okay to say that type of stuff in this country. It's okay to hate whole religions that aren't Christianity. I mean, I remember when Barack Obama's inauguration, he said people of these faiths and different faiths or people with no faith at all at his speech when he was inaugurated. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh, blew my hair back. I was like, holy shit. Even atheists get a shout out. Even atheists get a shout out. That's rare. I think he's the only president not to be like Jesus, 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 Jesus. And he was really into Jesus. Barack Obama was really into Jesus. Shit, the only Jewish person to ever even run was Joseph Lieberman. He got slaughtered. Well, it was kosher, though. It was kosher slaughter.
reassure allies who are in the region and say they still feel they are at risk? Are you keeping the force posture in place through the 60 days of negotiations and beyond?
oh, we'll make sure the military option is there. And that's the big difference between this and JCPOA and the way Obama did it. Obama, they begged Iran for a deal, and we bombed Iran and then put in a blockade and then ran ships through and then have restarted when necessary to ensure that they come to the table for a great deal. So our military posture will be what
great deal. It's a great deal. Great deal.
Whatever it needs to be to ensure they're compelled over this 60 days through the memorandum of understanding that they live up to what they said they would do. The document says Iran will never have a nuclear weapon.
A great way to put it. The only group I hate are the PDF files. Never had one lesson. Real McGoy, thank you so much. Can I get some jubilations in the chat?
Won't seek one, won't buy one, won't have one.
Jason
And in
P. said
60
that
days,
too.
There'll be negotiations to make that final. But they didn't have the threat of military force the way that we do, that Iran respects in a very way that their regime is more devastated.
You didn't think that I did. You didn't think that Trump was going to surrender? Of course he was. Everyone's I don't mean to, I'm not being mean to you, but of course he was. Of course he was going to do it. We froze their assets. It was always about oil. He always going to surrender as soon as he could figure out a way to make money off this oil deal. And now the embargoes on Iranian oil are lifted, which is exactly what Iran always wanted. We're going to give them their money back that we stole. We're going to keep the oil that we stole. And they might have to recognize Israel as a country. Great. They're part of the Abraham Accord. Great. Who gives a shit at this point? All they wanted was their money back and to be able to sell their oil on their own terms. That's all they've ever wanted. Yeah, they hate Israel. Who doesn't? But, especially in that region. But, recognizing them as a country when they've already killed all of the people of Palestine. Jerry Seinfeld saying Palestine's not a real place. Well, it isn't anymore. It isn't anymore.
More devastated than it's ever been in its 47 years. And that's why they're at the table. So the huge difference is we did this from a position of strength. President Trump led with military might. That military might will stay as long as necessary. If the blockade comes off, then you pull back and you allow shipping to flow, just like Iran needs to allow shipping to go through the straits. But we can snap that blockade back at any point. And they
snap it back. So can they. So can they. Like always, that's always been. Wow, you could snap back and close the Strait of Hormuz. That's always how it's been since I was a little kid. I knew that.
Can't do anything about it, and Iran knows that, and that's why we have the leverage in these talks. And we hope.
And you know it now, you stupid fuck. Everyone knew. Everyone knew it. Everyone knew. Here, I want to put another. Let's put another thing in. I want to put another poll. I got another poll idea. Let's see. Steffelson. Oh, wait, hold on, Steffelson. Let me see. I put a like on your shit, Steffelson. Thank you. Okay, so would you help Ukraine? Everyone says yes. Okay, we're gonna end that poll. We got a new poll. The new poll is who won the Iranian war? Is it the Iranian war? What do we call it? The Hormuz War? Who won the Epstein Fury War? Trump, whoever is in charge in Iran. Because we don't know, because we don't even know who the fuck they're talking to. We have no idea who they're meeting with. So there we go. By the way, it's a call-in show. If you'd like, you could call in. Tell me why you think Iran won or Trump won. I mean, who won the Epstein Fury Award?
They'll go well.
Okay. Well, as I understand it, the first part of this deal would involve the clearing and reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. How quickly will the U.S. blockade on Iran end? How quickly will they be able to sell their oil?
Immediately is what the president has said, and that'll be our expectation of the Iranians. Is that
he caved like a little bitch. He's got and he wanted it done on his birthday. I think that's the cutest. He is such a little bitch. He is like, you know what? He's like a 12-year-old girl. Like, my birthday is the most important day of the year, and everyone needs to do it. It's my whole season. The whole season is about me. And my birthday is in March, and I start celebrating in January. I mean, this is Donald Trump for you. And I want the biggest party, and I want a pony and a petting zoo and a bounce house. I want all the things. I don't know if 12-year-old girls do, but I don't know. Donald Trump is a child, is my point. I want the memory, the memorandum of understanding, memorandum of understanding. I want the memorandum of understanding, and I want it on my birthday.
So
It's
tomorrow,
not us that,
you'll end the blockade if they sign
the
it
problem
today.
here. So when it's performance-based, Margaret. So we're not going to, unlike Obama, President Trump is
Well, he's used to bending over. Donald Trump likes to take it in the butt.
smart about these things. He's not going to just give it away. So ultimately, the blockade will stay as the strait opens, and then the blockade will open, and then the straits open. And if that takes 30 days to fully mature or 2 weeks to fully mature, but
Waffle Jackson, of course they won. They got all the money they wanted back that we stole from them. They lost a little oil. They lost some people died. They're still in power. And now they could sell their oil to whomever they want. Sounds like a win. That's what they wanted. They never wanted nuclear weapons, dumb shit. The only reason they wanted nuclear weapons was to keep Israel and United States from fucking with them. And now they need to pretend to make nice with Israel? Sure.
it will start immediately, as the president has said. And by the way, I think your viewers need to remember, Project Freedom never stopped. And we've run 125 million barrels of oil through the straits, and Iran couldn't do anything about it.
That's exactly what it is. Like, let me just get... Can I get an itemized history of the embargoes against Iranian oil? In 1995, primary sanctions, President Bill Clinton signed Executive Order 12957-1259, prohibiting U.S. companies and citizens from trading with Iran and investing in its oil and gas. They cut off the direct U.S. commercial involvement with Iranian petroleum. In 96, they did it again. Libya sanctions, Iran and Libya Sanctions Act, penalized foreign companies. Anyone investing in more than $20 million annually into the development of Iran's petroleum resources will be penalized by the United States of America in 96. In 2010, the United States enacted the Comprehensive Iran Sanctions. This is Obama era Accountability and Divestment Act, which forced foreign financial institutions to choose between doing business with the United States or the Central Bank of Iran. You can't do business with both. You can be our friend, but not Iranians' friends. Legislation permitted the United States in 2012 to sanction any country's central bank that purchased Iranian oil. Anyone who buys oil from us is now forces major buyers like India, Japan, and South Korea to drastically reduce imports or face being cut off from the United States financial system. It's pretty fucking strong. The European Union officially agreed to ban the import, purchase, and transport of Iranian crude oil and petroleum products, and blocked European insurers from covering Iranian oil shipments worldwide. 2012. You see how old this war is? It's always been about oil. The JCPOA, which was just mentioned, was the year before Donald Trump became president. Following 2015, following the signing of the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the JCPOA, the United States and EU suspended nuclear-related sanctions, allowing Iran to freely export oil and recover market share. Suspended nuclear-related sanctions in 2015. Then, 2018 to 2020, the maximum pressure campaign. President Donald Trump withdrew the U.S. from the JCPOA because he's a fucking idiot, fully reimposing, expanding, and formalizing broad executive orders that targeted Iran's metals, mining, and oil. And anyone that does business with them, we won't do business with. The U.S. ended all oil purchase waivers targeting any country buying Iranian crude and launching efforts to restrict ship-to-ship transfers and dark fleet operators. That was Donald Trump. But now, following this brief period, in 2026, U.S. enforcement resumed with fresh crackdowns on networks and shipping terminals. That's it. The U.S. Treasury temporarily waived sanctions to allow a limited window for certain Iranian oil purchases at sea in 2026. So already we've lifted the sanctions. And that happened because of the gas prices. So yeah, Iran won.
How many ships from Iran have transited our blockade? Zero. We have controlled the straits this entire time.
Right.
This
You're going to
MOU
negotiate
will
with them
open
to
immediately and
reopen
gradually.
it. So, okay, you're saying immediately, but Secretary Rubio had said the U.S. would help to clear mines from the Strait of Hormuz. You just used 30 days as like a period of time. Can you clear the mines and remove the security threats in the Strait within 30 days?
We can do any of those things within 30 days in a permissive environment. So the ball is in Iran's court at some
we
level
would get
agree
back
this
to
deal.
pre-war
We're already
shipping?
doing things I can't. We're already doing things I can't talk about on this program, and that to ensure
I can only talk about these things on Fox News.
that safe passage happens as quickly as possible. So we're all over this. We know exactly what the dynamics are. Iran probably doesn't because they can't see and sense their capabilities around the Strait, especially these last couple nights were very devastating for them as far as their ability to understand what's going through the Strait. So if they have capabilities and can do it, great. If not, if international partners who've said they want to step up and contribute, great. But once this deal is signed, our expectation is that Iran will stop shooting, drones at commercial shipping. It's been them shooting at shipping the entire time.
Yeah, they did that just on Friday. And in fact, a drone collided with an Apache helicopter last week. They fired drones into Bahrain. They fired missiles at a U.S. base in Jordan just a few days ago. They still have the capacity to
And that's why you
hurt our
have to
friends and
deal with
partners.
these folks with strength and not just ask them at the table. And it's the military strength that compelled them to this point where
Yeah, military strength compelled them to throw drones at Apache helicopters, which I heard might have been an accident, but whatever.
they're making a deal which will be great for the security of the United States of America. And that's why this is such a big moment. And only President Trump's strength and clarity of mission to say no nuclear weapon will ensure that now and underneath the MOU, the terms are set that are performance-based for Iran to ensure that they never get a nuclear weapon. That's what's critical.
So once the 60 days of negotiations, and I know that could be extended, start, that's when the nuclear program gets dealt with. President Trump posted.
I do find joy in seeing young, beautiful women hold these assholes to task and being like, she's so much smarter than he is. She's so much smarter than he is. Like, I love that. She just has it all. She just has it all. Who is this lady on Fast? I forget her name. Face the Nation. What is this? Who is the host of Face the Nation? Margaret Brennan. I wonder if she has it all. She's 46 years old. Look at that woman. She's 46. Are you kidding me? That woman's 46 years old. She's doing great. She makes me think I should date 46-year-olds. Maybe I'm wrong. How many kids does she have? She's married. I wonder if she has kids, but she's definitely married. Anyway, she has it all. She's way smarter than Pete Hegseth. Way smarter. Moderator Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan and CBS News, this network's chief foreign affairs correspondent, fill-in substitute for anchor. She's not going to have that job for very much longer. She's going to get fired real soon.
On social media Saturday that, quote, at the appropriate time, when all is calm, we will go in and get the nuclear dust. That's how he refers to the highly enriched uranium.
Nuclear dust!
Under the bombed sites. He said, we'll downblend and destroy it, whether in Iran or the U.S. Is the plan to have the U.S.
It's better. They used to call it just yellow cake. They got that yellow cake.
and do all of that?
I don't think the UN's been really effective in anything here.
The weapons
we'll
inspectors
handle
from the
it
IAEA?
as we need to. Ultimately, that could be part of it. This is what the reality is President Trump has already set back Iran's nuclear program in devastating ways, from Midnight Hammer to this campaign, to ways that we know how far back we've set them. We're watching that material as we have this entire time.
Yeah.
And any arrangement, as I said from the outset of the program, will be performance and metrics based. You'll have inspections, you'll have oversight, whether they're U.S., whether they're
Taxes basically are the tool for socialism. Yes, that's what socialism is supposed to be. See, taxes aren't just, it used to be taxes were like, we need the president or the king needs more money, so we're going to just tax everybody so to fund the kingdom, and the king needs to do shit, and if he doesn't do stuff for you, then people will revolt and kill the king, so he's going to take taxes until he can break you. But yeah, it's basically the tool for socialism. Yeah, I'm going to do nice things for you, but you got to give me money to do it. The centralized government is going to take money from everybody and try to build cool shit for us. That's socialism. There you go. Waffle Jackson. Or protect us too. I mean, that's the other thing. They collect taxes for the military. That's usually the best. They've been doing that since the kings and queens, the days of kings and queens too. We need a military. We need to go to war with those French people, or we need to go to war with those Dutch people. We need money for war. So we need tax money. Sorry. We got to feed the soldiers. And they go, okay, here you go. God bless them. God bless the soldiers. After all, you stole my son and he's a soldier. So God bless him. God bless him. God bless him. That's socialism. Yeah. Taxes basically is socialism, more or less. But don't worry, they find a way to find those tax dollars to funnel them into rich people's pockets, which is corporatism, which is fascism.
International, but it'll be a throttle set by the United States through our negotiators with the military and strength as the guarantor of this. If Iran does not want to comply, then they can deal with the War Department again, which we'd rather not have to do, and President Trump would rather not have to do, but they know the type of devastating effects that have occurred on their military and on their air defenses and on their capabilities. They don't want that again. And so when we restruck twice, don't discount how important it was that we were willing to show we will restart this and we will set you back even further. And that was part of the reason why Iran came to the table, and we're going to finish this initial MOU to set the clock. So that's the umbrella here.
Okay.
We'll work with you to remove that material, or you'll downblend that material, but you're not going to have any of that material. And anything you do get will be based on oversight and performance. And Iran understands that. And that's why I think ultimately this is something that can and will succeed.
Well, those are really important details that still have to be negotiated. When I understood what you just said there, you said the IAEA could be involved. We have reported here at CBS that American military planners had discussed contingencies with U.S. forces and the Department of Energy working together to secure their nuclear materials. Are you saying that at the negotiating table, the United States is going to say the U.S. military has to go in and clean up the nuclear dust?
Well, I'm not going to say on a Sunday morning television program what we will or will not do in any context. We'll have all options on the table. And that's what we've said to President Trump and the American people and the world and the Iranians from the beginning. The entirety of the might of the U.S. War Department is prepared to ensure Iran never has a nuclear weapon. We can do it the Midnight Hammer way. We can do it the Epic Fury way if we need to. Ultimately, Iran will need to destroy it and remove it, downblend it, and we will be involved, whether physically or otherwise, to ensure that happens. Could be the U.S. military. Could be another option. I think our negotiators, our world-class negotiators, are going to have a lot of options. The U.S. military.
World-class negotiators. We got world-class negotiators, guys. As you could tell, because we basically have a shittier version of what Barack Obama with the JCPOA, is that called it? JC Penny on America. Is it JCPOA? The joint POA? I don't know. JCPOA or JPCOA? JPCOA or JCPOA? I don't know. Doesn't matter.
Maggie Haberman and Jonathan.
Doesn't matter. Donald Trump ripped it up.
One of the New York Times have new reporting on the debates inside the White House last year over suspending habeas corpus for undocumented immigrants. The reporting comes from their new book.
That's how you do get the square, because they already got an egg-shaped guy. They got an egg head, so they need to have. He had to have a square head. Square, like nice square. That's how you know you're in the military. Square heads.
Regime change, which will be released next Tuesday.
Jarheads.
They detail a memo dated April the 29th of 2025 from Will Scharf, an arch-conservative lawyer serving as the White House staff secretary, with the subject line of the writ of habeas corpus. The Constitution, Mr. Scharf wrote in his memo to Susie Wiles, the White House chief of staff, permits suspension of habeas corpus only in cases of rebellion or invasion. Courts have almost uniformly held that only Congress can do it.
This is so important, and no one's talking about this except for me. And I've been talking about this whole time, that they're suspending habeas corpus, which is like the bottom fucking thing. It's the lowest bar for a democracy, a republic, whatever you want to call what we're doing here. It's the lowest bar for a free society is habeas corpus, writ of habeas corpus, which just means habeas rights just means that you get to see a judge before we decide that you're guilty of a crime. You get to see a judge before a cop just says, hey, you don't look the way I think you should look, and you're going to go to jail for whatever crime I just made up. Habeas corpus. It's the bottom, it's the lowest fucking bar, and we fuck with it in America. Famously, Abraham Lincoln got rid of it because he didn't like secessioners, and you couldn't really tell who was a secesh and who was a unionist. And so if you had a Southern accent or some shit, or someone just said, hey, I think this guy's a secesh, they would just put that guy in jail, make him eat maggots and stuff, just do horrible things to him, just put him in a hole because they thought so. And so they just started doing that. Abraham Lincoln tyrannically suspended habeas corpus. To me, it is the most damning thing, and I think earned him a bullet in his head. But that was, a long time ago. We're supposed to cry about Abraham Lincoln getting shot in the head. But honestly, after John Wilkes Booth shot him, he jumped on the stage, breaking his leg, jumped from the balcony onto the stage, broke his leg, and said, Sic semper tyrannis, which is fascinating to me because up until very recently, the play that people learned in schools, if they learned any Shakespeare at all, the number one play they taught in schools up until like 50 years ago was Julius Caesar. That's why so many times you hear people say lines from Julius Caesar as part of American culture, like it's all Greek to me, things like that. Beware the Ides of March. You hear these types of things because et tu, Brute, you hear this shit all the time, because for hundreds of years in America, we taught Julius Caesar. And when Brutus sticks him the 23rd, the 3rd and 20th, the 3 and 20 times he was stabbed, the 23rd blade to go in was Brutus. And he says, et tu, Brute, and he says, sic semper tyrannis. Thus always to tyrants. And that's what John Wilkes Booth screamed to an audience, a shocked audience covered in blood. Sic semper tyrannis. It's also what's on the flag in Virginia. It's also what Brutus's grandfather, Tarquin, said when he killed... No, Brutus killed Tarquin.
Mr. Schaaf did not say what Mr. Trump should do, but the implication was plain. Suspension of habeas rights without congressional authorization would almost certainly be found unlawful, and the court fight would become a huge self-inflicted distraction. Suspending habeas corpus was one of two radical ideas that Stephen Miller, yes, that Mr. Miller, had been pushing that alarmed Mr. Schaaf. The other was invoking the Insurrection Act to deploy the military to enforce the law on American streets as protests grew against deportation sweeps. That discussion came to a head in late January after federal agents had shot and killed 2 U.S. citizens who had been voicing their opposition to the administration's deportation policies in Minnesota. Paperman and Swan report that days after the killing of Alex Pretty, Susie Wiles had a meeting in her West Wing office where Vice President J.D. Vance said the administration needed to invoke the Insurrection Act swiftly to crush the unrest in Minnesota. The meeting broke up without a decision, a vague consensus to keep thinking about it, but it had been clarifying in its own way. Even after the administration's posture had helped escalate tensions in Minnesota, even with the blowback mounting, the Vice President and Mr. Miller were still searching for a reason to put federal troops on American streets. Joe, we know that Stephen Miller has wanted to invoke the Insurrection Act.
This is fucking crazy. Inventing reasons for the Insurrection Act. We're invaded. That's why he starts it. We're being invaded. We're being invaded. Being invaded.
No, from General Milley that President Trump wanted to do it in the first administration as well. What's been amazing about Jonathan and Maggie's reporting is to get right in the room where these discussions were taking place.
They were. Why is she dressed like a little military man with the epaulettes and stuff? What's she doing?
The song goes, they were in the room where it happened. And what is so shocking is what actually was said.
What's he doing? How come you can't wear a suit anymore, Joe? You just rolling out of bed, Joe?
Inside those rooms, time and time again. And Jonathan Lemire, you actually have the Vice President of the United States talking about invoking the...
How does Joe Scarborough have all his time for hair and makeup? He's got all his fucking makeup. He's got his hair done. All this stuff. He's got all this time for that. But doesn't have the respect to put on a tie? You show up to work like that, Joe?
Insurrection Act. Talk about an unconstitutional use of power. Invoking the Insurrection Act to crush American citizens protesting in American streets. And as Maggie and Jonathan wrote, this was after they had already gunned down 2 innocent Americans for doing just that, for protesting. And yet they're still talking about enacting the Insurrection Act. They're still talking about suspending habeas corpus through this entire period. You know, maybe it's just the lawyer in me, but excerpts from this book are reading, whether you look at Todd Blanche trying to cover up one of the biggest pedophile rings in the history of America, or you have the Vice President and Stephen Miller talking about suspending habeas corpus and the Insurrection Act. That sure does look like...
I kind of want to read this book. Should we all read it? Should that be the first book of the book club?
A place where a lot of lawyers in the future are going to start discovery in their investigations, whether it is with a Democratic Congress, whether it is with prosecutors, because the president may try to pardon a lot of people. It's not going to be able to pardon the entire government. And these just seem to be clearly illegal acts or a conspiracy to commit illegal acts. No wonder, and I know you've heard this like I've heard this, no wonder the White House is melting down over this book, because there's so many people who are exposed, who are going to have to hold up the right hand at some point and take an oath and tell everybody what happened behind those closed doors, because even the glimpse we're getting from this book is ugly.
Yeah, ugly, as you say, illegal and deeply un-American. I mean, this is extraordinary. Both of these revelations in this new piece.
And yet he still has a job. No one has taken Donald Trump out yet. Why does he still have a job? Taking him out, like taking him, not taking him out. That would be wrong. I mean, taking him out like impeached him, because that works. We need to just impeach him.
I mean, as the Times writes about the Insurrection Act debate, that Vance says it needs to invoke the Insurrection Act to crush the unrest in Minnesota. And this is because he says that this because outside agitators and the like are fueling this. Even though at that moment, of course, the White House was already realizing that neither Alex Preddy nor Miss Good, neither of them were paid. These were not, Antifa or whatever nonsense they wanted to put out there. These were just average Americans who were trying to protest what they saw was un-American behavior by these ICE agents on the streets of Minneapolis. You're right to say that the White House is freaking out about this book. There was even an Axios report over the weekend that there's fears that perhaps the Times reporters have recordings from inside the Situation Room, which would be an extraordinary step, and they're worried about that. And let's also remember here, these are floated. They were not enacted. Doesn't mean they won't be down the road. And I think that's some discussion even this morning.
I mean, that's something. Like, if you hire a bunch of people that are like basically podcasters and TikTokers, they're going to record what's going on. They're going to be with their phones being like, I'm going to record this shit. Holy fuck. They are. You think Pete Hegseth isn't recording all of his conversations? You guarantee you he is.
We're having here is like, if the Insurrection Act was floated then, who's to say it can't come back at some point, perhaps in front of the midterm election? So
we're drinking blue Kool-Aid over here. You ever see little kids, that's how they drink. They always drink like this. Kids, that's what they drink like this, and then they blue. No way. Do you have a blue cup? I always have blue. My name's Sky. It's always blue. Blue moon, I saw you standing alone without a love of my own. All right, we might have to call this early today, even though I like to do these long streams, but we might have to do it early today because I just got a call to show my house today.
We're still sifting through this new reporting from Mag.
I did an open house yesterday, which was great. I just went to the gym for 2 hours. It was great. I'm reading my books. I read my books while I'm on the treadmill, and then I do that for an hour on the treadmill, and then I do an hour on the bicycle thing. No, zero impact. You're supposed to do zero impact when you're my age. And then I get on the treadmill. Well, I do 1 hour and then 1 hour. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, baby. I'm not in school. I love this guy. Thank you, Real McGoy. Thank you, baby doll. Thank you, baby doll. Thank you very much, baby doll. Can I get some jubilations? Jubilations for Real McGoy, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sometimes people pay money to I'm okay with that. I'm all right with that. I mean, people insult me for free all day. Might as well pay the money for it. I'll
Jonathan, put you on the Times website.
I guarantee you look, send a super chat to guarantee your message is on the. I don't care. Write whatever you want in that super chat. I'll put on the screen. Baby doll. That's the social contract, baby doll.
This morning, that new book coming out this month. Undoubtedly, there'll be more in it.
Man, I think we should read that book. It's called Maria Bartiromo. I want to. First of all, I want to get good at playing Maria Bartiromo song. I think I need to learn that one by heart. And I also, what was I going to say? Shit. I forget what I was going to say. I saw Maria Bartiromo. I lost my train of thought. Damn it. I lost my train of thought. Book club. It's called The Regime Change. We should do that. How do we do a book club? I've never done an online book club. We should do it, though. I love book clubs. I have lots of thoughts about books. Do you do like multiple ones? Well, you just do one a month, I'm guessing. I usually do one book a month. I would do like a book a week, but people are such pussies, man. They're like, I can't read more than one book in a year. So I read 3 books a month. I try to read 3 books a month. I actually read like 2.5 books a month, to be totally honest with you. I try to read 3 a month. That's my goal, but I never get there. I never get to it. Book every other week. Every other week? Every other week? I'd be down. Should we do it public or for members only? Hey, let's do that. Let's do that in the. Okay, hold on. First of all, we're gonna do a new. Oh, it looks like the Iranians won. Okay, that one is. We're gonna end that one. Let's start a new poll. Hold on a second. Should we do a book club? But I want to mix it up. I want to do like different genres. I don't want to just make it political all the time. I want to do novels, philosophy, fun stuff. should we do a book club? Handmaid's Tale, because I just finished it. All right, first we're gonna say yes or no. The Handmaid's Tale. Can everyone like that? Like it. Stephelson. Jubilations for Stephelson. I've never read A Handmaid's Tale. I wouldn't mind reading it, I guess. If you really made me, I would do it. But thank you so much, Stephelson. But you think I should do it? Not The Handmaid's Tale. So triggering. No, I think the first one should be... I think the first one should be political. Maybe the first one should be philosophy. How about philosophy? The first one could be philosophy. Like a fun philosophy book. I'm thinking, I got one in my brain right now. A fun philosophy book. That I think would be kind of cool. And then we'll do a different one. Audiobooks count. Yeah, you can do audiobook. I don't give a shit how you get I don't care how you get the words in your head. It looks like 100% say yes. Wow. And I'll just pick books, and then we'll just go forward. One every other week. We could definitely do one every other week. Definitely. But I'd like to do a novel, a philosophy, a political book. I think that'd be fun to mix it up, because I don't like just keeping it. I'm eclectic when it comes to my reading. I don't like to just read one. I don't understand why people do that. I hate just reading one style or one voice. I like reading the crazy ones too. I like reading shit that's by people who are like, man, I've been meaning to read this book called Woody by this author who is a nonverbal autistic man. I really want to read it just because it's a nonverbal autistic man who wrote it. I'm like, what the fuck did that guy have to write, man? He wrote a novel. I really want to read that book. I think that'd be cool. But 80% say yes. All right, I'll check back. We'll do another poll in a second about this.
A shock defeat on Capitol Hill. Lawmakers this week failing to pass an extension of FISA Section 702, one of the government's most important tools for tracking foreign terrorist threats against the United States, letting it expire. And it comes at a time when millions of foreign visitors are now in the United States for
Maria Bartiromo.
World Cup events across the country. We're gearing up for America's 250th birthday celebrations, and there are heightened tensions with Iran. Some of the intelligence community warning that a lapse in the program could hurt efforts to identify potential threats to the homeland. Both Senate Majority Leader
Threats to the homeland. No.
John Thune, along with House Speaker Mike Johnson, slamming Democrats who tanked the bill, accusing them of playing politics with national security.
Oh.
The Democrats, 199 of them, voted against a clean 3-week extension. And when the bill went down, they applauded. They applauded it. I pray that we do not have a serious calamity on our shores over the next few weeks. They are willing to jeopardize the safety and the security of the American people to make a cheap political point.
This is the problem we have with Democrats. Their Trump derangement syndrome, the blind hatred they have of the president, is preventing them from doing anything, even if it's something that is in the national
release the Epstein files, Johnny.
Security interests of the country.
Joining me now is House Budget Committee Chairman and Texas Congressman Jody Arrington. Congressman, great to have you.
I love they always like we won't do any, we won't compromise at all. Okay, then we're not going to compromise either. You're being mean to us.
Have you this weekend. Thanks so much for being here. The House is not expected to vote on this again until June 23rd. Your reaction?
Well, I think it's par for the course for Democrats, right? They're showing, once again, the links they'll go to obstruct this president. And once again, resorting to holding the American people's security hostage to do it. They did it by shutting down Homeland Security Department for 76 days, the longest on record. So the Coast...
Because I was good. I like the Democrats did that. I'm sick of fucking ICE. Hey, we're not going to fund ICE. Stop fucking with it.
Guardsmen went dark. TSA went dark. Border security, the folks that prevent and protect us against cyber security threats. And then they forced a vote and forced us to use budget reconciliation to fund ICE and CBP. They all voted against it. So they effectively voted to defund law enforcement and abolish ICE. So,
yeah, I mean, we don't like ICE. I mean, I don't know what you don't get. I think ICE sucks. I don't think that's just a Democrat thing. Most people think ICE sucks.
These are the extreme measures they'll go to basically pander to the left and obstruct the president. It's a dangerous game. It's an overreach. I think they'll pay a political price for it. But let's hope and pray to God that the American people and our homeland doesn't pay a price for this important security and intelligence tool going dark for days, maybe weeks.
Yeah, and they come up with whatever reason they want for pushing back against the president's agenda. This was over William Pulte being named as an interim or temporary head for DNI. The president has announced that he has chosen Jay Clayton to be the permanent DNI. Did that change minds at all in terms of how your colleagues are feeling about the president's appointments, or is it whatever the president says they're against?
I think it's an excuse, so I don't think the merits of either decision, personnel decision, will matter. But I mean, the
This guy's in charge now. This scary looking motherfucker. That guy's going to be head of Homeland Security.
first excuse was Bill Pulte. This is a temporary personnel decision. This is a guy that is running the Federal Housing Finance Authority and doing a great job. DNI, basically the intelligence community, is made up of 18 officers.
Department of National Intelligence. Sorry, not Homeland Security. Department of National Intelligence. This guy.
It could probably use the organizational management skills of a good businessman for this temporary window before
Yes, give it to the businessmen. Give the Department of National Intelligence to the businessmen.
we get the permanent appointee in. But again, the president was elected. He was elected overwhelmingly. He was given a mandate, which included making
He was not given a mandate, and he was not elected overwhelmingly. He won by 1%.
America secure again. And I think this is a really bad excuse and a
He was not elected to make America secure again. He was elected to bring down grocery prices.
dangerous one just to hold the president up. And so chaos right before, the November midterm elections.
Absolutely. And I guess that's by design. I mean, Republicans did manage to muscle through the $70 billion package that will fund ICE and Border Patrol. But some House GOP members are pushing for a third reconciliation package now to fund more of the president's agenda. House Democrat leader Hakeem Jeffries, however, was quick to share his opinion on that. Watch this.
Oh, I hope he's fired up. I hope he's fired up. Come on, let's give it to me, Hakeem.
The last thing that the country needs right now is the one big ugly bill, part 3.
Congressman, you were among a group of senior
That's
Republican
it?
lawmakers who met with War Secretary Pete Hegseth at the Pentagon this week to talk about defense funding and what could be included in the next round in another package. Can you tell us about your meeting at the Pentagon, and do you believe there will be a third reconciliation package?
I do. I think there will be, because there's a lot of work to be done. And we're not gonna get in-
All right, so let's just talk about what they're talking about really quickly, because here's what people don't get. I think it's FISA 720. Is it FISA 720 that they just voted to not extend? FISA? No, FISA. I think it's called FISA 720. Is that what it's called? FISA 720? 5 and 702. Oh, my dyslexia. FISA 702. Okay, cool. So what is FISA section 702? This is one of my favorite things, because what it really is spying on people. I'm glad this thing fucking vote down FISA 702. FISA section 702 is a U.S. law that allows spy agencies to gather digital communications of foreigners outside America without a warrant. So that just means that 702, you can get anybody's information on planet Earth as long as they're not American. But here's the catch. If you are an American talking to someone in another country, you are also under FISA. You're going to get fucked. It targets foreigners. It only allows spying on non-U.S. citizens located outside the United States. The government does not need a specific court warrant for any target. U.S. companies like Google, AT&T must hand over all user data by law. It also monitors. Agencies collect emails, texts, and phone calls to look for national security threats. That's why we need these data centers. FISA 702. U.S. citizens caught. The system sweeps up communications of Americans talking to foreigners. So even though the law is that you cannot spy on American citizens, FISA 702 says you can if you're talking to a foreigner. FBI can search this collected database for Americans' data without a warrant. And that's what Kashyap Patel said he was doing when they asked him in the last time they interviewed him in one of those meetings, one of those hearings that they had. Critics call it a violation of constitutional privacy rights. Supporters say it stops terrorism. I cannot believe that Democrats are so fucking stupid that they're allowing the Republicans to say, you've shut down Americans' security. You're going to cause terrorism. Why do you get to spy on anybody? Why do you ever get to spy on anybody? FISA 702 has been a problem for a long. I've been against FISA 702 long before this shit happened, by the way. I thought it was 720. 702. Maybe it's that because I'm thinking about that skate game. What was that skate game called was something like Skater 720. Was it maybe just called 720? Do you know what I'm talking about? 720? Anyway, it doesn't matter. FISA 702 means that they could spy on you. That's what it is. They could spy on your ass. Yeah, they're against government overreach. Yeah, but they think that FISA 702. Just remember what they're talking about. That the Democrats don't want FISA 702 going forward. And you're holding us hostage. You're holding this country hostage, and there's going to be a terrorist attack. It's going to be Iranians, and it's also going to be the Cubans. And bullshit. We got to spy on people. It stops terrorism. Get a warrant. No, we don't have time for warrants. This is what pisses me off about this, is that the Democrats don't even control the narrative at all. Listen to this guy.
Help from our Democrat colleagues. So let's start there. Typically, we'd have a bipartisan appropriations bill to supplement the resources that our troops need in time of conflict. That's not going to happen, Maria, so we're going to have to go it alone. So reconciliation is the last train leaving the station to actually govern our country and to provide for the common defense, support our commander-in-chief and our troops. And so a big part of this reconciliation 3.0 is...
Troops? What's this got to do? We're going to support the troops by spying on American citizens?
Just that. And then there'll be a down payment of some scale to modernize the military and to prepare for wars of the future. But we can do all of that and pay for it with the war on fraud that the president has aggressively prosecuted. And we ought to come alongside of him, codify these anti-fraud measures, go after the hundreds of billions of dollars. That's what GAO says. Basically, the size of Texas and California's budget combined, Army and Navy budget combined. That's the annual leakage of the federal tax dollars that are being defrauded and these important programs that are being threatened in terms of their sustainability. That's how we offset the cost. And then we have some monies to direct on the, I would say, legacy of Biden's unaffordability crisis with respect to housing and healthcare. So that's the framework. And I believe that the Republicans have the political will and the unity to do it again. We've done it within margins every time. It's not going to be any different this time. The American people are counting on us. We got to push through.
I spoke with John Thune the other day, and he and others have pointed out that it's a very short window, right? Because if you're going to do a reconciliation 3.0 before the midterm elections, you've got to get that in place before you leave for the August recess. That means you only have, 15 legislative days left to get that done.
We have plenty of time on the clock to deliver for the American people's agenda. Remember, they wanted to reverse the curse of the open border. They wanted to return to peace through strength and supporting our military. They wanted us to rein in the reckless, unbridled spending that ignited the inflation firestorm that they had to deal with. They wanted to keep more money in their pockets. They wanted a strong economy. They want to rid this government of fraud, and they want us to steward the tax dollars because they're offended by it. They should be. We're at $39 trillion in debt. We're borrowing $6 billion a day, and we're jeopardizing our children's future. We've got enough time on the clock. The question is, do we have the political will to do it? I believe the House does.
All right. We will be watching all of that, Congressman. Great stuff. Thanks so much for being here.
She also talks about the beard here. They talk about the beard here. God, fucking put your tongue in your mouth, Maria Bartiromo. Jesus, no wonder Joey Ramone wrote a song about you.
Great to be with you as always. God bless.
All right. Budget Committee Chairman Jody Arrington. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We will see you soon. Quick break and then...
Now, a comprehensive report in The New Yorker investigates what writer Heidi Blake calls Andrew Tate's empire of abuse.
Uh-oh. Andrew Tate. These MAGAs are going to hate this shit.
Blake plumbed through reams of private messages and sealed court records detailing violent and disturbing allegations. Now, before I'm joined by Heidi, a warning. This conversation will contain descriptions of sexual violence, which may be difficult to hear. Heidi Blake, I want to welcome you to the program. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much for having me.
You know, in reading this investigation and just reading the details, I literally almost became physically ill just from reading it. And then I had to think about what the victims went through in terms of what they went through when this was going on, and then having to recount it not just to you, but to authorities as well. And you point out this is really, when it comes to Andrew Tate, you've documented it now, right? There are allegations of grooming, coercion, rape, trafficking, all kinds of abuse, and so much of it out there for anyone to see in plain sight. You know, this is ultimately a story about Andrew Tate, or is it really...
And he's friends with Donald Trump.
The institutions that have failed to stop him, because as I said, I was floored by everything you uncovered.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think in a lot of ways, this is a story about impunity and about how the Tate brothers have managed to, you know, after spending so many years systematically exploiting women and bragging about the way in which they've systematically exposed women to their many followers, are now managing to evade justice for those actions and to leverage their political connections, particularly on the right wing in America, to get away with it. And that was partly what... Excuse me, that was partly what prompted me to begin investigating this, was that, you know, last year in February, shortly after Donald Trump's re-election, Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate were freed from all travel restrictions in Romania, where they faced very serious rape and human trafficking charges, and were allowed to travel the world freely. And since then have been proclaiming their innocence and declaring that the case against them is totally defunct and going nowhere. And that happened after the US applied pressure on Romania, and prosecutors lifted those restrictions under a significant amount of pressure from the US. And so I really wanted to see what had the brothers done, and to dig as much as I possibly could into the evidence that I could find to document their actions over the past 10 years, and to try to give that context to people who are just hearing the brothers constantly declaring that there's no evidence at all.
And yet you point out that the Hertfordshire investigation in the UK is just one of many disturbing parts here. In 2014 and 2015, think about how long ago that was. 3 women, Hannah Price, Maya Navarro, and Amelia Walker, they went to British police alleging rape and strangulation by Andrew Tate. Now, he was arrested, but then ultimately the case collapsed. Prosecutors declined charges again in 2019. Where do you see it if police and prosecutors had properly investigated those early allegations, understanding where we are then as well in the Me Too development? Is it possible here that Andrew Tate never becomes the global figure that he is now?
I mean,
yeah, I think that's a really important question. I think there's a strong case to.
I don't know about this shit, man. Like, we all know he's guilty, right? We already know that about Andrew Tate. I can't believe that, like, I don't know. Guy Fawkes, how you doing?
Yo. Mike's good.
What's the deal and how you feeling? Yeah, Mike sounds great.
So I got just 3 shorts to share, and then a little clip on Cuba, and then another one for about Social Security and Medicaid.
Okay, hold on 1 second for me.
This first one's really good news, so you could cheer in the chat.
Jake Lang just got arrested. Here we go. Jake Lang just got arrested.
$1 million bond. Yes. For what? Making terroristic threats. It happened in Texas, not a bastion of liberal values. He's just a universally recognized scumbag. Also, take note of this ridiculous so-called plate carrier flapping in the wind with no plates like tissue paper. Pathetic.
He's got a plate carrier. Is it plate carrier?
No plates. Yeah. You're gonna wear a plate carrier that looks like you're hardened up, but no.
Jake Lang just got arrested with.
He's just wearing it because he thinks it looks cool.
Yeah, he's what do you call it?
He's cosplay.
Cosplaying. Yeah.
Who writes the best?
You know what's
Jake
crazy?
Lang just got arrested with a $1 million bond.
This guy. This is all he does. This guy with the mullet. What's his
point
name?
at the screen? Yeah. He's breaking the 4th wall, or is that the 5th wall at this point?
4th wall. But that's like people. Is that the type of content people want from me? I'll just play stuff I find on the.
We'll try.
internet
We
and
could try it on the next video. You could give your Hawk podcast try on the next short.
I mean, Hawk podcast. Every time I see him, he's not even talking.
His best epitaph is just sharing this, this type of independent media. He gets the voices out there. He's more of just a link sharer than he's not even a very good commentator, because he does speak slow in a lot of his videos. And he's playing with his hair all the time. He can't stop playing with this. I know.
Really? He just loves his hair. But he's got 9.4 thousand likes on this video.
Making terroristic threats. It happened in Texas, not a bastion of liberal values. He's just a universally recognized scumbag. Also, take note of this ridiculous so-called plate carrier flapping in the wind with no plates like tissue paper. Pathetic. Dispardoned January 6th insurrectionist. Always up to bad stuff. Lock him up forever. Jake Lang just got arrested.
He's standing on top of a U-Haul truck, the Jake Lang next to the Jake Lang Center, and just yelling shit. But
what did Jake Lang get
with
arrested
a $1 million bond?
Terroristic
for what? Making terroristic threats. It happened in Texas, not a bastion of liberal values. He's just a universally recognized scumbag. Also, take note of this ridiculous so-called plate carrier.
So he got for terrorism. He got for terroristic threats.
He's 1 million bond. So one of his Trump buddies is going to have to bail him out, or he's going to sit for a while.
Yeah. All right. So now the next one is
another short. Yeah.
Another short. You got it. Hold on a second for me. Do you believe? All right. Here we go.
Single word of Trump's peace deal with Iran that he announced this afternoon. I have neither the time nor the crayons to explain how fucking stupid you are.
Maybe I should get this one. I should do this.
Hawkcast that one. Yeah.
Is that what people need me to do? Is I'll remix this and I'll do this.
Yeah.
I'll just make that face. People love that face.
You could just record that same pose every time and put it on any video you see.
It's just like it's so many creators. That's all they just do this.
Oh, look at this video I found. It's so good. Yeah, that's literally what I'm doing.
I should do that. I should do that. You should do that. You should just record your face doing these faces.
Those of us that are burdened with intelligence and who don't have the memory of a fucking goldfish, we've seen this movie before. We saw it the last 5 or 6 times they did this exact fucking song and dance. Let me see if I can explain this to you, Cletus. First, the billionaire predator president that all of you inbred skid marks idolize and all of his rich prick friends, they sell their stock when the market's high. I'm betting they did that last Friday when there was another deal that was totally, possibly, probably 100% gonna get signed. Then, the president loses his fucking mind over the state of things in Iran and new strikes are announced. Sometimes he says he's gonna do a ground invasion of Karg Island. He's done that twice now. And crucially, after the market has fucking imploded, but before anything really concrete has happened, no troops have been sent, but maybe a few bombs have been dropped. Coincidentally, there's a new ceasefire and all those strikes are canceled. And suddenly, all he wants to talk about is how the Dow's up $1,000. It does not take very many fucking brain cells to see what's happening here. And if you can't do it, you're so dumb you could fuck up a one-house paper route. He's treating the economy like a fucking cum rag, and you're thanking him for it. You believe...
Right? He's got a knack.
he's written some script that he's doing. It's a fun little script. I don't know. I like it. Did you like you thought you like this one? You like it?
There's another one, next short's from him as well. If you want a little more.
Same dude.
Yeah.
Okay. This one's got Star Wars in it. I don't know. Are we gonna allow? Am I gonna get busted for this one? Don't matter, none. Let's do it. Here we go. Same guy. What's his name?
It's Luke
It's
_7.
It's Luke _7. Great sneakers, though, right? Great sneakers.
Yeah.
I don't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican. I don't care if you're right or left. I don't care about any of that shit. If you think anything about this is cool or American or manly, I have to assume that much like anybody associated with the planning and the production of this event, all of the sponsors of this event, matter of fact, anybody that's even remotely associated with this event, much like all of them, you are so slow I could time you with a fucking calendar. Nothing about this is cool. Well, you just don't like it because you're a liberal, and liberal men aren't masculine. Listen here, shitbag. I lift every day. I've done boxing and jiu-jitsu on and off for years, and I used to watch the UFC pretty religiously until I realized that 90% of the fighters and a good chunk of the fans are racist, rapists, woman beaters, or right-wing shitbags. So then I stopped. My hatred of this event has jack shit to do with being a man and everything to do with the fact that it's white trash fucking garbage and it doesn't belong anywhere near the White House. And if you weren't a bunch of hypocrite motherfuckers, you would think the same thing. Because you guys whined for years about us taking down statues of Confederates because it was disrespecting history, and you're not saying shit about the fact that the same room that we swear in Supreme Court justices is currently a UFC locker room.
Oh my
Get
God.
fucked!
The next video is like 7 minutes of kind of documenting stuff going on in Cuba. If you want to
time you with a calendar.
a yearly calendar. Yeah. And the crazy part about this is there's a Cuban rapper who's MAGA. He says he wants the United States to invade and he would be fighting alongside them.
Yeah, okay. That's always a fun one. Okay, let's see this one.
And even worse is what happens, but you'll see. If you want to do a poll to preempt the ending of this video, you would go, would you support Trump if he was trying to murder your mom or grandmother? Yeah.
If he was
you don't
gonna
have
murder-
to do the poll, but just we can ask the question to the chat or the MAGAs.
How do you guys feel, MAGAs?
In Havana, like every commodity, hope is in short supply.
Damn. I'm gonna speed
Rubbish
this up a little
bins
bit.
are now a place to harvest as much as discard. They offer sustenance for the hungry. The desperate must decide what will do them more harm than good.
That chicken was bad. He threw it back.
God,
Every street
damn.
corner, the same fetid mess, the same hunt for something worth salvaging. Niglisis is recycling to survive. He gets 30 pesos for a kilo. That's a few pence. He'd need to collect several big bags like this just to afford a piece of fruit.
Oh my God.
Berta Baez has been picking them up all morning, but bristles at the prices here. An entire day's work just for a few bananas. She says the government gives her very little money, so she has no choice but to sell cans to be able to eat. This is
So I mean, we did this. We did this because we caused this.
a city where civic pride is a luxury they can no longer afford. It's not just the crumbling grandeur, that slow rot set in decades ago as the American blockade grew and Cuba's communist allies dwindled. But now, as a result of an American oil embargo, power shortages are critical. Butter is sold quickly in this heat, with no refrigeration. Shoppers must get it before it goes rancid.
Gotta go to fresh, just to get, gotta go get fresh butter. All day I work for the butter, huh? This is gonna happen here if we're not careful.
Oh, already happening in West Virginia.
Yeah, it is happening in places like West Virginia. You're right. This is what we need to start. We need to start like prepping for this shit. I mean, I'm not talking about doomsday prepping. I mean, we
what's the difference?
Well, I guess you're right. I mean, because the difference would be if we create mutual aid networks. You could grow tomatoes and I can grow garlic or something. You know, we can get together and decide, like, figure this out. Like, I could have a water filter and you could have a library. You know, we're going to need everybody on board with this shit. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to be so that we're not doing this.
Water doesn't flow anymore in Havana. Instead, it's dragged. With no power, electric pumps are idle. So this is how some homes are resupplied. Jose Luis tells me it's the same in all the houses. For 6 months, there's been no water service here. And when I ask who he blames, the Americans or his own government, he says talking too much can get you arrested. Cuba's plight is evident at every meal. Coal, not gas, is used to cook by many, a daily indicator of how bad things have got.
Fuck. That's what's going to happen to us, man.
Coal flavored food. Yeah.
That's going to happen to us because, like, as soon as the infrastructure fails, then you have no natural gas, right? So you need to have solar paneled stoves and hot plates, right? You need to have electricity that can be powered off grid. Damn.
Petrol is so scarce, it's forced many of Cuba's famous classic cars off the road. These relics of a bygone age before the revolution are now stationary reminders of today's shortages. Electric cars or rickshaws have become a more reliable form of transport. But for drivers who have no choice, getting more than their 20-litre a month ration of fuel involves cruising the city and signalling as they pass petrol stations to see if the staff will sell them some fuel on the black market.
Oh my gosh.
For Michael, the lack of available medicine has cost him dear. His untreated diabetes resulted in both legs being amputated 3 years ago, and since then the situation has got worse. When I ask him who he blames, he's blunt: the Cuban government, citing the expensive medicines he can't afford. Those who work in Cuba's health system, like Jose, can get their hands on medical supplies, and that's part of the problem. He sells some of it on this black market website. Cuba's famous hospital network is crumbling. Despite Donald Trump's oil blockade, some age...
It's crumbling because of the blockade, though. It's not crumbling because it sucked. Like, it was famously quite good, right?
You can't bring in anything if there's a blockade. And
right.
You couldn't even keep it stored. You couldn't even keep insulin stored at a cool unless you have fuel.
Right. You can't even, because all that stuff is not shelf stable. It needs refrigeration, right? And even if you could get the insulin, which you can't, but even if you could, you can't keep it cold. God damn.
Shipments are being allowed through. This one from Mexico.
Hold on a second. I wonder what all those blue... See, they have all those blue tanks on top. I wonder what that is. I think it's water, maybe.
Most likely.
Blue tanks on every roof. It's probably water, right?
Rain catchers.
I think so, yeah.
Trump's oil blockade, some aid shipments are being allowed through. This one from Mexico has 7,000 tons of rice, milk and beans to help feed a country on the brink. The Cuban government brushes off criticism of its record, saying the current crisis is not its fault. What would you say to Cuban people that we have talked to who don't blame the American government for this situation, they blame your government?
I wouldn't have exactly any message for Cubans. I think that that question should be asked to the American government because they are the responsible actor.
New financial sanctions have...
That's such a hard sell, right? Like, The centralized government's always going to fail. You cannot have that. You need to decentralize. Like if they had put more power into the hands of the people and invested in solar and just like decentralized power grids.
Well, you're a dirty socialist. You think we could just share things?
Well, I mean, seriously,
infrastructure, that's a myth.
Yeah. Well,
affordability is a hoax.
If you're relying on the central government to do everything for you, and they're not investing in the real infrastructure that's decentralized, then you're going to have this issue, right? As soon as America's pissed at you, they crush you. Like, and now you have nothing.
Forced international hotel brands to pull out. What greater tangible sign of Cuba's crumbling tourism industry than resorts being taken over by a government in crisis? The music might still be playing, but there's almost no one left to hear it.
There's gonna be war.
Each evening, Cuba enters its own dark age. Huge swathes of the capital are without power, despite residents' best efforts to find a remedy. The fortunate few have generators, but only as long as the fuel lasts. In a city which was renowned for its nightlife and joie de vivre, Havana has now been plunged into darkness and largely into silence. If you look at the blocks of flats around here, there are no lights on apart from the few people who've managed to charge up a battery during the day. In this city of silhouettes, most are forced to make their own entertainment.
Crazy.
Yet in exclusive corners, there is a land of plenty for the few. The elite have the power in Cuba in every sense.
This is like the what I was talking about before, like the gray areas and the bright areas.
Lazaro has a rap sheet for his rhymes, and he doesn't care. He wears his heart on his sleeve, his allegiance to Trump on his chest, and his contempt for the authorities on his skin. His indelible slogan, down with the Cuban government. And he's been imprisoned multiple times for his anti-government rapping. He says he's asking for Donald Trump to finally enter the island because we need an intervention now so the Castro Canalistas leave. He says if Trump invades, he'd be on the front lines with the Americans.
Yeah, big talker, right? I'll be at the front lines with the American. Dude, they'll slaughter you. Don't you get it?
Wrong color skin.
Right? Yeah, they're not. Yeah, I'll be on the front lines with them. You're gonna come out like, oh, I'm one of the good ones. He
don't even speak American.
No shit. That's exactly what it'll be. He just loves Donald Trump. How does he love Donald Trump? How does he even know about Donald Trump? Like, he doesn't even know.
He's a cultist.
He's a cultist, but he's so far away. Like, it's so weird because he can't even get like any information. It's not like they've got freedom of information down there from outside sources. Maybe they can get like some radio. I know that Radio Cuba, maybe that's what he's listening to. He's listening to the Guantanamo broadcast.
Or
we've been broadcasting
propaganda.
Yeah, it's always been. Well, they've been on. What do they called it? What is it? One America. What was it called? It's gone now, so I don't know. But I'm sure they're still broadcasting something.
His fury is fueled by what he shows me next. On the third floor of a nearby apartment block, his mother should be in hospital, but she's stuck here in acute pain with a heart condition. The drugs she needs are running out, and so is her patience.
That's Donald Trump's fault. And this guy's, I love Donald Trump. That's crazy, dude.
She says, I wish I could die every time I get sick. Honestly, I ask God every day to bring me death because this isn't easy. Margot is almost as old as the revolution she feels has failed her. She's weeping for better days, and so is Cuba. Dan Rivers, ITV News, Havana.
That's so crazy. So Donald Trump is killing this guy's mom, and he loves Donald Trump.
He's supporting an invasion of his own country while Trump is killing, I forget if that's his grandma or mother, but
his mother.
And so that's how deep the cult goes.
Jesus.
And so like the next video is how they're cutting Medicaid or Medicare in 2027.
Yeah, but first ask the question. What was your question? Would you would any
of these MAGAs support Trump if they tried to kill their mother and or grandmother or parents and grandparents?
Yeah,
it's so crazy. And if the answer is yes,
I mean,
it's not Trump's fault because that's how deep the cult goes.
like, whose else's fault is it? I get that you're going to blame your government too, of course, but Donald Trump is doing this intentionally, and so is Marco Rubio. They're doing this intentionally.
They didn't attack the United States at all. They were just there.
Yeah.
And the plan to invade Greenland was an actual plan where they wanted to do it. I forget who canceled that one.
Mm-hmm.
It was an actual plan that they drafted up. But no, Europe stopped them. I forget what their threats were.
To break up NATO because you're going to invade a NATO country that would make all of us, since Greenland is Denmark and Denmark is NATO. Like, you attack any of us, Article 5, we all have to go to war. It would start World War III if they attacked Greenland. It's crazy. Okay, everybody, would you support Donald Trump if he was killing your mom? God, that's crazy. I mean, I kind of think, in a way, I hate to say this because I think that Donald Trump sort of kind of killed my mom. I'd say that it's like a joke, but I mean, it's sort of serious. Like,
he supports Trump so much that he wants to kill his own neighbors.
Yeah.
That's what he said. On the front lines, killing his own neighbors.
Yes, killing his
Holy
own neighbors.
Shit. And that's what these MAGA talk about too.
Yeah, they want to kill their neighbors. The MAGAs always want to kill their neighbors. What is up with that, huh? I think about that. It's funny because I was at like 2 weeks ago, I was at this bar because I had an open house here and I couldn't be allowed in the house. So I'm like, well, screw it. I never go out anymore. I'm going to go out to this bar and I'm going to drink and hang out. And my neighbor's like, where are you? And I said, oh, I'm here. And they said, oh, we'll be right there. And my neighbors actually came out and visited with me at the bar. And we talked about housing prices and stuff like that. And politics comes up and they're like, oh, well, we're MAGA we're Trump supporters. And I said, look, man, I don't know what you mean by that. But honestly, I hate Republicans and Democrats. I don't think the government should be in any of my business. And I don't support Donald Trump, but I don't really want to talk politics. And because I hate Republicans and Democrats. I just want to talk about it. But part of me wants to say,
you could say you hate Republicans and Democrats, but this very next segment was resulting from the big shit bill. And the Republicans did not even read the goddamn bill. Are you really for the people if you didn't even read what you're signing? Your only job is to make legislation.
Yeah.
And oversee the powers of the purse slightly.
Yeah.
And for the love of Christ, if you're not even doing that, you're not for the people at all.
Absolutely. Yeah.
The Democrats read the fucking bill. They had their lawyers read the bill. They ran through that shit line by line. They found out that they're making tanning bed tax certificates bullshits.
Yeah.
But the Republicans didn't even read the goddamn bill. They just the largest spending bill in United States history.
They didn't even read it. Yeah. Well, you remember when Marjorie Taylor Greene says, well, if I'd read it, I wouldn't have voted for it. Remember that?
Oh, yeah. Whoop-de-doo.
If I had read it.
You already signed it. It doesn't matter.
I guess you should read it.
It's on the paper. You fucked us already.
Yeah, exactly. I guess my point is, I wish I could go back in time now. And next time someone says I'm a Trump supporter, I'll be like, so you would murder me? Because it seems like that's what they want. They want them to turn. You want to turn on your neighbors. That Donald Trump wants you to murder me.
Other things are saying like this is a psychological condition. They cannot blame themselves for their shitty vote or what their cult leader does.
Yeah.
So they literally say in chats all the time, well, liberals made us vote for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
That's just because you got a revenge plot and it doesn't help anyone.
Scary. If it can't run away, in Trump's voice, in Trump, if you can't run away, there you go, and you can kill it. All right, let's see what this one is all about.
Broadcasting awaits its fate. Hospitals in Oregon are bidding time as well, with reductions from President Trump's spending bill set to hit by 2027 and 2028. That's according to Lane County Public Health. Eve Gray, the director of Health and Human Services, says roughly a third of hospital patients in Lane County use Medicaid. Right now, there will be a small number of people impacted during the first several years of the $1 trillion cuts designated in President Trump's spending bill. Gray tells us there's uncertainty as the state prepares for an estimated $10 billion in cuts over 10 years. Gray says she expects hard-hitting penalties will fall on Oregon due to its coverage of anyone regardless of legal documentation status, as long as their income qualifies for Oregon Health Plan or Healthier Oregon.
Any disruption to the funding within our health system has the capacity to create a negative impact on healthcare providers, as well as, of course, patients. That could definitely negatively impact the financial situation for our local hospitals. Medicaid does not pay the bills for hospitals. They pay about 60 cents on the dollar, but if that's better than what people can pay in a self-pay status, it puts the hospital in a worse situation.
It's also making an impact on hospitals' ability to make future financial plans, according to Gray. Mackenzie Willamette Medical Center agrees with that. Its CEO saying cuts could jeopardize its plans to build a new emergency room if 200,000 to 300,000 people in Oregon are dropped from Medicaid.
Wow.
The state's going to have to do something. We have a terrible rate.
It's almost as if we need to build decentralized hospitals and clinics so that we don't have to have this happen, that we fund our own.
The final answer is single payer health care.
Well,
and
that
I'll tell you why it's good for three things. So the government is the only payer. So that means your employer doesn't have to pay your medical bill. You don't have to add into your medical bill. You don't have to pay an insurance company for a 1 in 20 chance that they will fix your broken leg. And so it takes the pressure off of corporations'
Don't get me
backs
wrong.
to provide medical care. It takes the pressures off of your back, and you never have to sign a medical check. Boom, medical debt gone. And so, like the one of the ways you could do this is you take Medicaid. And then you just take it, it's at 68 years old or whatever you have to be now. And then you just dial back 5 years at a time, 5 years at a time. You could slowly roll it back each year, 5 more years, something like that. And so it just expands until it starts to break, but it gets older and older people better health.
Could you also do, at the same time, you could do expand VA to cover more and more parts of the government so that VA isn't just veterans, but people who work at the IRS, people who work at whatever, they can like expand that as well.
Government employees,
government employees, because the VA is just for veterans now, but it could just be for all government employees, and that's millions of people.
Meanwhile, Trump kicked what was it, 350,000 or maybe 350,000. So like a third of a million VA employees. They fired them over the past 2 years, and most of those are veterans too. So if you give two shits about homeless veterans, maybe you shouldn't kick them out of a job.
They hate the veterans. Like you're absolutely right. Most of the people that work at the VA are veterans because that's a great place to start if you need a job.
They prefer those resumes anyways because they're already socialistically done, ideologically, so on.
Well, they're part of the system already, right? And they're a known entity, right? They know they're part. They're going to fit in the culture and all that stuff. Yeah, it makes perfect sense for the VA to hire vets, and they're firing them through Doge, right? That was a Doge cut thing, I think. I mean, it's been remarkable to see. But I'm all for. And also, by the way, we spend $3 trillion on healthcare in America today, according to Bernie Sanders and other experts that I've read. Now they say it'll cost like $50 billion a year. 50 billion versus 3 trillion. And I've looked into why there's that incredible amount of savings on single payer healthcare. But even if you double it, you say it's $100 billion a year versus the 3 trillion that is being evaporated out of our GDP every year. It's a tremendous amount of savings. My only issue with single payer is like, I don't trust the government to do it. They do the shit and then they take it away and they fuck it up and they're constantly defunding it. They create these things, and they defund them, they starve the beast, and then they privatize the beast.
Interestingly enough, I believe it was the Cubans developed a lung cancer vaccine, just on somewhat how on topic. And then also in Europe, did you know they have a cancer trial? You pay $1,000 in. And their cancer treatment, RNA transcriptase, whatever. You pay $1,000 in, but it cures 90% of cancers.
Dude,
we don't know about that. Our CDC's been shut down. They've gutted all for kids child heart research. heart deformities research, and those CDC programs are shut down. And it's nothing for Americans. It's just FU. FU is the Republican healthcare plan.
Yeah,
FU.
pat on the back, good luck, right? That's all you get. Good luck. But good luck,
meanwhile,
kid.
4 hospitals in the state of Iowa are closing down. Oregon's talking about closing down their states. The whole hospital field in general is going down. I mean, like, okay, so like, you know, any of these larger states where you got to actually drive 30 minutes to hospital, that hospital's gone. Now you get to drive 2 hours for your heart attack. Good luck.
Yeah, you're done. You're toast. They're closing rural hospitals all over, and we're not going to hear about it until it's too late enough, because there will not be an outrage, because it's not affecting enough people to matter to most other people. It's shockingly bad. But again, I think clinics could bring a lot more of this back to, like, community clinics. That's what we need. Like, if you have a doctor in your neighborhood, start having clinic hours. You know, these things we could build these things. Communities have done it before. I love what you said about Europe. More socialist countries are coming up with all the innovations now. Artificial blood was invented in Switzerland. Like the blood that they give you that will keep you alive when you're in the ambulance and stuff. If you've lost a lot of blood, that was not invented by Americans. Like, all of these all of the big medical breakthroughs that we've been making, they're all coming from overseas now, because capitalism doesn't work. The profit motive doesn't work. What we're doing is we come up with therapeutics. We come up with things that, like, you know, make your cough go away and shit like that, because we could sell it. But curing cancer, we're not going to do that. There's no money.
You watch the whole U.S. the fights yesterday?
No, I didn't watch any. I didn't watch 1 second of it.
Okay, here's one. There's one video. This was a live post from yesterday. You can scan through. What this camera did was looked directly at Trump, not the fight, not the people. Just they looked directly at Trump for the whole fights, and you can see him nod off 20 different times. I was watching Deep Space Nine while I had that playing in the background. Half the time there's people covering up where you can't see him or whatever, but you could see him. You go to like the later half or whatever once they get into the fights, but it's so ridiculous. But this is what USA Today did, a whole live stream just looking at Trump.
I was thinking about just rewatching TNG one last time and being like, I'm done with Paramount.
It's on Pluto.
With ads, I guess, right?
Yeah, it's on Pluto with ads. That's where I'm watching it. Yeah, for now. There you he's gone.
Yeah.
He's kind of moving. I don't even think that's Melania. I think
Dana White looks bored too.
Well, if you had to smell that.
Like, they're just sitting there in outdoors first. He just looks so fucking bored. If Donald Trump's not sleeping,
he's on his
looks
phone tweeting about carnage or something. But yeah, just jump around and catch a few bits of. You're gonna catch him sleeping like half the time. I think they didn't have this hat on to begin with, but he kept dozing off, so they're trying to hide his eyes.
Oh yeah. Oh, they said wear the hat. You keep falling asleep.
There's the no hat. Well, this is what USA Today did. The camera just on him. I don't know if that's a journalistic statement or other, but he looked so sleepy. Dude, it's so loud there. They got music and everything. He just sits there and nods away.
I'll just zoom in on him as he falls asleep.
I bet you he couldn't name either actor. I was about to say either actor on stage. There's another channel, RTP's talking that the UFC fights were staged.
I've heard the same thing, but who knows? Who cares? No one. There's not real fights.
See, they're making bets on the side, so if they know who's going to win to begin with, it's much easier.
Well, yeah, that makes sense. Since
the whole crowd goes woo, and Trump just goes.
Oh, that was good. That was really good. Yeah, Grandpa. Dana White. Yeah. That's right, Grandpa.
I think that's Melania.
Oh shit, he is falling asleep. Holy shit. Holy shit, he's falling asleep.
He was just talking a second
His eyes
ago.
are closed. Get out of the way, you stupid. Oh, no, he's awake. He's awake. Oh, he's falling asleep.
And gone.
His eyelids are getting heavy. Eyelids are getting heavy. You're getting very, very sleepy.
There it is. There it is.
Dude, just close his eye. Just closed. No, bro. He's totally sleeping.
Remember when you fell asleep on your birthday party?
Look at Dana White's looking.
Somebody shock him. Get the taser. We need the cattle prod. Zap.
Oh my God.
We all knew this was going to happen months ago. This is exactly what was going to happen.
His eyes are just closed. Jesus, it does remind me of my grandpa. My grandpa used to do this shit when he was old.
Oh, I forgot, man.
He's awake.
Where am I? Where am I? What's going on?
He like sits up straight like, oh.
How did I get here?
I think that is Melania sitting next to him.
Your face changed a lot at the end.
So when do they put the hat on him? When he's embarrassed? Maybe he's cold, though. Actually, no. In June in D.C., it's hot all night. Oh, he puts the hat on. Dude, he's fucking out. He's out. He is nodding out.
They all cheering. Oh my God, look at the fight. And he didn't even, clapping, taking,
no,
screaming.
He's gone. Wake up, Donnie.
Nothing.
Oh,
There he goes. There he goes. The horn got him. The horn got him this time.
The horn got him up. Oh my God.
Oh. Remember anyone that was like, oh, we got to impeach Biden because he's so senile. He's going to ruin the country with sleepiness.
Yeah.
This guy is ruining the country, but his personality became Stephen Miller after the stroke.
Yeah, after the stroke, is just Stephen Miller's in charge. Oh, there, they put the hat on so you can't see his eyes anymore. That's a smart move. Yeah, that's definitely Melania next to him. Donald, please. Crypto.com is the best place to buy Melania coin.
So there was a new lady came out, said about Melania. She was in the same modeling agency, and she negates Melania's account of details of how they met, and it was through Epstein.
Of course it was through Epstein. Everyone knows that. Yeah, duh. I love that Scott's Miracle Grow is right there too, huh? Miracle Grow?
Fuck.
Look at that. I love looking into the ad placement. Like, who owns Scott's Miracle Grow? I'm gonna guess it's among
Right,
you know what I mean?
Right wing something.
Scott's Miracle Grow. Let's see. Is a company. It's traded. It's a publicly traded corporation, making it collectively owned by its shareholders. However, the Hagedorn family remains the dominant controlling entity. Jim Hagedorn, who serves as the CEO. Oh, all right. The Hagedorn family, huh? Miracle Grow. What do you know? Scott's Miracle Grow. I wonder if Donald Trump owns stock in Scott's Miracle Grow. I wonder if I can Google that. Does Donald Trump own stock in Scott's Miracle Grow? No, he does not hold individual stock in it. No, it's at 6. It went up 3.5% though today. It went up 3.5%. All of the ads like Paramount Plus and Crypto.com and now Scott's Miracle Grow, which I think is bizarre. Would you plow Melania?
I'd give her a genius visa.
I mean, like, what year? This year? No, you weirdo. No, real McGoy. No. The answer would be no. Immediate no. No. Immediately no.
No. You just now I'm an innie.
Yeah. Do you really want now I'm an innie? No. I don't think that I could get over the fact that she is do you want to be Eskimo cousins with Your boy Epstein and Donald Trump. Trump touched that. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein.
It let it touch her. It let it touch her.
Oh my God. Now, if you want to be like, hey, if you met her back when she was a Slovenian, just a young model. If I was a young model and she was a young model and we both lived in Slovenia, maybe. But no.
Well, she's had several boyfriends since she's been married. It's a very progressive family.
Oh, I bet she has actually. What do you think? Do you think somebody else is hitting that?
Yeah. Maybe not now. Maybe not now because of they renegotiated the prenup, so she can't do it until
she doesn't live in
he's
New
left
York
the
by herself
presidency.
anymore.
Yeah. It's for voting, but but back in New York, yes, her boyfriend had an apartment in the hotel, and Trump's girlfriend had a place in the hotel too.
Well, that is progressive. What do you know? I know who I married. She has a BF right now. You think she's got a boyfriend right now? The Secret Service guy. Oh no. Oh, that guy that she was dancing with. Remember when she lit up when she danced with that guy? That's that serviceman. Do you remember that? When Melania lit up dancing with that guy in the service.
Most transparent shit ever, man. It's like they're even trying to hide this shit. It's holy crap. You want to catch
the inaugural. She just lights up at the inaugural. Hold on, I want to see if I can find that really quick. Melania inaugural dance. I think this shit's so funny because when no, I want it with the U.S. Army with the U.S. Army guy. Oh, this is the one. This is the one. Look how she smiles. Oh wait, can you see me right now? Can you see the screen right now? Yeah. Okay, so
shall we dance? We're speaking to the lucky Army sergeant
look at her
who
smile.
danced with Melania Trump at the Commander-in-Chief ball on inaugural night. All eyes were on.
But when she was dancing with him, there's Usha Vance too. But she just lit up. Oh my God! When she was dancing with Donald, he was just like.
If you had to smell that, you'd be happy to get 3 feet distance as well.
Oh my God! Plus, this guy's
the strapping soldier who cut in on the president and gave the first lady a twirl. He's Sergeant Henry Waller.
When I walked out on stage, I was trying to contain my composure, but we were told that it's not like ceremonial composure. We can smile if you want to, and I was just overwhelmed with joy being out on the stage where all those people are cheering for me.
The first lady smiled broadly as they danced.
Here.
Look at how she smiled. Have you ever seen her smile anywhere near Donald like this? Like, look at that. That's the first time I think she cracked. I think like her face cracked when she did that. She's like her jaw cracked, when you don't use your muscles for a long time.
The makeup plaster.
Yeah, like it's all just everything's crackling. She just lit up. Just lit up. They're swingers. Stephelson says they're swingers.
Or worse.
They're like in that movie, not willingly share. They're like maybe that, what was that show, House of Cards, where Robin Wright and Kevin Spacey are both like they're kind of swingers. They're okay because he's kind of gay and she's kind of gay. She needs some young blood.
Kevin Spacey style from that movie or that series.
Yeah, and they both bang the Secret Service guy. That's what they do in the movie. They have they're really loyal guy, and they both have sex with them.
And the reporter lady, well, she's gone too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the reporter lady.
You want to see a little Joffrey Asmus?
What's that?
I got a clip of Joffrey on here.
Which one is it? Oh yeah, okay.
The last one.
All right, last one. We're gonna do the last one. Hold on a second for me. All right, last one. We're gonna do. I think this is gonna be the last video of the day, honestly, just because I gotta show this house. What problems are we solving today? I don't solve problems. I don't solve
Critical
problems.
thinking is a solution in itself.
Yeah, I'm just trying to open people's eyes to the corruption. But thank you so much for the $5, NF Coin. Did you change your PFP to look even more skeletal? Why do you look so skeletal in it? Thank you so much, Steve. Appreciate you. You want to hear some Hitler jokes, Steve? You probably think they're hilarious.
Perfect timing.
I just want to be able to play a little guitar before they come.
Hey. An American conquers Berlin. Sound familiar?
Is that where he is? He's in Berlin?
I think so.
I've heard the national
Oh, yeah, he's in Germany.
Oh, yeah, I haven't seen it. Good beer, though.
The slogan of Germany, it's he was Austrian, you know? They're going on the trains are going on strike. I'm like, it's stuck here tomorrow. They're going on strike. They said the working conditions are worse than they've ever been. Striking about 84 years too late. Okay. Very interesting. 84 years ago, they're like, who needs rights when you love what you do?
Oh, no.
Berlin's fun, great city, it's a good place.
Berlin is great. Anybody been
They
in
didn't
Berlin?
cheer for their own town that well.
Yeah, I mean, what are you
we will consider if this is funny later.
After Hitler jokes, a little rough.
Yeah.
Man's got to have goals. Well, man does have to have goals. You're absolutely. Man's got to have goals. Indeed. I don't want to solve the problems. I want to start a revolution, man. I want to save lives by encouraging people to be less dependent on the government and more dependent on their neighbors. I want people to love their neighbors. Thanks, Steve. I appreciate you.
Great, clean, no rats. Public transit's great. Food is great. I think the public transit compared to New York, it's amazing. It's amazing. If I didn't know anything about the world wars, I think these guys must have won.
No shit. Well, they sort of did.
This looks like a city of winners right here. It's a very nice place. Like, they're 0-2? Really? What? This looks like a 2-game win streak, honestly. Americans, we always cling to those World War II stereotypes. It's not true. Germany's changed a lot. I went to the train station and bought a ticket to Copenhagen, and the lady's like, oh, one way or round trip? I'm like, oh, Germany does round trip now. Okay. It's not just once a Buchenwald.
Oh no, Buchenwald.
You can tell this used to be a communist dictatorship pretty recently because of how much you guys obey the crosswalk signs.
Germans are crazy about that, but I don't think that's a communist dictator. Germans just love Saxon law, man. You follow the letter of the law, not the spirit of the law. You know about that? The difference between Roman law and Saxon law? Like Saxon law means that you stop at the red light at 3 a.m. even though there's no cars. Roman law, you observe the spirit of the law. Yeah, it's red. I stopped. No one's coming. I'm going through it. Yeah. Germans are very much into that for sure, man. But it's funny because he's in Berlin, and half of it was under a communist dictatorship in the old days.
Crosses the street. Wait, if it doesn't tell you to, I'm like, there's no car coming for a mile. You step out in the street like, watch out, there's a sniper! Very ugly nation.
It's true. I used to jaywalk when I lived in Germany, and people are like, what the fuck?
You're gonna get us all killed.
Yeah, they were just like, people would just like look at you. They don't like it. They don't like people that don't. It's true. Like Germans are very much. I talked to my friend. She's got a kid in Germany, and she's half Italian, and so I guess the kid's 3/4 Italian, and the kid is like the kid's dad is Italian. He doesn't like how like strict the Germans are about everything. Like, don't make too much noise. Like in Italy, if a kid's yelling on the train, you just let that kid yell. That kid's just gonna scream until the kid can't scream anymore. And in Germany, it's like, no, shut up, keep that kid down. Like the parents are like, shh. She can't. Yeah, it's hard for her.
No, I'll say that. Not a lot of good-looking people here. It's like, you thought this was the master race? I thought the master race would have some ass and tits, personally.
God.
That is very funny, you guys. guys sent Israel weapons. You're like, we're very sorry about what we did, but we'll teach you how to do one too.
Oh, that's rough. We're sorry about what we did to you, but we'll teach you how. Ugh.
Because America, we don't care about, no one in America gives a shit about politics, at least. You guys are like, oh, would it be bad if America pulled out of the Paris Climate Accords? And Americans are just like, the liberals are making the frogs trans!
Yeah, seriously. That's MAGA for you.
There's no fat people in Germany. I like that.
Yeah, everyone's like, what? Yeah, there are definitely fat people in Germany.
Have you ever been to America? Then not a single person here is even a middle-sized American. It's insane. It's wild.
There are definitely very fat people in Germany. They've got a huge alcoholism problem, and they eat a lot of Wurstchen. You don't eat pork all day and drink beer all day and not get fat.
You guys took weight loss.
You know, I mean, that's so funny.
To an extreme in the 40s, and you said, we got any Turkish people here? A lot of Turkish people in Germany. Oh yeah, that's awesome. What if I just wanted to know? I didn't realize it's the Turkish population because of you were allied in World War I, Turkey and Germany. That's why there's so many Turkish people here, because this is not going to be funny, but the German people, they kind of stole the Holocaust from the Turks. It's true. They said they learned everything they needed to know from the Armenian genocide. This is why.
It's true, the Armenian genocide, but it's not really true that the Germans learned it from the Turks. They learned it from the United States and our treatment of the Indians and African Americans and slaves. You know, that's how
their numbers got nothing on ours.
Yeah, nothing on what we did.
Clinton did worse than that.
Just count the Indians. Our Holocaust is far worse. Don't even count the slaves. What we did to the slaves in America. I've been slacking on my workouts. I've got to do 77 more Roman salutes to my life-size poster of Donald Trump and hit 33 more reps of yelling the N-word.
Click those ankles.
When you yell it, click your ankles and then try to do it from the diaphragm.
Chest up,
and then like from the bottom, right? Really do it.
And they call it the Musk salute now.
Right, the Musk salute. Yes, the Nazi salute. Oh my God, he's a trillionaire now. Have you heard?
The first trillionaire to Hitler salute our president.
First trillionaire in the history of the world He does this Hitler salute. Sky, do you eat honey? No, of course not. I'm vegan. I've been slacking. Well, you know what? I'm rooting for you. You don't have to slack. You could always do 77 more. You maybe get out there in the gym, you know. I've been going to the gym. I'm gonna go to the gym today too. I'm gonna try to do it. The Muskies, yeah.
It's like okay, white people can't even do genocide out there. They gotta steal it from brown people too. You know?
In fact, like Hitler told everybody where he got it from. It was from like Henry Ford and what the Americans did to the Indians.
Couple more new ones.
And a little bit, like they kind of practiced in Africa, by the way, the Germans did during the colonial era. They were practicing genocides. Like the Germans knew how to do a good genocide.
It's easier to do it in your own country when you control the laws, though.
Yeah. I mean, like what they did in the systematic, it wasn't like going to another country and like systematically killing them as you encounter them or whatever. But doing it in your own country and like the ghettoization and then putting them in camps, that's fucking crazy. Like the way they operated it like a machine and everything.
Just catching up on a little bit of Stalin, and at one point in time they did something against the farmers, and the farmers killed 12 million of their own horses. And so the economy got so buzzed over that they couldn't even transport food to the cities from the farms.
Yeah.
And then the farmers got blamed because it was his policy, and then they got arrested and everything else. And
yeah, I mean, Stalin starved his own people in order to try to keep his empire alive. Mostly because of an American blockade. What do you know? Mostly because of an American blockade. Because America joined forces with the Nazis left in Germany to fight the USSR. Crazy. Who'd have thunk it? Who'd have thought it that after World War II was over, we would look at USSR and say, well, we're with the Germans now, and we're going to get all the Nazi doctors to work for us, and we are going to beat you, USSR. It's so nuts if you think about it. I wonder if they go over that in Star City. I kind of want to watch that show Star City to see if they even talk about that. Because it is wild to think that Operation Paperclip and all of that, like using Nazi scientists to build NASA. Like, come on, right? And then using NASA as a weapon against USSR to try to.
Have you seen the Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare?
I don't think so.
Must see. The Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare.
It's a movie?
Oh yeah, it's insane. It's like a World War II thing. They go capture a U-boat resupply stuff.
When did it come out?
2024.
Oh really?
And even the actress spy girl there was actually a real person, did real spy stuff for the Nazis, and then she got out of the war and was an amazing actress in movies.
Was it Riefenstahl? Dietrich?
It's the Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare starring Henry Cavill, Superman.
Yeah, Henry Cavill. Okay, I'll check it out.
That's a really good one.
A like real left-wing person would be like, the Holocaust actually cultural appropriation. I've heard that Europeans, more about American politics than we do because we're not gonna. It matters more to you guys because we're not gonna. We don't bomb America. Americans, we don't care who wins. We're not gonna bomb Cincinnati. It doesn't matter.
Are you sure?
Feel it, probably. That's monster. I see. This is gonna be the show where you're gonna hear all these references that I haven't ever done in Europe. So you guys are kind of guinea pigs. Finally, some experiments on the Germans, though. Another great line. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, yeah, my cousins are here. That's right. That's crazy. Yeah, we were raised, we were from a great German family. Our relatives are from New Ulm. They just stole a city name from you guys. And this is not going to, we went to German camp. Remember that as kids? What? Yeah, we went to German camp. Yeah, a new twist on an old classic.
Like a summer camp, I guess.
German camp, huh?
A summer camp, but just with his cousins, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure they had camps where they would go and speak German.
This camp's only concentration was having fun.
They used to do that like in East Coast. You could drive through the wreckage of them. There's still ruins of these camps that they used to have. There's like Jewish camps and German camps and Christian camps and all these different camps of people up in like the upstate New York. And they're still out there. It's wild, but they're not in business anymore. But you still see the old signs and stuff. It's kind of crazy. Like up in the Catskills and shit. Oh, he's got a guitar. Whitecomedian.com.
I told you this was your comedian.
See you there.
Yeah.
You guys just watched that amazing video of those German jokes I wrote. I wrote those the day of the show. That was the first time I only performed them. They're pretty good. We all know that video should go viral, but it will not because social media does not reward quality. But nonetheless, please subscribe, leave a comment. I'm whispering because my girlfriend's working in the other room. Got another great video of German stuff coming out in a couple days. I continue to post the best comedy. Share, comment, subscribe.
I continue to post the best comedy. Well, he's kind of right. It doesn't really. Social media does not reward quality. But thank you to everyone who liked this video. I'm going to say goodbye to you right now, Guy Fawkes, because I have to say goodbye. Actually,
Alrighty.
I wanted to do a guitar today, but I don't think I'm going to be able to. I don't think we can do guitar today, unfortunately.
You could do a karaoke too. Do a karaoke day where you just get hold of YouTube videos without voices.
Oh, I could do that, just sing.
But the more instrumental ones, that's where it helps.
Maybe I'll do that. No, I like to play. I like to play guitar. But I appreciate you. Guy Fawkes, thank you so much for stopping in and sharing those videos with me on a Monday morning.
Buddy, peace out.
Peace out. All right. There is no more time in the day, unfortunately. Parting is such sweet swallow. Catching up on Stalin. He's catching up on some Stalin. Yeah. Yeah. Raw honey is magic, literal magic for burns and scalds. It stops pain instantly and heals. Okay. I don't believe in magic, and I don't think that it heals anything. People always say that. People say that about snail slime too. They say it about all sorts of stuff. Everything's magic. Everything's magic. Oh, gee, notice guy look. You think that guy looks like me? I don't know about that. No. Book club. Okay. Oh yeah, we were gonna do the book club. Hold on a second. The book club was gonna be okay. We got 60% say we should do a book club. Okay. 60% says yes on the book club. Not bad. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. I was going to do another one to see how often we should do it. Book club. $2 for the book club. All right. If you guys want to do it. The last question was going to be, should it be members only or should it be public? All right. That's what should book club be. Fuck, I got to learn how to type. Should book club be members only? Or should it be open to everybody? Start the poll. Let me know how you feel. All right. Thank you, The Real McGoy, for that $2. I appreciate that. Public to drag people in. I don't know if people would drag in, though. Open. It's a free book. Communist Manifesto first. I'm not going to do the Communist Manifesto. Let's start with the Communist Manifesto. I kind of want to start with Surfing with Sartre. I think that'd be kind of a fun book to start with, a philosophy book that should be fun to read. I think that'd be a fun book to do. And then do Regime Change, the new book about Donald Trump's regime change. Or maybe we should start with Regime Change. Unless you grab another demo of people. All right, let's do it. Grab people by the bookie. Grab people by the bookie and do it twice a month. All right. Let's do it. Let's do it. I've been wanting to do this for a long time anyway. I think it'd be kind of cool to do a novel maybe first to get people in, like a silly novel that's kind of popular right now or something. And just like, because I want it to be eclectic. I want it to be lots of different types of books. I don't want it to be too genre. I want it to spark conversation. I don't want it to be about like, I don't want the book to be the conversation. Do you know what I mean? Anyway. No, everyone says no. Okay, gotcha. We're loud and clear. This community is yours. All right, we'll do that. In the meantime, unfortunately, I don't have the time. I don't have enough minutes to play guitar. It sucks, but I really wanted to play guitar today. I don't think I have the time to do it. So I'm gonna have to play guitar tomorrow. But so today's a little short because I got a house showing right now. Well, soon anyway. In about an hour. I need to clean up and stuff, vacuum and whatever. All right. I appreciate you guys so much for hanging out with me today. This has been the Morning Sky. So illegitimate non-carborundum. We're going to do, I need to cancel the members only. Fuck me. I should have done this all in members only, but hey, we're going to cancel the Afterglow today. I promise you I'll make it up for you tomorrow with guitar and the Afterglow. Thank you for all you Sky City Rebels, Godspeed Rebels. Thank you so much. Good luck with the viewing. Thank you, Shelly. I appreciate that. I need that 1st and the 16th. Tomorrow. Do it tomorrow. It's funny because I have a book club meeting. I think it'd be so cool to do. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to start the members only. If you're a member, come in. We're going to talk about this in the no, I don't know. We'll just do it right now because I'm going to cancel members only. All right. I think it'd be really cool to do a book club and then do the book club, get like people in real life to do it, and then like set up shop, like set up a streaming with there's other people in the room, and that you could also like I'll be interactive. We can all interact with the chat and everything. I think that'd be so cool. somehow to do that. So it's not in the studio, you know? Take it in the street, take it to Barnes & Noble, take it to the cafe, take it to wherever the book club is, and then get some people in real life to talk about it as well. I think that'd be so cool. A Zoom call. It could totally be done. I don't know. That would be sick. I think a Zoom call would be kind of cool because you could do a Zoom call in person and have it be a Zoom call that's live streaming somehow. I don't know how I would do that though. I don't know how I could physically, I don't know how I could technically do, how do I do that technically, but I could do something like that. It'll evolve, you know, it'll evolve. It'll probably start with me in the studio and then it'll evolve into something in the streets, I hope. I think it'd be so cool. Yeah. All right. Thank you. I will let you know how it goes. Thank you. Discord, StreamYard are the same. Ooh, yeah. Do it on Discord. Just do it on Discord and then broadcast it through StreamYard. Yeah, we can figure it out. All right. Then let me figure out tomorrow. I'll announce a book. How about that? We'll do a book announcement tomorrow. How about that? And I want it to be a novel, probably just a novel, like an easy novel. Maybe just a book that I need to read anyway. I'm thinking about buying a book. Nothing too crazy. Just something like real accessible, you know? Something that might suck. I did not start a Discord yet, but I will. It's been fucking busy. I'll start a Discord. I promise. I will. Good way to start. Good way to start, right? I kind of just want a regular fiction novel, something that's kind of accessible that everyone could read, not too esoteric, not too experimental, something kind of straight down over home plate. And we'll get more experimental and crazy as we go because I want to get creepy and weird with it. I want to get some weird shit, crazy ideas and stuff. All right. Thank you everybody for joining. Thank you, Sky City Rebels. Thank you to everyone who contributed, and that is Real McGoy, Steffelson, and NF Coin. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate you. You're amazing. You're amazing. I really do appreciate you. You can start the Discord. Shit, let's do it, Smoking Blondie. Let's start a Discord. Let's start a Discord. Tell me. Yeah, if you like Discord, if you like doing it, it'd be great. It'd be great. I'd love that because I'm just busy with house stuff and stuff like that. Like by the time I'm done with the stream and I got to clean up the house, show the house, by the time it gets to like 3 or 4 p.m., I'm going to try to go to the gym. And by the time that I've been up since 4 a.m., it's like I'm starting to flag, you know what I'm saying? I'm starting to get a little I'm not ready to, I can't like sit there now concentrate on doing Discord is all I'm saying. Yeah, that'd be rad. Okay. All right, thanks everybody. I'll see you on the other side. Thank you. Godspeed.
Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so friggin' much.